Cancer is not fair. We need to fight harder. We need to understand better. We need to take steps forward.
It is so heartbreaking to see the parents, how they react, but unfortunately, sometimes you have to say no.
A lot of these children, they have dreams. I want to give these children a fighting chance.
The doctors would tell us, when patients hear about this, they don't come back anymore. They just wait for the disease to take over. We just accept it, let it happen.
St. Jude was founded in the 1960s with a goal that no child should die in the dawn of life. And that means any child suffering today of cancer is our responsibility.
At St. Jude, we don't care who cures cancer, we just need to advance the cure.
Our mission is local and global.
This is what we're all called to do, to address the suffering of precious children and their families on a global scale.
Real victories are those that protect human lives. You should be the hope for any child across the globe.
We all exist here on this planet to benefit others.
If we have the ability to help, then we have a responsibility to help.
I think it's the kind of place that stands as a beacon for pediatric cancer.
St. Jude is bold to try and bump cure rates all around the world.
Unbelievable courage to tackle the impossible.
These are the kind of discoveries that you want the world to have.
This is the movement.
We could save more lives.
St. Jude, they're saving so many children.
This is the effort.
So we want to reach out to more children and cure more.
Transform the landscape of pediatric cancer care across the globe.
Help humanity at large.
Every child with cancer should be cured. Our work's not done. Every child
should be able to live a long, healthy life.
And we will not stop until we cure all these children.
You're doing something good, not only for the patients, but for the world. When Danny Thomas said no child should die, he was thinking about kids all over the world.
Welcome to the Geocache Talk Network's 9th annual podcast of Hope. This year we are hoping to raise $12,000 for St. Jude Children's Hospital. These donations directly fund life-saving treatments and groundbreaking research. Your contribution, no matter the size, can bring hope to families facing the toughest battles of their lives. Imagine a place where families battling life-threatening illnesses never see a bill for treatment, travel, housing, or food. That's St. Jude. Every dollar you give helps these kids get the care they need and the hope they deserve. We've heard countless stories of courage and resilience from families who found a lifeline in St. Jude, and it's not just about the incredible medical care. It's about the community of support, the warmth, the love that you can be a vital part of. Now, let's join our hosts of the Geocache Talk Network's podcast of Hope.
Thank you for being with us tonight and supporting St. Jude kids like me.
Welcome to the 9th annual podcast of Hope. So I've got a couple things I want to mention off the top. If you're watching us live, we encourage you to interact and ask questions in our chat room tonight. with our all-star guests. We will get to as many as we can. Also, we are encouraging folks to split up their giving if you want. We will give away all the prizes next week. So if you give every hour tonight, the gifts are all time-stamped, and then we go back and we will do drawings for every hour that people gave. So there is that. Let me bring in my co-hosts for this hour. There's Emily. Hello. And let me bring in also John.
Hello, everybody.
And our guest for this hour, Heather. Thanks, Heather.
Hi. Yeah, thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
Glad to have you.
Yeah. And then Jesse, who's having some internet snafuing, but he's coming in here in a minute. So we'll get him on in a second. There he is. Come on in, Jesse. There he is. There's Jesse. Hopefully his internet holds up tonight.
I just wanted to make a dramatic entrance. It wasn't as cool
That's
as I
right.
came in with all y'all, you know. So
Exactly.
what fun is it if everything works correctly?
Absolutely. We'll get to the topic here in just a second. I do want to mention those giveaways for this hour, and so we've got a few different ones. So I want to mention first off the top, Cashly is giving away a copy of Cashly every hour tonight. That's pretty cool. So that is one of our gifts that we're giving away to our donors for the 5 p.m. hour, 5 p.m. here local. Arted Craft is giving away a T-shirt every hour. So thank you, Arted Crafted, for their generous donation. And Scrabble Hounds, one of our viewers, she has got a couple of unique giveaways. So one of them is somebody asked her about socks. Can she knit some socks? And can she make them trackable? So these are trackable knit socks.
That's so great. At first, I thought they were Appalachian Trail socks in honor of Heather, our first guest. But that just must be part of the code.
Part of the code is, yeah, isn't that great? And then also this hour, Direwolf is giving away a 1-year geocaching premium membership. If you already have premium, which we always encourage people to do, we'll just tack it on. You won't have to pay next year. And then our last gift, and then I promise we're going to get in here, and that is Cache Advance is giving away something specific to their cache crate. They have a ladies t-shirt club, Cache Like a Girl. I don't know if you've seen those shirts. That's pretty cool. So they are giving away a 9-month gift subscription to their t-shirt club. So there you go. There's our 5 o'clock gifts that we're giving away this hour. And so again, if you want to give, podcasttohope.com is our URL to give. And let's get started. And I'm going to start because most of the questions are coming from them tonight. But I did want to let Heather know, it's like, why did I get contacted? And so how the story came about was, and I mentioned this before the show started, which was we have a friend of ours, Katie, who has walked the AT. She's a geocacher, and she's been on Podcast Hope a few different times over the past 9 years. But so it got me interested in the AT and through hiking. And as you can imagine, Heather's name comes up when I did the search. And so I reached out to Heather to have her on tonight, and she graciously accepted to be on for this hour. So it is great to have you with us. And I'm going to kind of turn over to the other guys and Emily to ask you some great questions. But again, thank you, Heather, for being with us again tonight. It'll be great. So
Yeah,
you guys take it away. What do you want to ask Heather about?
Well, I think we should tell our audience how accomplished Heather is. So, Heather, I don't want to get anything wrong. You are a triple crown hiker, which means, is that correct? You have hiked the Pacific Crest Trail, the Continental Divide Trail, and the Appalachian Trail all 3 times each. And you've hiked them all in 1 year at one time? Is that correct as well?
Yeah, the third time I hiked them all in 1 8-month period.
That's amazing. That is so incredible, Heather. So you're not just a hiker, you are a hiker. And you have set fastest known times on these trails. Your 2 trail memoirs are about setting those fastest known times and those journeys. So Jesse and I have read your books, and they are amazing. And we are just so excited to talk to you about these things, and also how it can relate to our audience of adventurers and geocachers. And if I'm missing any of the, I mean, you have other accomplishments as well. I don't have them all memorized. Yeah, walking. Yeah, you've walked a lot, and you've set trail records. Yeah, so it's awesome.
Yeah. Hey, Heather, and I got to tell you, I'm like blown away by everything that you've done. And I think, one of the things I'd like to know about is really, I think for geocachers and people from the outdoors, it's like, getting just out in the outdoors is just so good. But could you talk to us a little bit about just kind of your transition from just like getting into the outdoors and then becoming a hiker and hiking, the longer trails?
Sure. There wasn't really much of a transition. I didn't grow up hiking or really recreating outdoors. I grew up in rural Michigan, so like we had a garden and, my dad cut firewood. So, I mean, I spent time outdoors, but it was always work oriented, like foraging or harvesting or that sort of thing. And when I was my freshman year of college, I got a summer job working at the South Rim of the Grand Canyon, cleaning hotel rooms. And that's where I went on my first hike. And I fell in love with it. And I did a bunch of day hiking while I worked there that summer. And when I graduated college 2 years later, I thru hiked the Appalachian Trail. So it was a very short transition, and I never looked back after my first thru hike.
Just go do the Appalachian Trail. It's like that.
Yeah. It seemed like the logical progression from day hiking.
Did you do any like weekend backpacking before that, or did you just dove into that?
I did 2 overnight trips when I lived at the Grand Canyon. So one night down in the canyon.
Right.
And then in between that and hiking the Appalachian Trail, I did one multi-night backpacking trip that failed miserably. Like I ended up going back to my car after the first night out and just car camping. So I attempted to stair step that, and it didn't work. So I just did the thru hike.
Just did it. And that's what's amazing to me when I read about these long distance hikes, just the thought of knowing the equipment and just relying on yourself and what you can carry on your back. That is quite the transition from the day-to-day life most of us are living.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, when I started out on my Appalachian Trail hike, my first thru hike, I didn't even really know how to use my gear. Like I had to have somebody on the trail help me set up my tent the first night that I set my tent up. And I feel like that happens a lot on the AT. There's a lot that show up without ever trying their gear out, which I don't recommend.
Right.
But yeah, it is very different. And you do have to learn a certain level of self-reliance that you don't necessarily need in the everyday world.
Yeah.
When you were doing that on the AT, like I'm just wondering, like, when did you transition in from kind of like thinking like, can I do this, to like feeling confident, like you can do this? Like how did that transition work out for you?
Right, because that's what I was thinking. The AT has a lot of people who don't make it the whole way through, but you went from a few hikes to making it the whole way through.
Yeah, I mean, I think that for me, when I got on the trail, like not really knowing what I was getting myself into probably helped me succeed. Just because you don't know what you don't know.
You better,
And
exactly.
it doesn't hinder you as much. And I think for the most part, and I mean, this was the same when I set my first like fastest known time. Like I didn't really have very many people who believed in me. They didn't think that I could through hike. They didn't think I could set an FKT, like whatever. Like I didn't have,
right.
You know, I didn't have that support. And I had people downright tell me they didn't think I would be successful.
Wow.
And for me, it just made me more ironclad that I would succeed. So, I mean, I went into the AT with no sense of like that I wouldn't do it, even though I had never backpacked before. Simply because I was like, I'm going to prove them wrong.
That's awesome.
And there's no way I'm stopping or giving up on this. Yeah. So I think that there was definitely a point, maybe 500 or 600 miles in, where that steep learning curve began to plateau from like not knowing how to set up my tent to I actually know how to thrive out here. And that gave me, you know, an extreme sense of confidence that I wasn't just kind of floundering around by sheer like determination alone anymore. And that I had learned enough skills to be self-reliant and self-confident in my continuation of the hike.
So of the 3 hikes, you did obviously the AT, the Appalachian Trail, and then for folks that don't know, there's the Continental Divide Trail and the Pacific Crest Trail are the other 2. Which one did you tackle next, and why did you pick that one, you think, for the second big trail? I mean, there's other trails, but I mean, those are the 3 big U.S. ones.
Yeah. So when I started the Appalachian Trail, like I didn't know that there were other long distance trails. The Appalachian Trail was the only one I'd ever heard of.
Right.
And it was somewhere in Virginia. So about that 500 or 600 miles in, when, you know, when I came into a shelter in the evening, the Appalachian Trail has these shelters every, 5 to 10 miles. And by that point, I had really gotten kind of my trail legs, and I was hiking more miles per day than the average person. And so I was constantly meeting new people. I was catching up to people, and I arrived in the shelter in the evening, and somebody there said something along the lines of like, you know, are you trying to be the fastest person to do the Triple Crown? And I just remember looking at them and just thinking to myself, like, what does horse racing have to do with hiking?
Right.
Because that was my frame of reference for what the Triple Crown meant. And then they explained to me the Triple Crown actually meant these 3 trails, the AT, the Pacific Crest Trail, and the Continental Divide Trail. And I knew nothing about them, but I decided at that moment that I was going to do them.
Yes, cool.
And along the rest of the hike, I met a couple of different people who had already hiked one or both of those trails. And so the Pacific Crest Trail sounded the most appealing and like the next level up as far as skill, because the Continental Divide Trail is extremely remote. And back then, this is the early 2000s, like, you know, largely unmarked and incomplete. And I had enough wherewithal at that point to know that was beyond my skill set. So that's how I chose to do the Pacific Crest Trail second.
Right.
Very interesting.
Yeah, because the Blaze is on the AT. Well, let me go do the Wayback Machine here. So we first did the AT Trail. Was the AT, and for people that don't know, a Blaze is sort of a marker to let you know you're still on the trail. They're white, right? On the AT, they're white, I think. Okay. Yeah. Were they marked pretty well back then, or do you think that they've done a lot of better marking of the trail as time has gone on?
The trail is actually better marked then than it is now. They reached kind of a saturation point where they began to reassess like how frequently it was blazed and actually dialed back the frequency of the blazing. So, I mean, it's very much something where if you walk more than a few minutes without seeing a white blaze on the tree, you probably are off the trail. And I didn't have a guidebook or maps or anything when I did the AT the first time. I literally just followed white blazes the entire way. So it's good that it was very heavily marked, because otherwise I wouldn't have known where I was going.
And there's all 3 trails on there. I got a very important question. With all the 3 trails,
Oh no.
Which one has the best pizza?
Oh
for
boy,
getting
here
on
it
the trail?
comes.
Well, so I'm gluten intolerant, so pizza is really kind of off the menu for me.
There
That
you go,
said,
John. Way to go. You
No. There's
you've
good
insulted our
cauliflower
guest.
too, right?
well, that said, when I did the AT the first time, I was fresh out of college. I had basically no money. And the times that I did go into town, I went into towns that had all you can eat pizza buffets.
There you go.
Because I didn't know I was gluten intolerant at that time. So that was kind of how I did my calorie bolstering when I would go into
Right.
town, was to just eat as much pizza as possible. And I honestly am not a pizza connoisseur, so it was whatever the cheapest pizza was, and that was what I ate, and I ate as much of it as possible.
Oh, well, this sounds like a good technique to me on
It's
this
a great
one.
technique, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Good
I
grief.
think within that, Heather, I think I've been training, along those lines for many years. So
Yeah.
maybe I got that going for me if I want to do
Yeah.
the AT.
I mean,
Now-
it sounds like you're better prepared to through hike the AT than I was.
Okay.
You've
So
done a lot more
Yeah.
preparation than I did.
Heather, I don't know if we want John back on a trail, because if I recall, John, the last time you were on a trail, you tore how much of your knee again?
Oh, geez. Yeah, Heather, I've had so many entries on the trail. I've
I
gotten bit
know.
by a dog on top of a mountain in the Adirondacks one time and had to hike out 7 miles.
Oh my gosh, I didn't hear that
After
story.
doing
Oh,
I
wow.
think it was like 15 miles and 4 mountains before that. And yeah, I was scouting out a potential new trail and tore my ACL, partially tore my patella, tore my meniscus bucket handle, and yeah, a bunch of other stuff on that one. So needless to say, I've invested in a Garmin InReach as I'm getting back into my trail
That sounds like
activities.
a good idea.
Yeah.
Do you carry anything like that, Heather? Tracking gear for yourself?
I do not. No.
All right.
No.
Do
I
you have any
a watch
essential
that I use
gear?
for
Go ahead, the watch.
not outside the basics, sleeping
Mhm.
bag, sleep tent, backpack. Yeah,
Sure.
just the things you need for survival.
Mhm.
Speaking of maybe a dog on the trail, I know you've run into some bigger wildlife, but Scrabble Hounds did ask. We have some. Thank you for people that are asking in the chat room questions. So definitely keep the questions coming, and we will get to them when we can. But so Scrabble Hounds asking Heather about which trail do you think you see the most wildlife, or do you think it? Well, you've been on all three times, so I guess you're the expert.
As far as like actual quantity, I mean, probably the Continental Divide trails, just simply because you see giant herds of like elk.
Right.
So you see sheer volume. As far as like diversity, the trail that I've seen the most diversity of wildlife on is probably the Benton Mackay Trail in southeastern United States. So it kind of shares the southern terminus with the Appalachian Trail on Springer Mountain, and then kind of horseshoes to the west and then comes back to the Appalachian Trail in the Great Smoky Mountains. And it's kind of a lesser known trail, and there was a lot more diversity and a lot less people. So, I mean, I saw bobcat, coyotes, all kinds of different birds, squirrels, bears, deer, obviously, just kind of seeing like a super high variety. On the AT, you don't tend to see a lot of wildlife other than deer and squirrels and the occasional bear, just because there's so many people on the trail.
Right.
And then, the Pacific Crest Trail, you do see wildlife, but you're also in very large wilderness areas where the wildlife can disperse very easily away from the human use corridor. So I
Right.
feel like you tend to see wildlife less frequently on that trail.
So we've debated before you were on, Heather, how much we can spoil, and so
From your books.
from your books. So you will be the guide to us as far as you're going to have to let us know if you're like, I can't talk about that, but you have to go get the book to see it. So that's always you let us know. We're gonna ask all the questions, and you let us know which ones we can't ask. But one thing that I did want to ask, and again, you let us know, which is mountain lions. Mountain lions seem to be your friends.
They
Or
definitely
maybe
like
not. How many have you seen on the trail, and how did you react to all that?
At this point, I have seen at least 6.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Possibly 7. There's like
Mhm.
maybe a couple that I'm not, you see the eyes and you're not really sure. It's just very fast.
Uh-huh.
See,
I
they're
mean,
your friends.
yeah, I tend to hike a lot in crepuscular hours, which is when they're out and about too.
Right.
So it's just, if you spend enough time in their terrain at the hours of day they like to be out, you're going to run across them.
Right.
But most likely, far more of them have seen you than you will ever see of them.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I definitely have had conversations with them. Most of them just run away the minute they see me. I yell
Right.
and wave arms and they just take off. There's others that we sit and we have a conversation and they look at me and I eat a snack and tell them that I'm not their snack and,
Right.
and they eventually go away and I keep hiking. And
There you go.
they're very much like very large overgrown house cats. They act very, very similar. They have a very similar demeanor and body language, and they're very interesting to me. But I haven't had any like aggressive encounters with them.
Right.
So I consider myself pretty lucky there.
Good.
Yeah.
Right.
One thing I meant we sort of alluded to, which is some books that Heather's written. So I wanted to point that out because I know that's going to come up as like, well, where can we get them and so forth. You can go to her website, wordsfromthewild.net. And again, I mentioned that because we also have a lot of audio listeners. So people are sometimes more like, well, you got it on the screen, Gary. Why are you mentioning it? It's like we have a lot of audio listeners as well to our podcast. So wordsfromthewild.net you can go to and you can check out her books and her appearances and things of that nature. So that is really cool. And back to y'all for a question next.
Yeah, well, I wanted to say, Heather, I really love your books. I love a trail hiking memoir, and they're both the Thirst and Mud Rock Blazes. They're each about setting the fastest known time on the AT and the PCT. So these are really accounts of major committed hikes that you're doing, the struggles you went through to do them, the fact that you're doing them self-supported, which is, there's all kinds of angles on how people achieve these hikes, and that's a pretty big angle. So these are intense accounts, and I do want to get the chance to tell you the last sentence of Mud Rock Blazes just burst me into tears, and I just wanted to be able to tell the author that. So thank you for your amazing tales, and very interesting. As someone who's never done a through hike, it's so interesting to be brought into that world. So I really love your books.
Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, and you had interesting encounters with people on the trails. Semi-dangerous encounters, right? Encounters that you didn't know if they were going to be dangerous or not. And you even, I thought it was interesting, you were encountering people who had heard of what you were doing and they were giving you other nicknames, as you're out on the trail trying to achieve these things. And people then realize, wow, we just encountered the girl who's trying to set this fastest known time. So very, very different parts of your books.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting parts.
Yeah. It's a very interesting world we live in with social media, and like that, people can know about you, but not know who you are.
Yeah, you're just a person out on the trail, but you're also like shocking people, with your 50-mile days, and you're hiking into the nighttime hours, seeing these creatures because you're hiking into the nighttime hours. You've talked about how it's hard for you to sometimes eat and keep your calories up. So these are just very interesting for the rest of us who aren't walking like you're walking, to hear about these adventures that you're having. Do you ever slow hike?
What is that? Once you set records, so you gotta. Well, I don't know. What do you think, Heather? There's times when you're not like, I'm not going to set a record this time, right? Or are you?
I mean, that's a really small component of what I've done, and I mean, I think that unfortunately that's the only thing I'll ever be known for. But it's definitely like the very tiniest, smallest swath of the things that I've done. I mean, I've covered over 50,000 miles, and of that, 4,000, 5,000 are done as FKTs. So 10% of what I've done,
Yeah, what a good point.
just in the
Thanks for
realm
pointing
of
that out.
hiking, has been an FKT.
It's like you said, it might be the flashy part.
Mostly, I just
but-
love being outdoors and.
Yeah.
Yeah, Heather,
And people are asking, what's your trail name?
Oh, trail name.
I have two trail names. I have one that I gave myself, and I have one that other people gave me. And I don't really use either one anymore. I mean, I guess sometimes I use them on trail, but so the trail name I gave myself was Anish. I gave myself that on my very first through hike. And the one that I was given when I was setting my Pacific Crest Trail record in 2013 was the Ghost. Again, like you mentioned, from people who had heard about what I was doing, but all they ever saw were my footprints.
Right. That's good. Well, and Anish is great just because of some heritage. It was a heritage sort of callback, I guess.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
That's
exactly. Like it's short for Anishinaabe, which are the Native American peoples of the upper Midwest in Canada. And my great-great-grandmother was Anishinaabe. So I chose the name to honor that part of my heritage.
Awesome. Very nice.
When you look back at the three, and you've done, and kind of remind people too, that Heather's done all three times, so which is incredible. But what is when you think of each trail, what comes to mind for you? Because I'm sure everybody has different experiences on each trail, but yeah, Cacher Nick has the same question I have, which was, what do you like best about each of those trails, which are very different? I mean, they're completely different parts of the country. So,
yeah, I mean, they're very different trails and very different experiences. And each of my experiences on those trails has been very different.
Mm-hmm. We're kind of losing her a little bit.
We got frozen for a moment. Yeah.
Got frozen for a minute. So hopefully her internet will catch up.
Yeah,
I did notice
very different.
Okay.
I'd say overall, the thing I love the most about the Appalachian Trail is the microcosm. I know a lot of people complain about it being the long green tunnel, that you don't get big vistas and views, but I think that the incredible diversity of the flora along the AT and the wildlife and things like that thrive within that ecosystem is truly incredible. And you enjoy the ready access to water. You never have to really think about water except in, a certain areas in the north during the summer. And it's just easy, it's well marked. There's a lot of towns, I could just, even if I, obviously I did, as I say, I could just get on the trail and hike it tomorrow with no preparation, and kind of did that already.
Yeah.
Like it's very easy to just get on that trail and have an experience, whether it's through hiking or hiking a shorter distance. The PCT, I just thrive on the environment of, like, I love the desert. I love the Cascades. The Sierras are okay. Like, I know everybody loves the Sierras, and I'm not in love with the Sierras. They're all right.
That is interesting to hear. That is mostly
but just like I thrive in that big open. Yeah.
Well, and I like.
Yeah, sorry, my network connection was just a little bit.
The Sierra for me on that trail, but just the big open vistas, the wide wildlife, or wild areas there. And then for the Continental Divide Trail, I think what I like the most about it is the fact that it is very choose your own adventure. The trail is quote unquote complete now, but it still has a lot of variety and alternates. There's a lot of opportunity to choose your own routes and how you want to get from point A to point B. Whereas the Appalachian Trail and the Pacific Crest Trail are far more defined paths with less options to kind of go wherever you want. So I like that about the CDT.
That's cool. Yeah.
Hey, Heather, one question I want to ask too is like, from hiking wise and with the mileage you do, like how do you kind of enter your zone or like flow state? And like, how does that work? Because I mean, with like knocking out like 50-mile days, it just seems like at some point you got to kind of like lock it in or like get in where things are just like kind of like going by. But how does that work for you?
I think that, I mean, to be clear, I do not hike 50 miles a day all the time. That is very much an anomaly. I would say that for me though, like, because at this point in my life, I've divided my entire adulthood to hiking, that the flow state comes very naturally. Like, that's just what I do. I wake up and I walk all day. And when it gets dark, I, turn on my headlamp and walk a little further. And then I set up my tent and I sleep and I get up the next day and I do it again. So, I transition pretty fluidly into that way of living, because I have just spent most of my adult life doing that, or at least, daily I go out and hike or run, so it's just a huge component of my life.
One person mentioned in the chat room, she says, big fan of Heather. I'm not a geocacher nor a thru hiker, but her books are fab reads. I'm not much for goals, but she inspired me. This is the interesting thing, that she's not much for goals, but she inspired me to track my walking this year, and I'm closing in on 1,900 miles. So,
nice.
I mean,
wow.
Fabulous.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So, sort of in was it a goal of yours is to inspire people to do something like this, where they're not really necessarily thru hikers, but here's a lady who is wanting to, I mean, she said she's not much of a goals, but obviously she was inspired to start tracking. So is that something you're hoping more people will do, is to kind of set some goals for their life and do these kind of things? Is that something you sort of become sort of a goal of yours as well?
I wouldn't say that's my goal. I mean, I don't ever have a goal of telling other people what they should do.
Sure.
I think that for me, with this aspect of like my public facing adventures and things like that, is that when I set my first fastest known time in 2013 on the Pacific Crest Trail, part of the verification process, we didn't really there wasn't a lot of development in the tracking realm at that point in time. The spot device existed, but it wasn't particularly good.
Right.
Was to have a way for the public to follow along, whatever that means.
Right, right.
So I created a public Facebook page where I posted from the trail, basically like pictures of myself at various locations, to kind of prove I was doing what I said I was doing. And I'm fully anticipating that it would just be my mom and like 10 friends that followed the page. And by the time I finished that hike, I had several thousand people following the page. And almost to a point where it was overwhelming, because people would come out onto the trail and try to find me.
Wow.
Which was, as far as I know, nobody had ill intent, but it was very disconcerting. Because, to me, like being out on the trail is definitely just kind of like a private space where I like to just be with nature. And, doing that public social media was simply a way of like documenting, for this FKT. But then after I got home, I was asked to like do a bunch of public speaking about my hike. And, I got a lot of messages through that Facebook page. and people came to my talks, and they would tell me this in person, and a lot of a wide variety of people who were very much inspired by what I had done, the commenter here, like even people who weren't through hikers, or it wasn't necessarily inspiring them to go do a through hike, although there were people that were inspired to do that, but to do other things, to make other changes in their lives, to take big risks, things like that. And in equal measure, there were also a lot of people who were very critical of what I was doing online. And that was enough to make me want to just shut down the public page, because I didn't, I wasn't doing it for any purpose other than the verification. But it was the sheer number of people who told me that it was having a positive impact on them is why I even kept it open. And so throughout, all of the intervening years since then, that is the purpose in having the page. It's the purpose of writing the books, because there are people who tell me that they find value in that. It wouldn't change what I do if I didn't share that. But as long as I feel like there is value in that for other people, and that people are benefiting from me sharing what I do, I'll continue to share. And if that stops being the case, then I'll stop sharing, because it's not going to change one way or another how I live my life.
No, that's good. Yeah, that's some people do things because they want the recognition, and we see it as as inspirational, but I think we also, I know the team is very much that we have sort of that mindset that you do, we tell this to everybody who, like, we have geocachers who they don't want to be, they want to quit because people will destroy their geocaches. And so they're like, we're done. We're going to quit. And it's like, we understand if you want to do that. We hope, our hope is that people will continue to be inspirational for others to go find, climb that mountain, because it is, and that's sort of our team. We see you as an inspiration, but we also understand that, because we've all experienced a little bit of this, people trolls that want to criticize and condemn. They've never done anything in their life, but they're experts on everybody else's life. It's like, it's hard sometimes to ignore those people and to continue the inspirational aspects of it. So I guess, that's part of our one of our messages tonight is that we're inspired. I know you have other people that have been positive and inspirational, to you, and we want to sort of champion that as well.
I have to ask, I hear people call Oregon flat and fast. Like, as someone who lives in Oregon and sees those big mountains out there, I'm very curious. Does that just mean in comparison to the Sierras, or is that like,
why they say that?
Is Oregon easy?
I think it's in comparison. I mean, the majority of people on the PCT are going northbound. So I think it's in large part in comparison to Northern California, actually. The Sierra, obviously, but the Sierra, you have issues with altitude, and you do have big climbs and descents, but Northern California are going into very deep river valleys. So you'll literally spend half a day going downhill, cross a river, and then spend the rest of the day or maybe part of the next day going uphill to get back out of that river drainage. So it's just like very deep river valleys is the nature of the trail. And in Oregon, where the Pacific Crest Trail is routed, you are very frequently in plateaus. between volcanoes. So,
Oh, wow.
you don't go over the tops of the volcanoes. You go kind of up into the parklands, circle around, and then kind of back down. So your climbs and descents are not as big as they
Right.
have been in Northern California. The mountains are obviously much bigger, but you're not going over the tops of them. You're not even going to
Okay,
the
that makes sense.
tops
then.
of, even close to the tops of most of them. Some of them you do, but
Right.
yeah. So
Right.
it's just
You're
coming out
making
of a
more
place where you're
miles
doing
than
very
in a
big
day. Yeah.
elevation changes. And
All right, good to know. I've always been curious.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I don't know if this question has been. Yeah, this is a great question. Out of all the places you've hiked, Heather, what are some places that you'd like to hike, or what's the next trail you're going to hike?
Oh, I mean, that's an ever evolving list. And I feel like just I'm very opportunistic with where I go, when opportunities present
Sure.
themselves. In a little over a month, I'm going to be going to Costa Rica, and I'll just be doing some day hiking there, nothing long.
Right.
But I would really like to do some hiking in places like Norway, in Greenland, and
Wow. Be cool.
I would like to go to Australia to do some hiking there, if I can get over the snakes. But there's a lot of mountains I'd like to climb around the world as well, which is a very different.
Yeah, we have another friend who has
list
done.
of places I'd like to go.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Thank you.
So we have another friend who he didn't do the whole trail, but he had part of the Camino in Spain and got lost in in the mountains.
Yeah, I was
So,
gonna say my internet might have frozen there for a second.
oh yeah, sorry, no problem. So is the Camino one that you might want to do, and is that of interest? The one in Spain.
I have been interested in the Camino kind of off and on, but it's a very different style of hiking. I'm pretty introverted, and so I'm not a huge fan of the idea of like staying in albergues with hundreds of people and
Sure.
that sort of thing. But I definitely have talked to a few friends who've done the Camino, and I have a really good friend, Tim, who just he's hiked the Camino twice, and he just wrote a book, about the Camino.
Cool.
It's like I think it's like called his name's Tim Mathis, and it's like the Every Person's Guide to the Camino or something. I'm probably getting the title wrong. Sorry, Tim. But it's super informative, and it kind of just talks about perception of the Camino as a modern day pilgrimage, and I found a lot of his thoughts on that very appealing. And I know that you can get private rooms in albergues and things like that. So
Sure.
I think it's like moved up a bit on my list of things to do.
Very cool. Yeah. So have you had a situation? So a friend of ours, like I said, he had sort of just started and he'd gotten a ways. And I don't know if you've ever had. Let us know if if you've had the same experience. But he got to a point because the Camino is fairly well marked. It's got the very unique marking. But he got to a point. He was like, I think I'm lost. Have you ever had a situation where you're like, wait a minute, I don't see a trail anymore? Has that happened to you? Oh, she's kind of locked up again. Sorry. We'll give it a second to catch up.
Sure. And I'll say, while we're letting that catch up, I did see that she has some Christmas bundles on her website for purchasing
cool.
books and
nice.
show autographed books. Yeah.
Oh, maybe she's back. There you are.
I'm here.
No problem.
Yes, I've gotten lost plenty of times. I think that of hiking the Continental Divide Trail, especially back in 2006, was really learning the difference between lost with the lowercase L and lost with a capital L.
Right.
So lost with a lowercase L is not as big of a deal as one might think. And, that's the most common kind of lost, where it's like you know where you are, but you're just really not sure where the trail went.
Right.
And as long as you know where you are, you can figure out how to get back to the trail.
Yeah.
But the lost with the capital L, and I've only been lost with a capital L a couple of times. And that's where you don't know where you are and you don't know where the trail is. And that's a very frightening place to be.
Sure.
And it really requires a lot of wherewithal to figure it out.
Sure.
And backcountry skill. Yeah.
Here's the book, by the way, that you were mentioned, I think, Heather. For those that are listening, audio, it's The Camino for the Rest of Us, a comprehensive guide to a life-changing journey on the worlds by Tim Mathis. Very cool.
Yes, that's it.
Very cool. I'm glad, finding these, some of these books is great. So are you working on another book? Maybe?
Yes. It'll be out in the spring of 2026, and it's about my calendar year Triple Crown. So the time where I hiked the Appalachian Trail, Pacific Crest Trail, and Continental Divide Trail all in an 8-month period.
Oh, I look forward to that. Good.
Yeah.
Hey,
So
Heather, on this one too, I think, I love the questions from people where it's out, recommending like how do people start? And Scrabble Hounds asked, out of all the 3 trails, what trail would do first that isn't the best hiker?
I mean, I think that, a lot of that comes down to your experience level and also what you're looking for in a trail experience. And, it's not necessarily choosing, one of the Triple Crown trails that we talked about. I mean, we literally have hundreds, if not thousands of trails just in the US. And I think that, the best way to get started is to pick things that are local to you, places that you have some familiarity, and start there. And, if you want to do something that's, one of these really long trails, build up your skill set and then, pick the one that sounds the best to you, because they are all very different and, they're not all going to appeal to the same people. And you will have the best time on the trail that suits you the best.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
You don't want to get on one and go, this is no fun. You don't want that. And I've got a long way to not have
I've
fun.
met people through hiking and they literally hate the trail that they're hiking. But
geez.
A lot of people, like, they have the goal of completing the Triple Crown, but they don't like one of the Triple Crown trails and they simply do it because they want to achieve this arbitrary thing of completing the Triple Crown, which I would never do that. Like, if I hated a trail, I wouldn't hike it. But for this arbitrary thing, but some people do. But I think you should spend your time hiking something you enjoy.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's good advice. Is there? I know you said the not the first time on AT or the second. When you did it the third time, were there items that, and this is probably true, I guess, for all of them, were there items that you were like, I'm not bringing that because I shouldn't have brought it to begin with? And then the third time you're like, I'm so glad that I've done it. And now I know I want to bring this. Is there any items that you're like leaving behind, or is there an item that you're like, this is coming with me?
Yeah, I mean, my gear list has evolved over the decades, and it continues to evolve. I mean, there's obviously changes in gear all the time.
Yeah.
And on my first AT, I mean, I had no idea what I was doing. I had all kinds of poorly chosen gear, didn't have some gear I needed. It's like I didn't start with a sleeping bag. So obviously that's a piece of gear you really need. So obviously I've always brought a sleeping bag since. But, I'd say, like, as time has gone on, it makes it easier for me to make those gear selections. Just because, I kind of have a sense of like what I will need and what I will want on various types of trail and in various types of weather or that time of year or whatever. So, like, you specifically asked about the third AT. That was my calendar year Triple Crown. So I started March 1st in Georgia, which is a very normal start time.
Right.
But when you're doing 30 miles a day, you move north at about 3 times the speed of the average person that's starting in March. So that meant like I was all the way up into Vermont by April, and it was still buried in feet and feet and feet of snow. So on that hike, I brought basically like my winter mountaineering gear. Like I had down jackets, I had waterproof layers, I had knee-high gaiters, I had traction for my feet. I had the whole thing. And I still was cold sometimes. But I was really knew I would be going into actual like winter type conditions. So I'd had enough experience at that point to understand that that was the position I was going to be putting myself in and be prepared for that with the proper gear.
Right.
So yeah, it becomes easier over time with experience.
Now, what would you consider? I'm really curious for somebody who's done FKTs. What would you consider your luxury item that you bring? Do you have a luxury item?
I mean, I think it probably depends on the FKT, like because some FKTs are longer, and therefore my luxury item might be something related to sleep, like a pillow or something. And
something fluffy, right? Yeah,
right. Yeah. And some are much shorter, in which case I don't really have a luxury item, or, the luxury item is just like an extra pair of socks, type of thing. Then, so I can not be wearing rags on my feet by the end. So it kind of depends on like what the endeavor is, and how long you're going to be out there. And like with any hike, what your priority is going to be. Are you going to spend a lot more time in camp, or are you going to spend most of your time walking? Because it makes you prioritize different things. You find comfort in different ways depending on how you're spending your time.
And how would you define a luxury item for those that maybe aren't familiar with luxury items in hiking and backpacking?
I mean, I don't love the term because I feel like it's really hard to define what's a luxury item, because what's a luxury item for one person might be, something that another person can't do without. But generally, it's considered something that is not essential for survival on the trail. Yeah, some people might make that a bit more explicit, but I feel like a lot of things we carry are luxury items if you use that basic definition. But yeah, I mean, a lot of people will usually carry like maybe something like a really light camp chair, or, a very nice inflatable pillow, or, things of that nature that aren't necessarily something something you could probably do without, but it enhances your time on the trail. And so you bring it with you.
I'm going to bring in our crosstalk with our next hour. So I'm going to bring in Tim. There's Tim and
Hey, Tim.
And Bryan. Hey, Bryan.
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 So I know Tim's from Michigan, so I think he had a question early on. Tim, I'm sorry I missed it, but I think you're asking what part of Michigan, I guess, Heather, you hailed from.
Yeah, did you?
I grew up just north of Lansing.
Oh, okay, nice. I grew up in a little town called Pinckney, just south of that.
Oh, I know where Pinckney's is.
Yeah,
I've been there.
A little bit north of Ann Arbor, that other side of the school.
And you're over in Bellingham. You're in Bellingham, and Bryan's in Seattle. So I don't know how far you guys are apart from everybody, but you're both in the same state.
Right, about 90 miles.
Cool.
Yes, Heather can tell us precisely, I would imagine.
Right? Oh, Heather, thank you for sharing insights into a world that most of us on this chat aren't familiar with at all, but you're just opening our eyes to imagining a whole other universe. And thank you for sharing through this interview and through your writing.
Yeah,
thanks for having me on. I appreciate the opportunity.
Absolutely. Thank you, Heather. And keep in touch. And let us know when the next book comes out, and we're going to continue to mention to folks where they can find your books. And again, Thank you so much. You've inspired us. We get out on trails, but nothing like that typically. So, but I think you have inspired some of us geocachers to get out and do some more hiking. So thank you again
For sure.
so much for being on tonight, and we appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Thanks,
Take
Heather.
care. Bye, Heather.
Absolutely. Yep. Have a good
Take care.
evening. Bye.
See ya.
Bye.
Thank you. All right, let me get next hour set up, and we will get going. So we'll get the 6 o'clock hour rolling. As I look at my notes, you guys stay tuned for that. And all right, let's get the 6 o'clock hour going right now.
Braxton was diagnosed with choroid plexus carcinoma, a brain tumor. St. Jude is helping us put away our fears. We have an amazing team that fights for the best outcome for Braxton. He has the best chance here. I don't have to worry that how much is that bag of fluid going to cost me? Can I afford it to save my child's life? The donations, they're paying for me to live every day with my son, and they're paying for me to live every day stress-free and enjoy every day with him. I wish there was a word bigger than thank you, more close to the heart, because thank you's not enough. They've given me hope. They've given me my son.
Welcome to the Geocache Talk Network's 9th annual podcast of hope. This year we are hoping to raise $12,000 for St. Jude Children's Hospital. These donations directly fund life-saving treatments and groundbreaking research. Your contribution, no matter the size, can bring hope to families facing the toughest battles of their lives. Imagine a place where families battling life-threatening illnesses never see a bill for treatment, travel, housing, or food. That's St. Jude. Every dollar you give helps these kids get the care they need and the hope they deserve. We've heard countless stories of courage and resilience from families who found a lifeline in St. Jude, and it's not just about the incredible medical care. It's about the community of support, the warmth, the love that you can be a vital part of. Now, let's join our hosts of the Geocache Talk Network's podcast of hope.
Thank you for being with us tonight and supporting St. Jude kids like me.
So a couple quick notes on our donations, and I'll get to the tote board here in a moment. But for this hour, we have donations or gifts to our donors from Space Coast. They have a coin gift pack. This is their number one gift pack they're giving away tonight. Go to spacecoastgeostore.com and check them out. Thank you, Space Coast, for donating tonight. We've also got Oak Coins gift pack. Is they're giving away a few of those. Tonight's is right now. And Scrabble Hounds is giving away some geocaching shirts. So this is one of their giveaways as well for this hour. So thank you to them, and welcome. Thank you guys for being on tonight. And Tim wanted to be on to grill Bryan. I'm sorry, ask Bryan some questions in a little bit.
Yeah, wait a minute. I don't want to grill Bryan. He was a really nice guy. I really wanted to share with everybody a Bryan story that I had that many people may not know about, and he looks like he forgot. There was this little event in Abbotsford, Canada, British Columbia, and I had spent the better part of the day wrangling signal.
We'll bring
Hey, that was great. So I'm sitting in the back after it's really hot, and I'm taking a break, and in walks Bryan, and he says, "Do you know where the break room is?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I do." And I said, "Why?" And he said, "Well, we want to grab some soft drinks for the vendors." So here I am with the president of geocaching. We're going up and raiding the refrigerator, and we got like 3 or 4 boxes of sodas.
Right.
And I'm carrying them, and he's handing them out to people that can't get out of their booths because it's so busy. And I was like, who does that? What CEO, what president of what company could possibly do that? Our own Bryan Roth. So Bryan, cheers to you. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. That's my welcome story. Bryan is human. And he's also muted.
Brian's muted. Sorry. See if you can unmute yourself there, Bryan. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. And I do remember doing that. I just remember it was hot, and there were, we had all these drinks and figured why not help out the people who are helping out. And the reality is it's something that if the thought crossed any of our minds as geocachers, we would not hesitate to do it. So another member of the community, and I'd like to say that every one of you, had it been suggested, would have been handing out sodas to whoever needed them. So it worked out pretty well. But yeah, I remember the story. I wasn't quite sure what you were going to say when you started. I'm like, there's 24 years of stories there. So some of them are a little less appropriate for the air.
Oh, man. Hey, has that ever been considered, Bryan, for a book for geocaching.com to release anecdotes and stories throughout the years? Because I'm sure with yourself, like Jeremy and others, I mean, there must be some really good, hidden gems in the history of geocaching.
I mean, without question, there are a lot of hidden gems. I think the hardest part is something, a smell or a sound or a scene will trigger a memory, and you're like, oh my goodness, remember that story.
Yeah.
But sitting down and being like, okay, what are all the, let's remember all the stories from 24 years. Like invariably, it's just so difficult to think about them. But yeah, we had our company holiday party last night. Which I think is almost like a tradition from my participation on this. It's like coming off the holiday party, and I'll say, we got to bed at about 3:00 in the morning.
Oh no!
And yes, it was. It's always a fun time, honestly. What I appreciate the most. Let's say I appreciate a lot of things, but one of the things that I appreciate is that spouses and partners and guests will come up, late in the evening where, we're a 93-person company, give or take. Yeah. And we had our holiday party at the Pacific Science Center down in Seattle. It's beautiful. There's so much to see, interactives and whatever. I have an anecdote that'll go with that. I'll share that in a second. But towards the end of the night, it's like, all right, we have a planned after hours that is like 12 to 2, and it's at a local bar. Normally we can walk, and over the course of the years, like that after hours has gotten a little bit more of a reputation as just being another part of the fun. And so we had like 45 people, like half the company showed up between 12 and 2:00 in the morning for after hours. And one of the things that was said to me by 2, if not 3 people effectively was, it's amazing to be at a company holiday party where everybody wants to stay together. People aren't looking for the quickest excuse to get out the door. Like you've got people dancing on the dance floor to, legit having a great time as if it's a gathering of friends. And the reality is, that's what it is. That's the best part of a holiday party. So the only anecdote that I was going to share now that it's been sort of brought up was, at one point they said, okay, if the different teams would like to get like a team photo, go here. And so they called out, the senior management team, the senior leadership team, please meet in the dinosaur room for your team photo. And we're like, the dinosaur room? Like, what are you saying? Like, I know it's been a while, but this is
dinosaur room.
But for those of you who have not been to the Pacific Science Center, the dinosaur room is extraordinary. I mean, they have can't say life size, but like scale models of animatronic T-Rexes and things like that. Anyway, that was last night, and so so there's a lot of stories.
You had to recover.
Well, it speaks to the volume. We know geocachers like to have fun. We know we have a great community, and we know that the HQ has a great culture that makes it all happen. So thank you to you all for making that happen for sure.
I mean, the gratitude goes in all directions, because really, like, this is a dream to get to do this kind of job. And you're saying, like, we like to have fun. That's the nature of the game, is like, together as a community, we're creating this thing that brings more fun to people's lives all around the world. In a nutshell, like, that's what we do. So it's spot on. Like, this is a group of people, like, we're not in it for, I mean, perhaps some people are in it for the drama, and it's not without its drama, but by and large, the overwhelming percentage of active people in the game are out there just, giving and sharing and having a great time in nature, which, I know we've discussed it before, but it's good for all of us, community wise, individual wise, etc.
Yeah, so it really does speak to, like you said, and it's been mentioned in the comments, and I know Jesse's working the chat room tonight, so thank you, Jesse, for doing that. But it's something we have talked before, but it's worth noting again. A couple of things. One is that you do have an incredible staff, Bryan, and I think many years ago, we were talking, and you're like, well, I wear a lackey shirt because I'm a lackey. And you're like, everyone here's a lackey, and I love this idea, and it's like, it's not just for people that are like, oh, well, that's a nice little slogan to have, but I have, from experience, know that it's not a slogan. It's something that you guys and gals really embrace and live out. And we have had, all of my experiences with, all of the lackeys has been tremendous. I mean, everybody has been, and like you said, that it's genuine. You can tell. We've all met people who, they're going to be whatever. They're going to be exuberant for something because they have an agenda, and they're like, they walk away. They're not actually, they're maybe not as, as genuine as you would hope they would be. But all my experience with everyone with HQ has been genuine. Everybody has been so wonderful. And we all appreciate that. We've all, met lackeys, at various times. Or at least hopefully people have, at least we have met many lackeys. We've been very thrilled with that.
We'll be out and about next year. So
cool.
More opportunities to
awesome.
to get to see some of us.
Yeah, we're gonna get to 2025 here in a minute for sure, because it's a big year, and 2020 we want to, 20th anniversary was nice, but unfortunately it was marred. So now 25, I think we're gonna be much better off, I think, this time around.
Yeah, it's very exciting. It's one of those things where, you think about 24 plus years as it stands now, and it's like, wow, that kind of went quick. And then it's like, well, I don't really remember a time before this, so it didn't really go quick. It's this strange, but when it comes to, the lackeys, it's like all of us, it's an aspirational, like, how do we give more? How do we challenge ourselves? And it's not like, you start as a lackey and you come in, it's like, let's train you on how to care. You can't really teach that. But what the reality of it is that what we have to do is we have to help, especially newcomers, connect to the community so that they understand, you develop the sense of caring because you see how special it is, and you see the groups of people around the world with, different cultures and different locations, but sharing the same passion for the game and sharing in the same way, creating experiences for others, volunteering time to put on events, organizing a giga or mega, or next year's the block parties and the community celebration events. Like, every piece of that is an element of giving. And so as much as it's taking place internally at HQ, and we manage to turn this into like, okay, we get to do this for a living, like what a amazing thing that is. But like, it's happening all over the world, and it's not just us. And I know we've talked about it in the past, but this is like when you talk about the strength of the community or any community, this was never something that could be done by a company or an individual or a team. Like, it's only scalable at this level through community adoption and integration and welcoming people and including people and letting people know that, hey, if you want to join us, you are welcome. And the world abounds with these treasures for you to go find. And look at what we've created collectively over 24 years. And so on the cusp of 25 years, it's something like, let's celebrate. We're excited about it. I don't have the exact count. I haven't looked in a few days, but traditionally there's like 50 or so megas and gigas annually, and I think we're either very close to or over 100 next year.
Wow.
100, like, amazing. And if you think about like the scale of what it takes to produce even one of those, here you've got these organizations around the world. That's just the megas and gigas and block parties, but there's going to be another 40, 50,000 regular events that take place every year also. 40,000 gathering, it's such a big number, but every little bit of that's not us. We're maintaining the platform. We're going to make sure that it runs ideally as well as it possibly can. We're going to look at obviously making some positive changes to it in 2025. I would say I'm excited about the things that we have announced. I am just as excited about the things that we have not yet announced. And so
but you're going to announce those tonight, right?
Bryan, we are incredibly supportive of spilling the beans here. I want to let you know that. And certainly we encourage that. And we feel that's a good thing for community engagement.
I'm generally conservative and risk averse. And if you understood how much trouble I would get in if I mentioned even the littlest bit, you would understand.
Four of us, really. There's nobody else. There's just the four
nobody's
of us.
listening. Yeah, nobody's listening.
Bryan,
don't tell anybody.
Between you and me, if there's some big pizza
everybody turn your headphones off for a second.
Right.
Well, I think that all of
it's going to be a fun year. It is going to be a fun year.
I think a couple of comments that, go back to the people. I've never met a lackey I haven't liked. And, I've met a number of lackeys out in the field, and I really appreciate you. Thanks, Neil. I really appreciate the way your company lets or sends lackeys to the various events. I mean, that's great. And I think what is awesome is when I get to meet a lackey in the field at their very first event. And you get to watch their eyes glaze over that they have no idea what they're getting into.
Right.
And everybody comes up to them and is so warm and friendly and greeting, and it's amazing.
I was at a mega in Hellendoorn, which is in the Netherlands. I think we may have talked about that. That was the amusement park mega, which in its own right was exceptional. Cool. And we traveled there at that time. I want to say there were like 4 or 5 lackeys, maybe 3 of whom Annie was there, Annie Love. And so she's got plenty of event experience, of course, but there were a couple of lackeys for whom it was their first mega. And I remember before the mega started, we were all out sort of in the parking lot of this amusement park, and there were hundreds of people there. And, I have a group of people that I'm talking to, and Annie does as well. And I look over and I see the other 3 lackeys, and they all have 20 or 30 people standing around them. And, there were various sort of facial states of like amazement or like, oh my goodness, I know they told me it was going to be like that, but I had no idea. And I just couldn't help but smile because I knew like the experience of getting to all of a sudden have an instant friendship with so many people or have something to talk about with, for those of us who traveled before geocaching, it was a rare occurrence that you would have the opportunity to truly interact with not just locals, but people who are also travelers. Everybody's walking along in their own box, but here you go to an event and it's like, that spirit of connection is so strong, and to take lackeys particularly who are, seeing a lot of that here, hearing about, what it means to serve the community and move our mission forward, and try and do more of what we're trying to do, for them to go and then understand that, like, oh, this is what is being powered by this. This is the element that we're adding to this overall equation. And as somebody who's now been involved for 24 plus years, it's just such a wonderful feeling, because I know how special it is. And to know that people that I care about here at HQ are getting to experience something that is that special is, I don't know, how do you script that? You can't. It's, this I've said this before, but like, folks have asked, is this the did you, Jeremy and Elias, get together and like plan how this was going to be? And it's like, this is not the product of a business plan. This isn't the product of any kind of master plan, really. But it's the result of 10,000 individual decisions that have been made by various people throughout this company, throughout the community, that have influenced and shaped this game. And that's what we get. That's what we get to experience. And knowing as we do just how special that is, well, awesome. Let's keep going. Let's go have a big, year-long party to celebrate, and let's challenge ourselves to take it further than that the year after.
Yeah, I think that some people don't realize that you and your and the lackeys are always receptive, like genuinely receptive to input. That it's not where some companies are like, look, you're just a customer. We don't really care, whether you like our products or not. I mean, if you don't like it, go somewhere else. You guys have always been, everyone there has been like genuine. If you have input, send us information, and we will take it to we'll take it to heart, and we'll kick it around, and we'll give it some thoughts. So, that was a question I know Jesse was asking about, which was the community, and you've sort of touched on that, which was how the community has sort of been able to help shape geocaching.
I mean, in the early days, we didn't have all the inbound tools. We certainly, there was always sort of scale challenges of, how many people are asking for the same thing, and how many people can respond to those emails. What do we choose to do? What do we not choose to do? But the reality is, what you see here is based so much in that feedback from the community, not just the feedback that was inbound, but like observational feedback, like watching what people do. You think about trackables. People were doing trackables, attaching a note to a Matchbox car and throwing it in a cache and saying like, hey, please email me when this moves, and I'd love to see it go. And like, we saw that happening online, and Jeremy, to his, creative credit once again, was like, hey, we could make this easier. And, if I had a nickel for every time Jeremy said, hey, we can make this easier, and brought about some profound change to the game. I mean, the whole nature of the geocaching website was, in the very early days, he came back from his first geocache hike, and he said, this was awesome. I got attacked by bugs. It was too hot. We ran out of water. I shouldn't have had my car on that trail. But it was awesome. And I have an idea for building a website to make it easier. And so when we saw people attaching notes to items, putting them in caches, we said, oh, travel bug dog tags. And all of a sudden you've got a business where there's millions of trackables that have sprung from that. That was something that somebody in the community, I wish I could tell you who was doing that, or who Jeremy stumbled on at the time, but that was sort of the birth of trackables. And you think about cash in, trash out as an example. It's something that has such a profound impact, allows us to have such a profound impact. And I'll tell you about a CETO event that we just had on Thursday. But when you think about cash and trash out, we saw people like posting in the forums like, hey, I've been bringing a trash bag with me when I'm, when I'm out, I'm cleaning, like, you should do it too. You should do it too. And I remember sitting in Elias's basement thinking like, oh, this is cool. Like, what should we call it? And it was like, I don't remember how we came up with cash and trash out. Obviously it's stuck, but in the early days it was Cyto, and now it's Ceto, and at some point somebody sort of started talking about it a little differently, but that's what we have now. The Ceto that we did on Thursday, those of you who've been to HQ, if you've been up to the Troll in Seattle, it's one of the very famous spots. There's an organization. So HQ does a cash and trash out event in Fremont once a month. As a company, we do it, and we get turnout not just from us as a company, but the local community comes, and we clean up spaces. And this past Thursday they brought in like bark, and they sort of landscaped around the Troll. It actually looks beautiful. It's much more accessible. But they had yards and yards of mulch that was like, I don't know, 150 yards away. Yards and yards, but 150 yards away, and we had to carry it on tarps and in buckets and go spread it out and rake it and whatever. But we probably had 30 or 40 lackeys there, and it was one of those things where like everybody was working hard. Like it's cold outside, but I needed to take a layer off because you're moving buckets of stuff and raking and whatever. But when it's all said and done, like, you look back and we say, hey, that place that's going to be visited by thousands of people, we just made it a little bit nicer. We just gave back a little. And some of there's a geocache right by the Troll. And so like cleaning up our game board is one of those examples that originally the community helped us see an opportunity that we were able to harness for the good of everybody. And so that's what builds something that's special like this.
That is awesome, because that area, I can see if you add some mulch to it, it would make it. I mean, it's a nice area, but I can see where that would be a huge improvement to that little spot. But
it's so much nicer now. Really, so much nicer.
No reason to visit.
Yeah,
it was dirt when
many
I was
hands. It was dirt. It was like a little sketchy to go up behind the Troll. It's clean. There's like we did the mulch part, but there's a lot of new plantings. There's new sort of rockery areas. It's really well done. Awesome. And we partnered on the Ceto with it's like I forget exactly the name of the organization, but it's like the Friends of the Troll. So they arranged the mulch to be brought in. They brought tools. We brought our own tools and a lot of gloves that are really in need of a wash right now. But it was a wonderful way to spend an early evening, with your colleagues and community members.
That is so awesome. To me, it's just like the whole geocaching events where you interact with community is just one of those like magical parts of the game. I know, big shout out, Fishing Gal had the great geocache container exchange earlier today. We all wrapped, geocaching containers with different gifts, went there and then exchanged them. And it was just awesome, opportunities like that. Bryan, question for you on this side. It's, so much people ask like of HQ, if HQ could ask something to the community, what would HQ ask to the community?
I think the easy answer, quite honestly, is we're really excited about the impact that all of us as a community are having. This is good for people. It's good for community. It's ultimately good for the world and all of that. But if you know somebody who would benefit from a little more time outside, from a little more community, maybe they don't have a community where they feel they fit. Maybe they're looking for something fun to do. I know my parents are on sort of the cusp of retirement, and my dad's like, I can only play golf so many days a week. What can we do? And I'm like, what do you mean? Well, we got this game over here. I have a suggestion for you. But so So if you think about it, like, look at what we've done already as a community. We have shared this game with the people around us, and we've brought more players into the community, built a stronger community, ultimately built a stronger game that's having more of a positive impact. So, you know, when folks say, like, where do you want to be 5 years from now? Where do you want to be 10 years from now? I want this game to positively impact the lives of more people. And the way that happens, it's not us buying Facebook ads or, you know, running TikToks, although that stuff helps. But at the end of the day, it's people who understand and appreciate the game. Like, take your friends out, show somebody who is in need of something like geocaching about the game. It's not for everybody. You know, my brother loves to fish. He'll go geocaching when I'm in town, but he's got his thing. Not everybody has their thing. So, you know, oftentimes people are looking, or maybe they don't know that they need to be looking because you see a buddy who's in a rut, or you're, you know. So what I would ask, what we would ask, and what we should all be asking is, how do we share the joy that this game brings, that this community brings, that the geocaching events bring, that participating in a CEDO brings? How do we share that with more people? Because at the end of the day, it's good. It's good for everybody. You know, it just makes it better for all of us. And you know, one aspect is, like, you think about the people that are creating extraordinary geocaches or extraordinary events. Like, there's people out there that haven't been given the chance to show what they're capable of. And so bring somebody in, and, you know, the next thing you know, you got a very highly favorited cache that's bringing, you know, orders of magnitude of joy to people that never would otherwise have had that, but for bringing this new cacher to the game.
Yeah, one thing that sort of a semi-shameless plug, but I want to get your input on because it fits right into what you're saying, which is something that we're going to launch December 29th for next year, which is Cache Odyssey. Cache Odyssey is something we've been involved with. We've got 6 geo tours that we're going to be launching. One Cache Odyssey in every state. So there's 50 geocaches on the geo tours. And thank you to Jeff, the Gear Guru, for helping with that. Something that this was sort of a passion of Jesse's, and I think is very interesting, in which is to make geocaching more accessible. The terrain one for wheelchair accessibility. So it's something that obviously goes beyond that, but wheelchair accessibility is one item that I think is, geocaching, HQ is embraced, but I think a lot of geocachers, we feel, are not really embracing the possibilities of involving more people that can enjoy the outdoors more by having, the great sport of geocaching be available to them. So is that something that you feel like HQ might be able to be involved with a little bit, as far as, is HQ looking for possibilities for more accessibility for folks to be involved in geocaching?
Absolutely, of course. I mean, we're absolutely interested in making the game more accessible for people. You know, we actually have a very heavy focus with our mobile application and the website for accessibility. We have people, there's like, we would call it like an accessibility pass on new things that go out. So it's like, will a screen reader properly interpret this for somebody who, is using some tools to access the website?
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, just things like, maybe you've noticed, but when you upload an image on in a log or something, it'll ask you, like, would you add text to describe this image? That's because not everybody can see it. And so the screen readers will say something like, this is an image of, and then it'll use the text to present it. So there's some of that accessibility work taking place. I think we're always open to ideas, like, how can we, what can we do in physical space to make it more accessible? And knowing that, like, as we know, HQ is not out placing the caches. we can present the experiences. We are we're sort of the presentation layer for the game, but we're not creating the underlying experiences. And so
Right.
in order to create a more physically accessible game, it's going to start with more education, marketing, talking about it, sharing with cache owners. Like, have you considered who is going to be able to find your cache? And maybe there's ways for us to showcase, like, hey, these are more, it's supposed to be one terrain, it's supposed to be wheelchair
Supposed to
accessible,
be.
but who tells us it's one terrain? The cache owner. And so if we're not doing a great job with the education, if
Exactly.
The cache submission process, for example, maybe there's something we can do there. But also, when people who are placing caches, like having the conversations at events, bringing it up as a topic, obviously on the podcast, and sharing, like, what can we do as a community to create more experiences that are accessible for other people who might not be like us, or might be like us, and how do we take constructive steps to actually do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I really appreciate that, because I know for like me, when I had a knee injury and then broke my foot, it's like I was looking for terrain 1 caches, because I'm like, man, I got to go out, I got a cache, but I got to find those caches I can get. And it was like such a bummer when like I would go out and the cache was not accurately rated, for terrain 1.
It's important.
And granted, what I was going through was temporary, but for people where it's a little bit, where it's not temporary, that just seems like a critical part of the game of being inclusive. So that's so good to hear that HQ is embracing that. I really appreciate it.
We certainly are. It's funny. I had an experience like a week ago, and I was out caching with Heidi, my wife, and we went to find a cache, and I don't remember exactly what the difficulty was, but for those of you who don't know, I'm not a very tall person for what it's worth. And so this cache, I kid you not, was just out of reach. And Heidi was sitting in the car, and I walked back to the car, and I'm like, I need some help. Like, one of us is gonna have to boost the other one up to get this cache. And it's, obviously it's a different form of accessible challenge, but it's almost a reminder that even if you're not in a wheelchair, there's still challenges. Like, people have different challenges. There's people who are wearing hearing aids that you might not be able to see because there's such good technology these days. And like I hesitate to use the word limitations, but like, limitations aren't always visible. And so it's not always easy to solve for that. But if we're thinking about it, and if the more sort of we can bring in diverse perspectives and hear from people who are experiencing these things, it just helps us to do a little bit better the next time, because now we know, now we understand. And that's part of growing as a community. It's part of the ideally the natural evolution of this game, is to become more inclusive, more accessible to everybody, because we want more people getting outside and having fun.
Well, and we forget sometimes. I think this is my message, I guess, to geocachers that are out there that are with us tonight, and that is, step back and think about things outside of your norm. If you are not somebody who has some accessibility situations, things that I don't think about, but John thinks about, because John's colorblind. So, or at least somewhat colorblind, right, John? You're kind of,
well, I mean, for me, so I'm red-green colorblind, but I don't really process things by color, and that doesn't make sense to some people, but it's just because color's inconsistency. I don't remember color. I don't think in color. So for me, it's always interesting if I encounter a cache that is dependent upon colors. It's like almost like there was one library cache I went into, and I was jazzed. It had so many favorite points. And I went to the first stage, and it's like, find the wall that is this color. And I think I just walked out of the library. I was like, I'm done, on that one.
Yeah, but that's a great example of the fact that we all need to sort of, again, step back and think about this. Okay, am I making, say, a puzzle cache that is dependent upon this kind of situation where it's, red green is a problem. I mean, we need to all, like, and this happens. We've talked to people who have that are, again, things that people sort of flippantly go, oh, it's wheelchair accessible. Well, is it really wheelchair accessible? I mean, do you know that it's really wheelchair accessible? Are you just guessing? And also the thing that we did with Cache Odyssey, yes, another shameless plug, is we asked people to make an awesome geocache for wheelchair accessibility, so that all these caches, if they're, they had to be one terrains, and they have to be awesome. I mean, that's the whole, the point was, like John said, we have to all sort of think about these kind of things and try to, up the game a little bit, and up the adventures for folks, in various, whether they're, short, tall, wheelchair, in a wheelchair, not in a wheelchair, all these various things. We need to all kind of, I think, step back sometimes and think about these things.
I'll say I didn't know that all of those caches were one terrain. That's wonderful. I mean, look, that's doing exactly what we're talking about doing. And then how do we create some outreach to groups who would appreciate that and benefit from it as a pathway to get involved? And it's not, it's not the promise that, like, hey, all 3 million caches are going to be like this, but it is the promise of, hey, look, this thing was created specifically to be available to everybody, including you.
Yeah.
Come on in, you're, welcome. And that's a rolling out the red carpet. I mean, that's really, I'm delighted to hear it. It's one of those examples of, like, as I said, we're making contributions as a company.
Yeah.
But our contributions are amidst a sea of contributions being made throughout the world by other participants. And so, here I am, like, thinking about that set of geo tours and how it's set up. Like, I didn't do anything, but I know, but as a member of this community, as somebody who's a part of it, like, I'm proud of us. I'm proud of what we are building together, because that aspect is just as important as some of the other aspects that we're creating.
Absolutely.
I mean, you, through your empowerment of your employees, and you set the example, you set the culture in the organization to benefit the community. And if you haven't done that, Jeff and Gear Guru would not take the step that he did to lay out the opportunity for these 6 geo tours to come to fruition. And granted, maybe it's not a big role for HQ, but it's an important role, because now we know where to look for them. We know how to find them. And we really haven't published the list of placers yet, but it's an all-star lineup. If this geo tour doesn't get 1,000 favorite points in the first year, well, maybe it's only because there's only 3 days left in this year, but it will next year.
Yeah, it's coming out in 29.
Fantastic. That's really, really fantastic. And for those of you out there who have placed one of these caches, like, thank you. Thanks for doing that. And for the organizers of this whole project, like, you guys, like, thank you. It's tremendous. And knowing that that's going to be available for folks is just another positive aspect of the game.
Yeah. It really speaks to what you're doing, Bryan, which is, you've hired, you have incredible lackeys. And again, you were talking about before, like, and Tim mentioned about Jeff, Gear Guru, he has, and again, we're pointing him out because he was involved with this, but this works for all lackeys that we've been involved with. But just currently talking about Jeff, when that is that, he embraces, the mission of geocaching, of HQ. And so he embraces that. He's able to then, be a part of that. He is sort of now interacting with the community, us in the community who are wanting to be also part of the mission. And so it's kind of neat, I think, that we are able to be part of that. I mean, I know that we've talked about it before. We're grateful to be included sometimes in things, and we're from the podcasting side of things, we are always looking for ways that we can champion the mission of geocaching, and so that's been really good. I've got to stop.
Yeah, there's a very important
Jesse
question.
Very important question.
Jesse's in the chat room. He's got to ask you. There it is. There's the question.
I see it.
You knew it was coming, Bryan.
I actually hadn't thought that it was coming, but I should have. I should know.
Should have known that where I goes, we're coming.
I'll say it should be no worse off than it is now. But
Stay the course.
I wouldn't expect any positive changes to where I go in the near term, solely because we are focused on other things. Other things that, given time, resources, priorities, we feel are more important to focus on. And as a relatively small company, I can say, like I said earlier, I'm excited about the things that we're focused on. I'm excited about what we're trying to do next year. I lament the fact that we have neither the time, resources, the time or resources to work on Where I Go among a list of other projects that are live, that need improvement, or are right now concepts that something that we want to build. And there we have those, we have them in our back pockets, and it's like, when do we have the time? When are we going to do it? What comes next? And it's a constant exercise. And really at this point, Where I Go has been in its current form for a while. We have no plans to retire them. And I would say, if that's helpful, if that's helpful, like, we have no plans to retire them. I would personally view that as a pretty big takeaway, because I know a lot of people love them. And hey, it's not, it doesn't work nearly as well as it should. It certainly doesn't sort of honor the goals that we set for the platform in the beginning. But in a lot of ways, we built it as far as we could. We let it go, and then we're just focused on other things. And as I said, I'm excited about those things, both the ones that you're seeing and the ones you haven't seen yet.
Yeah. Well, hey, Bryan, now as that's a very important question that Jesse asked, and I have a somewhat controversial question that I have to put out there.
Go right ahead.
Your input on it. And this is aligned with some of my interests. I have to admit this. Does HQ have an official stance on pineapple on pizza?
Okay, that's enough. Okay, I'm kicking him out. I kicked him out, Bryan. So he's gone.
I almost want to answer it, and what I could say. So there has been more than a few Slack conversations at HQ about pizza over the years. And as far as I know, I don't believe there is an official stance.
Okay.
There you go.
I don't believe that we've decided one way or another. And I suppose, it's one of the things, like, should there be an official stance on, what's the best cache type? Probably not, because we want to, different people like different things. So look, if you like pineapple on pizza, more power to you. And if you don't, order something different. Get your pepperoni, your meat lovers, or veggie, or whatever. There's plenty of different pizzas to go around.
There you go.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That's been a burning question on my mind.
I'm happy to help out with that.
Yeah, thank you for helping us solve that one.
So going back to 2025, Bryan, I did a little research while you were going on. 104 mega or giga events.
Oh, look them up. Cool. You're right.
For next year.
Yeah.
104. There you go.
104. 1,413 of the regular / CEDO group. We can't search for community celebrations event. Maybe that's something you could talk to somebody to fix.
Oh, that's interesting. We don't have a filter for that.
No, there isn't. You find it with the regular events, but then you got to sort through them. So anyway, 1,400 regular events. So what are you looking most forward to for 2025?
Let's see. Well, first of all, give me 1 second because I just want to make a note.
Yeah, make a note.
Community celebration event.
Yep.
Search. Okay.
There you
So
go.
that's just now on my list, and I'll, it's either something that we'll find the time to do in the near term, or there's some technical reason why that's difficult.
Yeah, no problem.
But I'm going to look at that. Sorry, ask me the question.
Well, it's important for next year. I mean, it may not be important for the year after, but for next year, those of us that collect community celebrations, you've got to do an event search, and then you got to work through that to figure out where they're close to you. So that would be great.
Good question, Tim.
I'm gonna share it, of course. Okay. Yeah. What was the other question? I'm sorry.
So what are you looking forward most to 2025?
I am. Oh man, there's so many things that I'm looking forward to. So I'll tell you just a couple because I can't say just one. Okay. I am looking forward to lackeys, including myself, being out in the community and attending these events and celebrating 25 years with the community. I know we talked about this in the past, but the 2020 event, which became the 2022 event, was really wonderful. Having people in Seattle, it was a whole lot of fun. Yeah. But what we know is that not everybody can make it. Not everybody has the time and resources to make it to Seattle that particular weekend, for the party. And so we said at the end of last year, like, hey, we're not doing this for 2025. We are going to celebrate with the community. So we've got the block parties coming back. We got the community celebration events. And then with 104 events, we're going to try and have lackeys at a lot of them. And, we won't be able to make it to all of them. It's just not practical, but try and get out there and celebrate with the community. That's one thing. Honestly, I'm looking forward to putting some new things in front of the community and seeing if it resonates in the way that I think it's going to resonate.
Very cool.
So I think there's some opportunities to celebrate. I'm looking forward to this game getting a little bit of attention because it's 25 years, because that attention translates into the kind of awareness we were talking about earlier, where more people hear about it, more people say, oh, that sounds like fun. Maybe I should try that with my kids or with my grandparents or with my spouse or partner or, you name it. And all of a sudden we get more people participating. So those are a few of the things I'm looking forward to. There's more. I mean, looking forward to working here at HQ for another year with this incredible group of people. I think we've talked about this in the past, but I worked in law firms. I was in New York City, pushing paper around and whatever. And it's here we are doing something like this together as a group and as a community. And it's not just life-changing for everybody out there in the geocaching world, it's life-changing for me too. So I'm looking forward to another year of getting to do something that I never could have dreamed of doing. And, at its foundation layer, being a part of this game with all of you. I'm really looking forward to that.
I know somebody that would like to ask you about 2025. And so I'm going to bring him in because he's going to be on in the next hour, but Joshua, you want to ask Bryan a question?
Joshua.
I'm also going to bring Ains in too because she's already here too. So thank you, Ains, for being with us.
Hey,
hey, Ains, how are you?
I'm doing well on this Saturday. The sun just went down, but I had a wonderful lunch at a cafe. So can't ask for more.
So Joshua, you
Joshua's on mute, so he can't talk. So I'll slip my question in while he's muted.
No,
wait.
I'm a challenge guy. I'm all about challenges.
Tim wants to ask about
challenges. Are on your spectrum.
How many challenges are on my spectrum?
Well, are you? Where do challenges sit on your spectrum?
Do you like to do challenges?
You go after them anytime you find them.
I'm not one of the people that looks for the challenges and tries to figure out if I meet the qualifications and go out and find it. I'm much more of an opportunistic geocacher. Although, like, I have a deep appreciation for the fact that they exist, and it gives people something to go for, something to goal setting and things like that. I think it's a very important part of the game, but it's one of the aspects that I aspire to have more time to do all of these caches. I maybe in retirement, 10 to whatever years from now.
Right.
So
Fair enough.
anyway, all right, that's my answer.
Fair
How's it
enough.
going, Josh? How's it
All
going,
right, Josh, go
Joshua?
ahead.
Joshua, go for it.
I'm doing well. How are you? It's good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Question? You have a question for Bryan before we
Well,
lose?
you put me on the spot. I don't know.
You did. I did.
Well, wait, let me just say, Joshua, if you don't have a question, I have something to say about some of the work that Joshua is doing, and how it intersects with some of the work that we're doing. So in the last couple of weeks, some of Joshua's TikToks, some of the media that he's producing with Daniel Flager over in Hanover, Germany.
Oh, yeah.
Using Adventure Lab as a tool set to create experiences at Globetrotters, the outdoor rec store in Europe. And then also, I don't know if it was a library where they had your comic, Joshua.
That was actually in a Globetrotter store too.
Oh, that was in the Globetrotters. Where was the coffee? Where's the coffee mug?
The coffee shop was in a restaurant inside of a shopping mall.
Okay, so for what it's worth, if you're ever over, were those both in Hanover?
Yes, those were both in Hanover.
Okay, so if any of you get over to Hanover, like what Daniel, who's Geheimpunkt, and Joshua did, there are these. First of all, go see Joshua's media online. There's plenty of it, but one of the coffee cups, you have to order a hot beverage at this coffee shop, and the cup itself, when the heated beverage gets into it, it becomes almost like an escape room in a cup.
Yes.
But Adventure Lab, it's a multi-stage adventure where you have to answer questions, and I just want to say, like, it's something that, for those of us here who are passionate about Adventure Lab and what we believe to be the experimentation that could take place with Adventure Lab, like, it makes me so happy to see you guys pushing the envelope on that, not just doing it, but also sharing it to inspire the next generation or the next group of people who say, what else can I do with this platform? And I think it's such a great example of what can be done. And for what it's worth, I'm not the only one that's celebrating that at HQ. So keep going. Thank you. And thanks for sharing it. It's really greatly appreciated.
Yeah. Thanks, Bryan. It's just amazing the tool that Adventure Labs have become to, think even farther outside the box of what we see geocaching being. So, and Daniel is just an incredible mind to use that tool in such an amazing way.
He really is. He's a super creative entrepreneur. Hey, Roxy.
Bring a Roxy Ben too.
Roxy and Ains, nice.
Hi.
Hey, glad you're aboard. So we're wrapping up with Bryan and starting to get ready for the next hour. But again, thank you, Bryan, as always, for being with us again tonight. It means a lot to us. It means a lot to Podcast of Hope for you to be with us. And really, for you, as I mentioned before, HQ has been so encouraging to us. There's no need, in a sense, for HQ to be involved with our podcast at all, but you all at HQ have been so warm and encouraging to us in our podcast, over the years, and just been able to, in accessibility. We've had different folks on. Different lackeys have been on the show at different times, and it's just been tremendous, to be part of the community, like we started off the hour, which was to be have that community be an integration with us, with the geocachers, with HQ has been wonderful. So again, thank you so much, and we're looking forward to 2025. And if you want to share anything, there's really nobody watching right now.
Got 1 minute left, Brian. We can do this.
Go ahead and tell us something.
So briefly before I go, and I'm going to a holiday party of a former lackey.
Yeah, you gotta leave. Yeah,
I'll say it's an honor to be part of this podcast of hope every year, and I please invite me back next year. I would love to get to talk to you guys again, to talk to everybody again, and certainly in the interim works for me as well. And then one more time, thanks for doing this. Thanks for bringing this special bit of magic to the geocaching community, doing something that will help children and St. Jude's. It's really special to be a part of it, and I know you folks give a lot of time to make this happen, and from all of us at HQ and really the community as a whole, it's another positive aspect of this game, and you all deserve a lot of credit. And so thanks for having me again. You've got Joshua and Roxy and Ains, and I hope you all have a wonderful evening and happy holidays and happy new year. And we're going to have a really good time in 2025.
Yep.
So thank
you so much, Brian. Hey, have fun at your party, and we'll wrap up tonight. And Tim, thanks for being.
We got $2,577 in the bank because now
we're doing great.
Awesome.
Yeah,
that's great.
So Tim, thanks for being along as well, and we'll get a reset for the hour, and we'll get this hour started up. This will be awesome. So, and let me get the video that I want to show next.
Cheers.
Bye, Brian.
Okay. Thanks, Brian. So we're going to this one right here.
He is so personable. If you see him at the store, you better say hi, because if you don't, he will continue to say hi and say, "Mommy, why aren't they talking to me?" He is mechanically inclined. I mean, he will, if there's a screwdriver laying around, he will have shelves off the wall. He's tried to take door pins out of the doors. He's got his fake tools and he is hammering away.
I worked on a tractor today. I put some new screws in, but my motor wasn't doing now. I couldn't get my motor doing on the tractor because I had a new screw.
To sum up 2019, we started the year off, I was pregnant, and we had sold our home way quicker than we had ever expected.
And we had no place to go. We borrowed my parents' camper, moved in.
Elliot was diagnosed with acute lymphoblastic leukemia on April 2nd of 2019. He was 22 months old at the time, coming into St. Jude, and we just kind of felt like we were where we were supposed to be.
I just thought it would be awful, and nothing could be further from the truth.
Elliot looks around and he's like, "There's other kids here."
He's walking up and down the halls talking to everybody. Everybody's got a smile on their face. The staff, the patients, it's a magical place. If my dad would have got what my son has, he would surely have died. If I would have got it, I'd have had about a 50% chance of survival. And now Elliot, my son, has over 94% chance. It's pretty amazing in just a few generations. We don't expect him to remember any of this, which is a blessing in one way, but another way, we're going to feel an obligation just to tell him, what he went through and what he overcame, and how tough he really is. So maybe I'll say, Elliot, you've been through so much. There's nothing in this life that you won't be able to handle.
Welcome to the Geocache Talk Network's 9th annual podcast of hope. This year we are hoping to raise $12,000 for St. Jude Children's Hospital. These donations directly fund life-saving treatments and groundbreaking research. Your contribution, no matter the size, can bring hope to families facing the toughest battles of their lives. Imagine a place where families battling life-threatening illnesses never see a bill for treatment, travel, housing, or food. That's St. Jude. Every dollar you give helps these kids get the care they need and the hope they deserve. We've heard countless stories of courage and resilience from families who found a lifeline in St. Jude, and it's not just about the incredible medical care. It's about the community of support, the warmth, the love that you can be a vital part of. Now, let's join our hosts of the Geocache Talk Network's podcast of hope.
Thank you for being with us tonight and supporting St. Jude kids like me.
So a couple quick notes as we start a new hour. Let me bring up the tote board right now. We are way behind. So if you haven't given yet for this hour, or you haven't given yet, we would encourage you to give, as I mentioned in the video, any amount would be wonderful. We are currently at $26.32, and we would really help to help us get to that goal of 12,000. So thank you to everyone who has given, and we still have 9,368 to go on that. So that's number one. Number two, let me also mention real quick, and then we'll get into this hour, the giveaways for this hour. And again, thank you to everybody who is donating items. And I want everyone, if they would, please make a note of the folks that are giving. If they're a vendor, make a note. And my suggestion is that you go find them later and maybe patron them, possibly, is my, encouragement to everybody. If you want to buy a Christmas gift or a gift in general, I would think the ones that are giving tonight would be really good ones on the top of my list. So number one is Joshua's sent me a comic book.
And there you are. You're right on that page.
I am. There I am. I'm the camel.
Gary the camel.
Gary the camel. And so Joshua sent me a couple of signed books. I'm keeping one. Sorry, folks. But the other one we are going to donate or give away. So during this hour, if you give, you have a really good chance of getting a signed comic book from the author. Also this hour, Scrabble Hounds is giving away some more shirts. This one is a lot. Number 3 has a shirt, geocaching shirt, and then also a coin and a tag with that one. Cash Advance, again, make note, cash-advance.com. Be a good place to buy things. They're giving away a cash crate, a 9-month subscription in honor of our 9th year, being for Podcast of Hope. So there you go. There's our giveaways, and there's our guests for this hour. Thank you, everybody, for being with us tonight. Joshua, good you're back, my friend.
Oh my gosh, it is so good to be on the show. It's been a bit, Gary. It's been a bit, and I think I am still the person that has been on the show the most. That is not a host. So I'm hoping to hold on to that. But it's been a bit, and it's so good to see you and be back on the show.
Yes. You still hold you're still the reigning the gold jacket wearer for Geocache Talk Network. So again, thank you, my friend, for being back. And this was your doing, my friend. Yes, this is your doing.
I know. I want to talk to these people.
You wanted Roxxy and Ains on, and so there they are, Roxxy and Ains. Thank you so much, you two, for being with us tonight.
There we are.
And,
our pleasure. I'm sure.
Absolutely. It was a really, really was a good suggestion. So Joshua's like, hey, I don't think we've ever had, or I've never heard of a couple of the lackeys from HQ who do graphic artist work on a podcast. They probably have. We just didn't know. Have y'all ever been on one of the geocaching podcasts? Do you think before?
I have not. This is my first time being on any podcast at all.
Well, oh, great. That's good. Roxy, you've been on one before? No?
I've been interviewed a couple of times for the Geocaching HQ podcast with Roth.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the local one. Right. Well, we'll say local, but you know what I mean. The HQ one. That's awesome. But yeah, we wanted to have y'all on, and it'll be interesting because I have questions. I know Joshua has questions, so I'm gonna let Joshua start. And you guys do incredible work. You know, I just want to point that out. But again, we're curious. So Joshua, what where do you want to go with the first question?
Well, I just want to say one of the things I love the most about geocaching is the souvenir promotions, the themes that y'all come up with, and then that you two bring to life in art form. And I am a souvenir hound. I think my favorite. Everybody has their favorite thing about the game, but I love collecting the souvenirs because, as Gary said, these are souvenirs that you don't have to dust.
Yes.
So the best kind of souvenirs. And
yes.
they every time I look at my souvenirs, they connect me to some sort of memory. And that's why I just love them so much. So I really wanted to talk to you all because I want to talk to the creative minds behind some of the artwork. So I guess my first question is, tell us a little bit about yourself, your experience with art and design, maybe before even you were working with Geocaching HQ.
You want to take this one first, Roxy? You've seniority on me.
I think I'm actually having connectivity problems. Everyone else's audio keeps dropping out. I'm going to go off mic and off camera for a second and move over to a spot in the office where I have a wired connection.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sorry.
Go for it. While you're
I'll be right
fixing
back.
things, Ains will step in. So,
tell
us about your background a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. As I'm sure you can see on the screen and from people saying it, my name is Ains. I've been working with HQ for about I think over 6 years now.
Oh, cool.
I first got brought on as a temporary position, but I got very quickly I got sad because I was just I really like this job. This is a really fun place to work. It's very, very creatively empowering and very art forward in a way that I hadn't really experienced.
Right.
So I was delighted when they asked me hey, do you want to come back after working with us for a little bit? I was like, yes, please. I really want this job. This is so much fun.
Yeah.
But, before I worked at HQ, I was working at a board game company. I've done a lot of image production stuff, but nothing that was as much doing illustrations or direct merch design. That was all kind of stuff I was doing on my own. So when I started working at HQ, I was just I feel like I've been training for this. I've been training for this opportunity that I truly didn't know existed until I had it.
Yeah. One person was asking, and I guess a good chance to get this, since we're sort of at the beginning. Neil Moore asked about formal schooling. He was asking about, is there, do you have formal schooling? Not that I don't really matter, but okay.
No, entirely fair question. I do have I think it's a Bachelor of Arts degree. So yeah, I have a 4-year degree in graphic design.
And Roxy.
Yay. Roxy, the return of Roxy. But yeah, I definitely have some formal schooling, but I do want to say it's everything I learned in school was super helpful. It's you don't need to go to school in order to learn how to do creative things. A lot of what I learned either on the job or on my own because it was something that I wanted to try.
Yeah. Very cool. One thing I want to mention too real quick, and Joshua, I'll get back to your questions, but We do appreciate Mike giving a super chat, but we're really asking if people go to podcastofhope.com and give there. We are not even at 3,000 yet, so we're really wanting to get there for that. So podcastofhope.com, if you go to that website, there you go. Roxy showing you there, podcastofhope.com. The money doesn't go to us at all, which is the kind of the cool way they do it. There you go, Ains. Yeah. But it's really great the way that St. Jude does that. They give us these tools, and so the beauty of podcasthope.com and the money you give through that doesn't come to us. It goes straight to St. Jude. So there's no, nobody's skimming off the top or nothing like that, because we don't see it, and it goes straight to them. So there you go. So Joshua, back to you, buddy.
Yeah, Roxy, now that you're back. Hi.
I am. I'm all plugged in and ready to go.
Fantastic. Yay. Tell us a little bit about your designing history and how long you've been with HQ.
Okay. Well, I'm Roxy. My pronouns are they, them. My geocaching username is that Roxy.
It's funny sometimes to figure out which way you're pointing, but yeah, you got it. You got it.
And that is my username solely because of how many people would come up to me at events and see my name, my lackey name tag with Roxy. Like, oh, are you the Roxy who? Are you the Roxy who? Are you the Roxy who? Were you the Roxy who? And I'm like, yep. Nope, that was me. That was the souvenir, the geocoin, the Signal the Frog illustration you love. Signal the Frog illustration that you painted on the side of your camper? Yes, I'm that Roxy.
Yay!
I've been with HQ for over 14 years.
Wow.
It'll be 15 years in April, and I don't want to do the math right now. It's too late.
That's okay.
And my creative background is I've always loved drawing. I've always been encouraged to do it. My mom was always really encouraging of me when I was, way littler. And I did go to school for fashion design, and then I went to school for 2D and 3D animation, and now I have a job designing Treasure and drawing a cartoon frog with his little dog, and I love it. I agree with Ains that you don't necessarily need to go to art school to learn all this stuff. There are so many free resources on the internet, and there are so many different ways that you can actually make a living being an artist without having to sustain yourself on like ramen and spite.
That's a good way to put it.
I'm sorry, I'm just thinking of like classical artists. I'm pretty sure they survived solely on wine and spite for a long time.
Well, when I was a kid, I'd go to starving artist shows, and when I was a kid, I was like, my mom would take me these shows, and I was like, oh, it's just called starving artist show. It's like, no, these are starving artists. They need us to buy something because they're not joking. They're trying to make a living. And it's like, oh, I didn't realize that it was, but, so Hailmeister says to give Signal a high five for me on Monday when you go back to the office. So
will do.
It's
Consider
a frog,
it done.
though.
I mean,
although you
I
mentioned
just saw him last night, but sure.
Good. Yeah. Did y'all go to the party that Bryan mentioned last night?
I made it out. And it was delightful. It was so wonderful to see all of my fantastic coworkers and the lackeys. And I heard a rumor somewhere that Elias existed.
Oh, right.
I didn't see him with my own eyes. I did see Jeremy, though.
You saw
He's
Jeremy.
delightful.
Good. That's awesome. You mentioned the dog. I think that's something I want to dive into a little bit more. Is we're all familiar, at least Joshua and I have been around the block a few times with geocaching, and that is of course Signal. But I'll have to go grab my 3D Signal that I'll grab. But is Tracker becoming Tracker? Right? Is the dog?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Are y'all hoping to try to get Tracker more into the limelight over in 25? You think, or what are y'all's thoughts on Tracker?
I think so. Yeah. There's definitely been a surge of interest and affection towards Tracker the Geopup in the last year, especially with our community engagement team. And we've had lots of requests come into our merchandise team. So now we have the little tracker plushes available at Shop Geocaching to go with all of your little Signal plushes. I see a 3D printed
And
Signal.
it's a bobblehead.
Oh my gosh, that's wonderful. I love him.
You remember where this is from, right? Right,
Yes.
Joshua?
So he's standing right next to Mingo. That's the Mingo fence behind him. So that's
right.
Signal bobblehead at Mingo.
At
I love
Mingo. And when I picked him up, I think was before Gigastock, right?
Yeah.
No,
No,
Mingo.
it was
This is for Mingo. I'm
Mingo
sorry.
Madness. Yes.
Yeah, because it's a Mingo Amigo was with this. So, do you guys get requests that you have to scratch your head about as far as how often you can do Signal or how you do Signal? Or I mean, do y'all get some weird like no, Signal can't be. Can he go scuba diving? Can he go hiking? But did y'all get some weird requests for poor Signal to do something, or are they fairly normal?
I have one thing that comes to mind of a request for Signal that felt that we kind of had to rethink, and that this is many, many years ago, but it was for a Streak Week promotion. And so it's the idea of like, oh, can we have like Signal running with like a sensor bar over like where you would expect? And we're just like, I remember Roxxy saying it's like, that's funny, but he's normally not wearing pants. So there's some implications and questions here.
Right. That's good. We love Signal.
Yeah.
I hear somebody's dog, I think.
Sorry, that's my dog. It's actually my husband's dog. He's lucky.
The good puppy dog is letting you know he's there.
Oh, he wants someone to go sit on the couch with him so he can watch cartoons. I'm serious. That's what he wants. He wants someone to sit on the couch with him with a blankie.
He watches cartoons? That is awesome.
Well, he wants us to watch cartoons so that way we stay put.
Right. Oh, I got you.
Or Doctor Who.
What a charmed life.
That's
Bucky,
awesome.
do you want to come on the show?
Yeah, come on. Let's see. Good puppy dog on.
Come back in here. Where's my mouse?
You still have your dog, Joshua? Or
Oh yeah, he's right over there taking a nap.
Okay. Okay.
Cue the dogs. Cue Tracker. That was good timing though, because we were talking about Tracker.
That is perfect.
I think
dog havers.
I think he's just satisfied knowing that this is where I am in the house now because he stopped crying after I called for him. He's like, "Oh, okay,
Right.
that's my humans have not abandoned me."
She's going to be there for a while, so we're all good.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
Yeah.
So Roxy, you've been at HQ for a long time, which means you have drawn a lot of things and created a lot of things. You did not originate or create Signal. Was Signal already established when you got there?
Yep. Signal was designed by a graphic designer who had already moved on to go do Bucky. Oh my goodness. Who had already moved on to go do some other things by the time I came to HQ. Her name was Coco, and she did some really great, really fun, like kind of anime inspired original Signal. Like he has a little bit of that Astro Boy look to him with the pie wedge eyes and sort of the thickness of his limbs. And after a while, like we learned to be able to work with that style and those files and everything. But after a while, we decided that Signal was feeling a little not static, but with his proportions and things, it was really difficult to depict him being outdoors and climbing trees and swimming and finding caches because he's got short little legs and short little arms and can't.
Yeah.
So we made the choice to do a redesign of Signal to kind of refresh his look a little bit. We didn't want to change him too much.
Right.
Because everybody loves Signal. He's an adorable little green frog with an antenna on his head, and nobody knows where he came from. And so we tried to keep him still pretty close to the original, like the size of the shape of his head, and the color of his eyes, and that kind of thing. But we did give him a refresh to make him a little more dynamic is the word I'm going to use. So now we have a lot more range for like his movement and the different things that we can do with him. It does make, because he actually has the arm length to be able to like roll a big snowball and build a snowman and, you know, hug a tree and plant some trees for Cyto for forest restoration, that kind of thing. And I was a big part of that. I took my my animation background and did some really great. I think they're great anyway. They're very useful character turnarounds. And we're actually I'm working on a project right now at HQ to expand our public facing, we call it the Signal Library.
Yeah.
With some new Signal assets and some new assets for Tracker. And we make that available for event hosts and, excuse me.
Yep.
Event hosts and like geocoin manufacturers, so people can design their own. So like we partner with Land Sharks and sometimes Oak Coins and a few different others, and they their in-house designers use our assets and build a lot of the geocoins that they have on their site, and then we carry them on in our shop, and so we kind of like spread the love around so we can kind of reach out to as many artists as possible to create a more varied and interesting collection of Signal and Tracker stuff.
Yeah.
I just went way off the rails on that.
No, you're good.
How long have you been there? A long time.
I have a, before we get off of of Signal, I do have another quick question about Signal, and I appreciate we're going to get there. We'll get to as many. We have a lot of questions coming in the chat room, so we will get to them here in a minute. But one of the things that I really appreciate was one of our coin designers, Mackie. Most people kind of know him, but he did something that I had not seen before. I'm sure it had been done before. But I appreciate, and I don't know if he contacted y'all and asked about, but the back of Signal, you don't get to see it as often. So in this coin, I want to show y'all. This is from a few years ago. This is our Cash Fest coin from a few years ago. But
I think I remember seeing the proofs for that.
Yeah, and you get to see
Signal and Cadillac. I love it.
Yeah, you get to see the back of him. So it's like, hey, I didn't know. So for folks that are listening audio, I'm showing the back of Signal. He's got he has stripes on the back as well. I don't see stripes on the front, I guess, as often, do you? Let's see.
He has the stripes on the cheek.
You do.
Cheek, I guess, right?
He has the stripes on his cheeks, and then if you can actually see kind of down by the side of his body, you can see that he has you can see the stripes kind of peeking out kind of by his hips sometimes. But sometimes he's also like, you only see him from the waist up, or he's wearing a t-shirt, and so you don't always see them.
Right, you see it right here.
Yeah,
right.
And he has stripes on his hands and feet.
Yeah,
well, one each, not two.
Right.
One per hand.
Right. So that's cool though. I like that that you're doing that, Roxy, because that's leads into a question where somebody was asking about guidelines, but we probably should touch on that, which is if, for example, like when Mackie wants to do something that's maybe a little unusual, or anyone who's doing things like this, they should contact you two, right, to find out what's allowed, or is there a guideline on the website, or what would you want people to do, I guess, is my question.
Well, usually when we have somebody who's creating using Signal the Frog to create merchandise, they reach out to our members of our merchandise team, and I think hi, Bucky. Yes. Bucky decided to join me after all.
Special guest, Bucky the dog.
Oh, he smells like salmon. But he, not he. So we don't handle those requests ourselves.
Okay.
We are often consulted with them. The Creative Studio doesn't actually have a lot of excuse me, outward facing presence.
Right.
We're primarily an internal team, kind of like the IT team, but less computer stuff, more crayons.
Right.
And we have so the merchandise team and the biz dev team will reach out to us.
Yeah.
Because we have kind of like the easy list of things where it's like, obviously, we don't want to have Signal doing anything that would be considered illegal or anything against like the geocaching terms of where, like, you know, no bushwhacking, no burying caches, that kind of thing.
Right.
And so those are like the easy usage guidelines that we have available. You know, we don't want Signal doing anything.
Yeah.
You know, obviously gross or weird, right?
Yeah.
But anything that's sort of like kind of like maybe then they come and check in with us and say, okay, is this something Signal would do?
Right.
And my personal opinion on it is like, if it's something that's like, you know, if it's an activity that you can bring your 5-year-old along to, like, go fishing, go skydiving, go hiking, go rock climbing.
Sure.
I sort of have a personal caveat with some of that, where it's like, if Signal is doing something that would be considered a T5 cache, he needs to be following the appropriate safety regulations. So if he's going rock climbing, he needs a harness.
And a hat or a helmet. Right.
He needs a helmet, and nobody wants to wear a harness on their bare butt. So that's one of the few times we put Signal in shorts.
Right.
Just, you know,
that's good.
Chafe, right?
That's good.
Poor frog.
That's true. That's true. You're right.
If he's swimming, like, we do still give him, like, you know, goggles and a snorkel, because he's a tree frog. You know, he's not actually a pond frog. So he can swim. He's good at swimming. Fun fact. Signal the Frog's original design was based on a poison dart frog.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's interesting.
So Signal is technically a tree frog.
A tree frog.
Know that.
Not a pond frog. Oh, yeah, that's good. Although, like you said, he can't swim, but he's a tree frog. Oh, I like that.
He likes to explore.
Really cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
He gets around.
Look, we have no business waiting around in ponds, but we also want those those D5 caches.
That's right. You've shared more tonight than Bryan did. No, but Bryan did. We can never get any real, like, you know, he doesn't want to spill any beans like I do. I spill beans.
Well, he also doesn't want to, like, spoil any surprises we might have coming up for the next year.
Like, he's a tough act to follow. Like, he's given us the space to spill beans about our arena of influence.
Yeah, no, you two are great. We're so glad y'all are with us. Somebody asked, and then we'll go back to Josh's questions, but somebody asked about, could there be any Signal and Tracker comics or cartoons created in the future?
I would love it.
That'd be cool.
I would love to be involved in something like that, especially like I would love to get back into doing like some 2D animation. Years and years ago, I actually did some animation work for HQ, doing just like a little Happy Holidays animated card of Signal.
Oh, cool.
And that kind of thing. But we've just got so much stuff going on right now that the creative studio is actually a team of 3 people.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, we're smaller than I think people assume we are.
If we had like a whole group to actually be able to manage everything, like we're kind of at like the comfortable capacity of our workload right now. But if HQ was able to like reach out to a studio or expand, you know, if we decide to expand the creative studio size, and then that gives us more scope for bigger projects, like that would be so fun to do. I would love to do it. Like, I've got an animation background. Ains is real heavy into comics. Like,
oh, cool. Nice.
You know, between the two of us, we could do something really fun, I think. But it's one of those, like, I would love to do it, but I can't. Don't expect it in 2025.
Right. 2025 is a little booked.
It's like we're booked for 2025. So much going on.
I can imagine.
There's only like 3 different new event types popping up. No big deal.
I think it would be amazing to have a Signal the Frog short animation in front of the GIF films. That would be a really cool way.
That would be fun.
Oh.
That'd be a really good place to put it too. Just like a little short, sweet something. Okay, Bucky, you got it. No, you're chewing on your foot again. You got to put your foot.
They do that for Pixar. Why can't HQ do that for their
just a little gift opening?
Yes,
that's perfect. Well, we have Joshua and many of us have a friend
called out
who.
in the chat.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, is it Goliath? Is it the name of the dog?
Oh, this is Buckshot.
That's Buckshot.
Sorry,
Somebody said
Buckshot.
Goliath.
My dog's Goliath.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
I've
why they're
got
asking about
Buckshot.
Josh's. Okay, cool.
He's a Dachshund Chihuahua mix, and he has allergies.
Oh boy,
yeah, he's an
really
itchy
bad
boy.
right now. He if he doesn't wear his cone, he licks his paw raw. So we got to keep it on him between baths, and we're trying to get it under control again. But this year was just a really bad year for allergies around where we live.
Oh, I bet. Yeah. No, but when you mentioned that, I thought of this, Josh. Our good friend Rich would do.
Yes.
He's the one that animated his comic book. But that's something that. Well, again, y'all are busy, but it'd be nice. I mean, a geocaching comic book.
What a great idea!
Yeah,
think of all the adventures we're putting there.
So many
That'd be so
adventures.
fun.
I'd buy a graphic novel of Signal and and Tracker. That'd be cool.
Yeah, maybe that's something that we'll be able to okay, I'm gonna say this now, but don't commit me to anything yet because I'm not the one who makes these decisions.
Right.
But I think it would be really cool if we could maybe do a partnership with some comic book artists and writers and maybe put together like a little some kind of little comic anthology or something.
That would be really cool.
About geocaching.
Anthology.
I don't know. People can just have like the little 5-6 page stories or something like that.
Oh, I agree with that. It's like I said, geocaching's full of adventures. There's so many things that Signal and Tracker or whoever else could get up to.
Yeah, and like we said, it's a lot of Signal and Tracker. I don't want to call it content because that's everything is content.
Yeah,
a lot of Signal and Tracker goodies.
Yeah.
Are made by the community. They're not just made by us. And then they just run it through us to be like, is this okay? And I go, yes, Tracker has the correct number of spots and toes. You're good.
Meets the guidelines.
So if somebody out there wants to organize something along those lines and then reach out to someone maybe on our CE team or through our merchandise, I do not know who your point person would be for that, but there might be I'm pretty sure somewhere on the website we have do you have questions about Signal and Tracker? Please email this particular team. I don't know who would handle that though.
No, that's cool. No, that'd be great. Somebody like a Rich, like we were talking about before. He's so talented, and he did the comic book for Josh. But I mean, that, like you said, something like that would be a way for the community that has that sort of some of that talent to integrate, with HQ's talent with y'all. That would be really cool, I think.
Yeah, I totally agree. I love collaborating with people.
Yeah.
Like when it comes to different projects.
No, same. And it's truly inspiring, that so much of the community is so invested in the stuff that we make. It's just wait, I've inspired you and now you're showing me what you made? No, I'm
really excited.
It's just man, we're just hyping each other up. This is great.
Yeah, I went down the rabbit hole, Ains, of looking at some of your artwork, and it is incredible. So congrats for all of your work. You've done incredible talent that you have, and Roxy as well. But I just was interested, and again, that is really cool. But I guess we should maybe switch gears a little bit. I don't know, Josh, where do you want to go? Where would you like to go next?
We could talk about Signal all night long.
I know we could. That's what I was thinking. Right? We only have a limited amount of time, so.
And Ains, I think you do bring up a great point. And this is just a compliment to both of you. Your artwork actually motivates people to get out when it comes to souvenir promotions. And so I'm really curious about your involvement in the souvenir promotions. Are you sitting there with the team, with the community team, thinking of these things, or did they come to you with ideas and they're like, oh, you guys just draw? Can you draw this? This is the idea. But I sense you have creative minds. So I'm just curious how the souvenir promotions work with your team and how you come up with these amazing storylines and different themes.
Absolutely. Roxy, do you mind if I take this one?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. Also, feel free to add it. But I'm actually, there's another person at HQ that has been asking me these questions, so I feel like I'm prepared for this one. But as far as like the souvenirs and the promotions, is it like we come up with like everything, or is it like people come up with ideas? The answer is yes. Both situations happen. There are times where like people show up with like these fantastic ideas where it's just like, hey, I have this idea, here's all my inspiration for it, here's like stuff I want to see, or like other ideas that I have, and it's just like, wow, cool, I don't have to think at all, I just have to do this right now. So it's just like, thank you, you made my job very easy, you were very inspired, and like, let's just run with this. Other times it'll just be like, hey, we have this promotion coming up and we don't know what to do for it. Do you have any ideas?
Nice.
And definitely that's where when it's just like, okay, like here's like, I'll like scattershot, like here's some few different directions we can go. Like here's a kind of out of the box idea that might be a little too weird, but like usually it's like I present it because I'm attached to it. It's just like, it's weird, it's different, and I like that we get to do that. But like, so
it's surprising how frequently the people on our CE and marketing and merch teams like take one look at the weird idea and go, oh yeah, let's do that one. And we go, really? Okay. Aliens it is.
Yeah, and Aliens was the last one, and those aliens were certainly adorable.
That's what I was trying to find to ask about, and I got one of our giveaways that I haven't gotten to yet, but is the Cosmic Quest. These guys.
I love those aliens so much.
The aliens are just people don't know, but or maybe are not aware, but the aliens are awesome.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, I love them.
Yeah.
Ains, can I talk about some of the inspiration behind the aliens?
Guys are
oh yeah, you can.
I know that you illustrated all of them, but they just get me so excited because they're so cute. So all of the aliens actually are inspired by different cache types and things that you'll find when you're out and about geocaching.
Interesting.
Tell me more. The moth represents night caching, I believe.
No, the moth is trackables.
Oh, right.
The travel bug.
And yeah. Don't mind me.
They're awesome.
And then there's the Found It robot.
Right
there. I love that one so much.
They love signing their name to things.
Gosh, y'all are these are so awesome. And then is that the travel bug one? Like that one?
That's the multi-cache one.
Multi-cache.
Yep, that's what he has multiple limbs.
He's got multiple hands.
He's a little bit ET-ish, which I like.
Yeah, I kind of liked it. I was like, okay, I want to do like disconnected eyes. I was like, it's a little bit like ET, but ET reads as friendly, so this is fine.
Yeah, perfect.
So awesome.
Do you have a souvenir promotion that you are particularly love doing or that you really enjoy doing?
There's several, and I'm trying to narrow it down. So
many.
I can step in and say which one of my favorites were. Broadly, I enjoy doing the country souvenirs. Unfortunately, it is a lot of investment because we do a lot of digital painting for those, which can be pretty time intensive. And we've done. When we originally started doing the souvenirs, we started with like the largest concentrations of My heater just kicked on. Can you guys hear that over the mic?
No, you're good.
Is that okay? Okay. So we started with the largest concentrations of geocachers, which are the US, Canada, and Germany. Then we expanded to the UK and Australia, and then continued to go through kind of down the list, picking out countries to do souvenirs for, so that way we can award the highest number of souvenirs to the largest number of players,
Smart.
up at front.
This
Makes
is years
sense.
ago when we first started this.
Right.
And then since then, we've kind of just continued to go down the list, down to like the countries that have like the smallest numbers of, like the smaller numbers of either geocachers or active caches, that kind of thing. And we do not have that list.
Yeah.
But like I really enjoy the country souvenirs because it's a way to like we work with the local reviewers to make sure that we are choosing imagery that isn't that is appropriate, that isn't culturally insensitive, or is represents like that kind of feeling of like the feeling of the place, of being there, of that find experience when you're in the middle of this incredible forest or this wonderful city or something like that. And so we do work with the community a lot for that, specifically the reviewers, because they have the big overhead view of all the caches in the area. And like a lot of the experiences, they're locals, so they know like what they're talking about.
Yeah,
and then,
no, that is great.
Of the country souvenirs that I've done, my favorite was the Australia suite. I did all of the Australian souvenirs.
Oh,
those were
nice.
just really fun. I actually got to earn a couple of them at the beginning of this year.
Wow.
I went to
Now that's
Capital
cool.
Geocache in Canberra. It was wonderful. I met so many. I had such a wonderful time. The Australian caching community is so welcoming and so friendly.
Awesome.
And they took me out to go see wild koalas at a reserve.
That's
on
awesome.
the day after the event. It was so
I didn't
cool.
know about the koalas.
They also took me to a dinosaur museum, which was pretty great. I got to see Archaeopteryx fossils.
Gia's in the chat room. We love Gia. She says,
"Hi, Gia."
She says she's excited for everyone to see the amazing hider souvenirs for next year that Ains is designing. So
I'm excited too.
I've seen it. It's gorgeous. I love it.
I think that might be one of my favorite things that I've done in the past few years, because it's a little different.
Oh, cool.
And I'm excited to see what the community reaction is. I hope you all love it.
I have a merchandise request that I think would sell like hotcakes. I really would love to have prints available and made in the store that I could hang on my wall, because there's certain souvenirs that I'm so proud of, especially country souvenirs, and to have the print hanging in my geocaching room, signed by one of you two that have done it. I think that would be just so cool. Has there been any discussion about actually getting these printed out for people to purchase?
There has
a little
been,
bit.
actually.
Okay.
Cool. And unfortunately, one of the problems that we run into that with is that a lot of the, especially the early country souvenirs, were designed at scale.
Oh,
so they were designed at
Yeah.
Something like 600 by 400 pixels.
Yeah.
So once you print that out, it makes a nice fridge magnet, but blowing it up to be like print size, you lose a lot of detail and it gets really murky.
Which would be a disappointing art print.
It would be a very disappointing art print. And then, of course, we have just so many souvenirs available that it's like, how do we pick which ones to put in? And like, if we were to update like maintain some kind of print on demand shop, I think that would still be like
tough.
That would be super cool. But I don't know if we have the resources for it now. Somebody on the merchandise team, I know that it's still kind of one of those, like, you can't see my hand doing the distant gestures. That pie in the sky, maybe one day kind of vibe. But, they're still thinking about it. They're plotting it. I would love to see it.
There's definitely been discussion about it. And I will say one of the things that has been discussed is there was a World Postcard Day forget if it was a promotion that was very quick, and it happened in October.
Right.
And we can't do like big posters for a lot of the souvenirs, and like Roxy said with some of the older ones, like they're not even at print scale to begin with.
Right.
But the way that the souvenir for World Postcard Day was made was that Roxy made that one, like they get all the credit for this amazing idea of basically taking like the souvenirs, because like we designed those to be at the size of a postcard. So definitely pitching more of like, hey, so posters a little tricky because we didn't really make these to be printed out poster size. We made them to be, a lot of these, like especially like the newer ones, are designed to be printed at postcard size.
That would be cool.
So it's just like, oh, could we do like souvenir postcard sets? But that's like, which souvenirs do we do? Like, what's at the correct size? Like, it's definitely something
How do
that's
we
like
organize them.
Yeah, like it's being discussed. It's mostly just like, okay, what is the scope of this?
I'm being reassured by the chat that we have people who can make that happen.
Oh yeah. There's other people who are saying that. Yeah, Sean's saying Rock can make it happen.
Yeah, Sean, I love your enthusiasm, but I'm not the person to make it happen on our end.
Yeah.
I just make the art. I don't have no control over where it goes afterwards.
I was about to say the same thing.
Ains, you've had enough time to think now.
Mhm.
What was your favorite promotion that you've been a part of?
I think my favorite promotion was Maker Magic. I really loved the theme for that, and I loved how the entire point of it was to basically encourage people to be a little bit more creative and weird with their caches, which like, of course, like I love a regular just like magnetic hide-a-key. They're fun. Like they can be often very accessible, especially for people who are new to hiding. But I love that it was more a like, hey, the community is really creative. Like, how do we get them to like talk to each other about this? So it's like I really liked the mission there, and then just like I designed everything for that. So like, of course, it's like, yeah, it's like I really liked it because I did it, but it was more than that. It was just like a really fun sort of like, okay, we want to do like throwback, like see the magnificent Mysterio, but also like it was a little bit more hand drawn and like a little twee, if I confess. Just a feeling a little handmade, but it's just like I felt like that was just like a nice overlapping of ideas and goals that just really resonated with me.
That's really awesome. And again, that's another example of people, first of all, being motivated to go to those Maker Magic events, but also being motivated to make something a little bit out of the box than rather just like a ammo can under a tree. Although I do love it. I do love a good ammo can.
Oh yeah, no, things are only fun and out of the box if you don't encounter them all the time. If everything is all weird and zany, like we would not know what to do.
Yes.
So it's more just like, okay, how do we get that little spark of novelty there?
Yes. I assume that you both have been to some geocaching mega events. And I'm just curious about the reaction from the community once they meet you at these events and realize that you are the people behind the artwork.
So I will just jump up ahead and say, I will confess I've not been to a mega. I was supposed to this year, but I got COVID.
Oh no.
So I couldn't go. And I was so disappointed. I was like, I was finally going to go to a mega, and I was going to like, okay, I went to the 20th anniversary, like,
that's
party.
A mega. That's a mega. That's a mega.
That's
plus.
fair. Yeah, I guess that counts. But, like, I was mostly helping the shop there, but like, yeah.
How about you, Roxy?
I've been to a couple of megas, and for a while there, when we were hosting the block party event every year in Seattle, I very frequently was out there too. Running around and helping. I didn't work any of the booths, but I did like help hand out water bottles to our volunteers, and I just pop around like the different stations for the different adventure lab, like for the proto adventure labs, which I guess were just multi caches set up really weird. Oh my goodness, Bucky, what?
No, now he stops crying because he's getting attention.
Exactly.
And I was just running around like, finding geocachers in the wild. I was like, hey, are you guys doing the adventure? Are you looking for this? I'm going to tell you right now that, that street's closed. You want to go around this way. But really, I just love going to events and just going face first into the big crowd and just like chatting with people. I kind of wait to see who sees I'm wearing the Lackey shirt which I'm not wearing today. But and people gravitate, and usually the last event I went to, I think I had bright pink hair instead of bright orange. And so it becomes one of those things of where people are like, have you seen the lackey? Look for someone with bright pink hair. I went to an event, I had bright teal hair. There was another person at the event with a similar haircut, also dyed teal. And they had so many people running up to them saying, are you the lackey? That by the end of the day, they were like, no, but if you find them, tell me. We found each other. And I kept hearing about this, like, oh yeah, there's another person who looks exactly like you.
Did you not find each other?
Wild. We did at almost at the closing ceremonies. Like the people parted and we turned.
There they
and
are.
We locked eyes across the field. We both pointed.
Here we
and we ran at each other, and everyone else was like, "What is happening?" There's two of them. And we got a picture taken together. It was fantastic. I got home and sent them a bunch of tags from HQ and that kind of thing. But just to kind of make up for them being harassed all day by people saying, "Are you the lackey? Are you the lackey? Are you from Seattle?" They're like, "No, I'm from Denver."
You think I'm a different person?
What's going on? So, colored hair lackey. It could be Phil. If it's colored and spiky, it's Phil.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what
I love Phil. He's so great.
Phil's wonderful.
Phil.
He's a delight.
We're starting to get toward the end, so
I know.
Oh goodness. Sorry.
We're
I want to mention the chat
scratch
room.
the surface.
I'll get back I know. We'll have to do this again, Josh. But I do want to mention for the chat room, if you have any questions for Roxxy or Ains, now's your chance, because we're going to start to wrap up and get ready for the next hour. But anyway, back to you, Josh.
Yeah, I saw one in the chat because it has to do with country souvenirs. You probably can't answer this question, but the question was, are there any new country souvenirs coming up in 2025? You probably can't answer that, but if you can, whatever. But here's my question: Is there a country souvenir that has not been released that you personally would love to see released?
Good question.
I have honestly lost track of how many.
Yeah, it's been.
Do we have a souvenir for such and such place? I think we do. I remember looking at photo references of some of the sculptures there. Or was I just planning something?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't. I would honestly have to consult the list of released souvenirs that we've done before I can say, oh, it'll be that one. Because I can't say, oh, obviously Portugal. No, we did Portugal years ago. I can't say Singapore. We did Singapore years ago. And so
have you all done all the, as far as I can tell, and y'all would know, but as far as all the big countries like Germany or Canada, have y'all done all the whatever they call it, either a state or a province, kind of like Australia has all the different, I mean, have y'all
the states and territories and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Right. But y'all have done all the territory, because you do a souvenir for each of those.
We do, but we haven't done it for every large country to my mind.
I think we've only done it for the UK was a special consideration.
Right. That was a little odd.
That one got a little hairy. Especially because right when it came up in our queue was right when there was like a really like assigned, agreed upon cessation of hostilities along the border of Ireland. So we were like, we're gonna wait a moment and we're gonna let things calm down a little bit.
We're gonna take a pause.
And I'm like, okay, so where are we gonna draw the boundaries for all of this? And so what we ended up doing, we actually created a series of souvenirs that were based on the geocaching, like the regions that that the reviewers manage. Because that kind of incorporated into geocaching a little bit more than like hard political lines did. because we're over here in the U.S. We're up in Seattle. We are very far away from Ireland. We don't want to accidentally weigh in on something that would be offensive to everybody. So later, I think we actually went back and did like souvenirs for England and Scotland and the UK and Northern Ireland and Wales. I believe Steven worked on most of those, and he's no longer at the company. He went off to go make video games about Tyrannosauruses that travel through time. It's like, oh, you left. Oh, but you left to go do something really cool. All right.
Well, what was ironic, I don't know if Joshua, you probably picked up on this. You've been around, like you and I have been around a long time, but for years there wasn't a United States country one. There was always state.
Yes.
But what do you remember, Roxy, when
I was actually the one that made that. That was
like one of the
that was one of the first projects I got when I started working at HQ, and I was just like, oh, this is a lot of pressure.
Yeah,
the
really.
Whole United States.
It's like represent the whole United States. You have no experience doing any of these country souvenirs. Right. Good luck. I was just like, okay, road trip team.
Yeah, really.
That's a great idea.
I love that souvenir, though.
It's got to be hard because you're like, how do you? So we've been working on these geo tours, and we're doing regional geo tours, and it's like, well, what do you put for? Like in your case, well, like the United States is like Statue of Liberty. I mean, where do you go? It's like,
I think we use Lady Liberty for New York.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's like, how do you not repeat yourself?
Take it.
Yeah. Anyway, just to let you know, Ains, I love it.
Okay, this was
fantastic. Yes.
I love it. Yes. I love it too. This is just to remind me to get back to the original question. Do we have souvenirs coming out next year? None that we have received a creative brief for. So it's a different team that manages those. And since we're going to be so busy handling and coordinating and attending like the community celebration events and the 25-year anniversary events and everything else, there goes my cat. I don't know if we're going to have the bandwidth to work on additional country souvenirs next year, but I don't know. I haven't seen a wish list come in from other teams yet. Usually that's something that we would get either at the very end of December or moving into January.
Right.
Yeah. Hey, and my apologies. I had to take a pizza break and step away for a while because I
gosh,
become a monster
Name checks out.
if I don't have enough pizza. Man. Yeah, so I got to do it, right?
Then you just become a regular ninja.
Yeah, I know. Which it's kind of like,
no,
I really got to have the pizza element.
Got to be a pizza ninja.
Yeah, but I got to ask, and maybe you covered it already. When is it going to be announced all the souvenirs for next year?
I don't know.
I don't know either. We're not in charge of announcements.
They haven't even told us what's going to be coming out.
Okay.
Sometimes we find out it's like, oh, we're doing another souvenir. It's going to come out like in 2 months. So we're like, oh, okay, we got to do this now.
Maybe I should like a game show type of environment with the clock like ticking, and it's like you have 1 hour.
Kind of, yeah.
Draw something fast.
Or it's like those those cooking shows where you're working on the appetizer and the entree right now, but you're kind of like dreading. You're like, in the back of my head, I'm like, okay, I know I only have 20 minutes to make dessert and I have no idea what's going to be in the box. I need to focus on my filet mignon right now, but like it's always just percolating away back there. You know it's coming.
Yeah, and I just want to give a shout out to you guys because I know like Gary and I have been working on the souvenirs for Cache Odyssey, and wow, like just the complexity of doing that within the regular frame. The little like thumbnail, like 200 pixels, like 200 pixels.
I know.
Fitting everything in there. That is a talent to do all that. That really is. So I tip my hat to you, to both of you.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Big hats off to them. And we've come to the end, Joshua.
Wow. Yeah. We literally scratched the surface.
I know.
I know. I saw the whole list. I was ready to answer all of them. And then of course you get into situ and you just
could go for hours because this was a great idea, Josh.
Yes.
We
There's
could
my
do a
puppy.
part 2 next year. There's his
I'm
dog.
down.
There's Goliath. No,
or like, if anybody wants to do like another podcast episode or geocaching vlog, or if you want to follow up with, Ains or I, maybe we can grab Nathan if he's not preoccupied.
No, we could definitely
He's
do
a little
that.
shy on camera.
Yeah,
so he might.
I understand.
I'm also usually shy. I don't upload photos of myself online. So you're all getting a little treat right now. Like for my logs, I literally have a plush that I take the pictures with because I'm like, nope, no photos.
So, well, we thank you too.
I would love to come back and talk more art stuff.
One of the probably the person who has the most country souvenirs is in the chat room. I want to mention real quick because I know we're out of time, but Doug McCrae's in the chat room. He wanted to mention these countries.
He knows.
He knows because so
he's been there.
Doug is the inventor of Ms. Pac-Man and is a prolific geocacher, and he's got a lot of souvenirs, and he loves his souvenirs. He's probably one of the most. He probably tell us. I think he has the most souvenirs of anybody, but he wanted to point these out. So these are the countries with the most caches missing. So
I appreciate
working on it.
Yeah, I appreciate like the work you did. You're like, hey, this is what's needed. It's like, cool. We can talk to people about this.
Yeah. All right.
I think some of the problems with like the missing souvenirs is also we don't always have a reviewer readily available in the area to be able to.
I don't want to say proofread, but like, consult's a better word.
To make it appropriate.
We want to make sure that we're,
just call the embassy. I'm sure that
they have nothing better to do than chat with us.
Hi, this is so and so from Geocaching HQ.
Yeah. Can you tell me about your country and if this is an appropriate representation of it?
Right.
Embassy.
Right.
No, I don't want to talk to your PR person. I don't want this to be a whole thing. Just talk to me casually.
Well, again, Joshua, Ains, and Roxxy, thank you so much. This has been a lot of fun. And yes, we want to do this again sometime. We'll be in touch. We'll let you know. We'd love to have you two back. And again, thank you for your work. You two have done tremendous work, and we so appreciate it.
We do
in the community. So know that from our heart that we love what you guys are doing. Thank you again.
We love making stuff for you guys.
It's my favorite thing to do is to make people happy through art.
Yeah,
so cool. That's so
we
cool.
love it. All right, thank you too, and thank you, Josh.
Bye.
Good night, y'all.
Have a good night, everybody. Don't forget to donate.
Thank you.
Yeah, donate.
Donate.
I'm gonna go donate. You should donate too.
There you go. That's where we're at right now.
We jumped up.
We're getting there.
All right.
4,426. So that's excellent.
We can totally do this.
Yes, we can. Awesome. Thank you so much. And thank you guys so much for being with us. So, all right, let me get the reset for the hour, and we'll get going for the next hour. So here we go.
Part of our work at St. Jude is to focus on the whole child. So we're working on addressing their physical needs, their health needs with treating their catastrophic illness, but then also along with social work, psychology, child life, spiritual care. Part of taking care of the whole child is providing them school support, giving them a sense of normalcy in an extraordinary setting.
At St. Jude School or Imagine Academy, we're going to get through this, we're going to get school, and we head home, we're going to go right back into school and be ready to go.
It brings them a sense of peace, learning and growing their minds and getting excited about new ideas.
Lo mejor es que los doctores me dejaron ir al colegio de aquí de St. Jude. Para el futuro me gustaría ser una maestra y me gusta mucho estudiar y las matemáticas porque me gustan los números.
Their school program is amazing. They give you one-on-one time. When I went back to school, I was still up to date and actually ahead in some ways. Now, thank St. Jude for that because I got to graduate on time, but no problem.
To our donors, whoever you are, wherever you are, however little you do or however much you do, it makes a difference. And every bit all gets piled together to make the care that these kids receive possible.
which is what any donor would want for their own child or their grandchild or their neighbor's child. St. Jude is hope. What you provide to St. Jude makes that possible. Hope lives every day in our school, and that's what it's all about.
Welcome. Welcome to the Geocache Talk Network's 9th annual podcast of Hope. This year we are hoping to raise $12,000 for St. Jude Children's Hospital. These donations directly fund life-saving treatments and groundbreaking research. Your contribution, no matter the size, can bring hope to families facing the toughest battles of their lives. Imagine a place where families battling life-threatening illnesses never see a bill for treatment, travel, housing, or food. That's St. Jude. Every dollar you give helps these kids get the care they need and the hope they deserve. We've heard countless stories of courage and resilience from families who found a lifeline in St. Jude, and it's not just about the incredible medical care. It's about the community of support, the warmth, the love that you can be a vital part of. Now, let's join our hosts of the Geocache Talk Network's podcast of Hope.
Thank you for being with us tonight and supporting St. Jude kids like me.
All right, quick update. Let me bring up the. There we go. We're getting there, John.
Yeah, well, we're doing that, and man, we're appreciating all the donations for everyone. And just to kind of give a quick summary on this one too, I think we've said this, like every hour you donate makes you eligible to win prizes from that hour. So if you actually like chunk up your donations per hour, keep on getting those coming in, you're going to be eligible for a lot of really cool prizes out there. And, a big thank you to everybody who's donating prizes onto that one, because really, it's the community coming together to make this possible, for us to help support St. Jude. And really, items like this are a great way the geocaching community can really, show some great benefits to others on this one. So thank you, everybody, and keep those donations coming.
Yeah, real quick note, and that is we have, for this hour, we have another Space Coast gift pack. So we have a coin gift pack again, Space Coast. Thank you so much for your donation. Go to spacecoastgeostore.com to, if you don't win the prize this hour, you can go buy some coins from Space Coast. Scrabble Hounds has also got another giveaway. She has a geocaching shirt and coin. I think she mentioned in the chat room, but obviously these are unused shirts. They're ones that she has she got and stashed away, so unused and unworn. So, and then we have our giveaway. We talked about it last hour, which was the Cosmic Quest graphic artist talked about. But we have a gift pack also of the Cosmic Quest tags, coin. There's a coin. There's the tags and everything else that goes with that. So that's the whole package, the whole all of the Cosmic Quest souvenirs and everything is in there. So that's all on this hour. So we're gonna get started. Andrew's with me tonight. We have it in like we did last time. We had Jared from for our local Jeopardy champion. I have a local metal god with me tonight. So
welcome on board.
So Andrew's with me, and my first question to Andrew is thank you for being on.
Thanks for having me.
Podcast of Hope. And what's it like being back in your bedroom?
It's it's kind of weird. Yeah, I used to live in this exact bedroom.
Oh, no way. That is crazy.
How crazy is that? Yeah. So it's sort of like, doesn't look like,
it's a little different, less guitars.
Oh man, Andrew, I think you got to write us a new geocaching song. Now that you're in there, you're getting the energy. I think we really need a death metal version. Just saying.
Feel the vibes, right?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Somebody's asking if he brought his bass into the studio. I don't think he brought it tonight, but
I didn't.
That's okay. That's okay. But we're going to talk about it.
Okay. Cool.
So let's start at the top. I mean, how did you pick up the bass? We'll start with that.
Okay, so
how did you start with that? Well, why the bass, and how did you pick that thing up?
Complete accident. So my at Thanksgiving dinner, my dad's a drummer, my uncle's a guitar player.
Okay.
So then after Thanksgiving dinner would end, they'd all go jam.
Okay.
And they didn't have a bass player. So it was just kind of like, and I tried drums. I wasn't a good drummer. I tried guitar. And then I just like, everyone needs a bassist. So I just kind of was like, let's give it a shot. And now I'm here.
There you are.
Yeah.
Nice.
Man.
Shout out to the bassists. The bassists and the drummers hold everything together, man. So thank you for everything.
Yeah.
They're the bones. They're the spine of the band.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I've known you for a few years now, but I think all the years I've known you, I think you've always been with Light the Fire.
I think so.
So, how did you come about being a part of Light the Fire?
Well, I started Light the Fire.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah,
There's the genesis.
I was in a band named System Overload in high school, and we had some success.
Love System Overload.
Well, thank you. Yeah, the reason I know Josh and Caleb was because of System Overload.
Yeah, I didn't know you at the time, but I love System Overload.
Anyway, we had some success, and then when that was kind of coming to a close, I wasn't done. So
you wanted to keep going.
So I immediately just pulled together a group of guys and started Light the Fire just because I wanted to keep going.
Sure.
So I just knew stick with it and something good's going to come.
No, absolutely.
And that's I had the first Light the Fire song recorded and ready to go a year before System Overload was officially done.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And you were ready.
Yeah.
Man, that's planning ahead.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so I wanted to come out swinging and keep the momentum rolling. So
So and again, if folks have any questions, people are starting to ask questions in the chat room. Thank you. We'll keep the Chandram's asking a good question. We'll get to your. Well, it's a good time. Let's do that.
Okay.
Chandram's asking about what are some of the bass players that have influenced you over the years.
So Doug Pinnock from King's X that's one from a real young age. Kim Thial from Soundgarden.
Okay, yeah.
Then Ryan DeMartini from Mudvayne.
Oh, okay.
That's the one that made me want to start a band. I saw them live and was just like me and one of my best friends who actually was the guitar player in System Overload. We saw them together when we were 15, and we were like, we got to start a band.
Oh, cool.
And we literally went and bought instruments immediately,
That's awesome.
and started writing the next week. So
that is awesome.
Yeah,
that's awesome. Fun fact for people: they said if it was two guys who had a kid together and who I look like, people would say Kim Thial and Judd Apatow. It's like if they two,
if they had a love job,
that's a compliment in my opinion.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Hailmeister saying your career has reached pinnacle now that you've been on Geocache Talk.
Hey, I agree, 100%. Yep.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jason. You have had you've had a career.
Mm-hmm.
It's still going.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's going strong.
Yeah.
Then we'll talk about the new album in a little bit and the future stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I want to get to that, but I want to go back a little bit. You have done various things we've talked about.
Mm-hmm.
And I love the stories about, because when you're at you're a bassist, but you're also really a great technician, I think, of a guitar technician and so forth. So let's talk a little bit about that, because I think that's interesting. How did you get, it's one thing to play a bass, but it's another thing to understand the background of how these work, and we've gone down a very deep dive before into the board ops and everything else. But how did you get into that side of things?
It was a function of needing to know it.
Okay.
Like, it's when things break.
Yeah.
And
they go to you.
Yeah. And it's in the middle of the set,
right,
or 10 minutes before you start playing.
Right.
It was just figure it out. So, and then as I figured some of it out on the fly, I was like, wow, this is really interesting. So I want to know more about how this works, why it doesn't work, like how it all comes together. And, and as you refine it and get more detailed with it, you hope you perfect it.
Sure.
So
tell everyone a story that, or this may, I'll have to give you, I'm not going to preface the one that you've told me, but it might be this one or not. But have you been in a situation where you're standing there and you're watching this other band get ready, and you're looking, they ain't gonna be ready. They're not gonna be ready. They need somebody to step in, and you stepped in to help them. They're like, oh my gosh, yes. So what do you remember a situation like that?
There's been several times. One of the times is we were on tour in Anaheim and playing. I'm drawing a blank on the name of the place. Chain Reaction. It's a very, very famous place. It's kind of like that that spot, like the Avenged Sevenfolds, Atreyu, Papa Roach. All those bands came out of that club.
Okay.
Historical. But we were out on tour, and one of the bands before us, their amplifiers just weren't working. Just weren't working at all.
Oh no!
Like, I guess tubes got blown. I'm not sure what happened, but
jeez,
we just because the way our setup is very like insulated and centralized. I went in, plugged in our stuff to their stuff or their speaker cabinet. And we got them on like 2 or 3 minutes late. But what could have turned into them not playing at all, they were at least able to pull off something that wasn't exactly their sound, but something close kind of thing. So
that's incredible.
Yeah, it's awesome for you guys to help them out like that. Because I mean, like, what else would they have done, right? Like, canceled the gig, or
and then it's it's kind of the community thing too, because inevitably touring, you're gonna end up having one of those nights where your stuff doesn't work either.
You need
so even if it's not them, that next band in that next city may come, save your bacon,
absolutely
on the spot when you need it the most.
So I want to go back, and if you again have questions, Owen, thank you. We'll get to your question here in a minute. But one of the stories that sticks out, which I always think is crazy, and so how did you end up being a roadie, or at least part of the road team for KISS, and how that and what was that whole experience like?
It was overwhelming and decadent. I can say that 100%.
Good grief.
So I ended up doing that just because I knew a lady that used Pizza Hut Park, which is where FC Dallas plays over in Frisco. Every time they would have big tours come through, they hire like 100 localized crew to assist their normal crew. And anyway, so KISS came rolling through town with like Pat Green and Drowning Pool and Daughtry. It was a very strange, like,
that is a weird. Pat Green's local, and he's more of a country rapper.
It was. I don't know what was going on, but anyway, so KISS is playing
Drowning Pool, a whole other. It's a whole other area.
So I end up being hired to go do this, and because I had musical experience, I ended up, getting to be the drum tech
which is funny.
Yeah, for Eric Singer.
Right.
Yeah. The bass player is now the drum tech.
Right.
But anyway, KISS rolls up and they have like 18 wheelers worth of stuff, and it's a 36-hour shift.
Oh
I mean,
gosh.
it's like
that's
down.
Good grief.
Yeah, down to the KISS sign, the famous KISS sign,
right? It has to be put up,
and it's got the original lights that you can only get in Russia that go front, and they quit making them in like 1978. So it was like if you break one of these, you're in trouble.
Right.
And a guy broke one of those and was fired on the spot.
Oh my gosh.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Then, the drum set, it got set up in the middle of the soccer field on this drum riser. And then they had this like miniature helicopter situation that flew it onto it was just, like I said, what you would think of when you think of Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley and the over the top 70s rock icon kind of thing.
Yeah.
That is so cool. A fun fact most people may not know about the Pizza Ninja. The Pizza Ninja actually has an Iceman guitar, believe it or not.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Yes. Yeah.
I figured you'd have a guitar shaped like a pizza.
Gary, I don't yet. Never say never, my friend.
But
never
you're willing to
never.
get one. You're willing to be.
I got an Iceman 300 just like Paul Stanley on that.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
So Andrew and I have gone down many rabbit trails of bands touring. One of my favorite stories that I've heard was about Kansas and their free beer and they got started and how they even got found. You have you have a lot of stories, but you wanted to tell a crazy one and you have many positive ones, obviously, but you had one that I want to hear more about. The lead singer throwing up at some.
So we rolled in to play a venue in Detroit, which oddly enough, Kiss played at because it had been there since. Yeah, it's called the Ritz, I believe.
Okay,
but anyway, it was one of our first tours, and we just signed a record deal, and they're like, "Y'all got to get out on the road," and we were like, "We haven't even released the record yet," and they're like, "Get out on the road,
get on the road."
Yeah, so we go do it, and then so we show up to this venue that probably hasn't been updated since Kiss had played there,
right?
And and they don't know there is a tour coming through that night.
Oh my goodness!
And our singer now, who's just the guitar player then, was sick as a dog, had food poisoning or whatever. So, we play this empty venue, like, and Seth is like every middle of the song is going over to have to like, take care of take care of the food poisoning in a trash can on the side of the stage. It was probably one of the most miserable experiences of my entire life as far as a show goes, just because no one knew we were even supposed to be there.
Right.
So
it seems to like cross the border between music to performance art at that point. Right?
That's fair.
It kind of was.
Yeah, it was interpretive.
Yeah. And you've had, not to go too far down the sad rabbit hole, but you've had trucks break down out on the out there. You've had I think one time we talked about how you were somehow trying to get, I don't know if you're getting to Cleveland or somewhere, but you were like ice and snow. You've had to go through all that.
Oh yeah, we all the climate situations we've driven through, and then we slept on the side of a mountain and broken down and on a mountaintop in Arizona.
Oh my goodness.
With coyotes looking down on us.
Dinner.
Yeah, makeshift bathrooms made out of tarps with a with someone being like, "Hey, tell me if there's a coyote up there," and so you look up and there's one, and now there's 10, and then you hear, "Hey, everything okay out there?" "Oh yeah, no coyotes in sight, man."
That has to be a pretty bad situation where like you got to go out to use the restroom, but you need somebody on coyote watch.
That's
that's like a different scenario right there.
Yeah, it will not necessarily harden you, but like it definitely makes you a little tougher as a human being at that point. You got to really love this to go do stuff like that.
Yeah. Oh, and one big shout out. Right now we are at $4,999 and 1 cent raised.
Good. We're almost
so if somebody can put that other dollar, put us over the top for 5,000.
Yeah, let's get there.
That would be awesome and help us reach our goal. So donations can be made at podcastofhope.com.
Yep. Absolutely. thank you for that. But you've also had a lot of good times.
Oh yeah.
What are some of the, just because I think they're interesting, not that, like you said, you've had a lot of meaningful concerts, but there's also, people are always like, well, what's the biggest concert you've ever done? So what's the biggest concert you've ever done?
That's a hard one, because I've been lucky. I've gotten to play Warped Tour twice. The Vans Warped Tour.
Vans Warped Tour.
We got to do that in 2013, 2015.
Yeah.
We got to play a huge festival at the Bomb Factory in Dallas.
Yeah, that's big.
We had it was sold out, and we had the crowd in the palm of our hand. It was.
I bet it's something.
Yeah, there is no feeling like when you're in control of just utter chaos, or just it's something that's super cool. I don't really know how to describe it.
You can get
I gotta ask you, do you have any like superstitions, like for performing, like things you got to do?
I used to. I don't really anymore. I used to have to get. Well, this is real functional, but it's kind of stupid. So I used to have to tune all my basses, and then I would have to go through the first 5 songs I ever learned on the bass, just to kind of remember, you used to be terrible, and these are the first 5 you learned.
Right.
So as long as you have these down, you can probably fake your way through the rest of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to share. I'm going to bring up a video, because one thing I want to show here is because we talked a little bit about this before, which is making a video is always, to me, crazy. Thank you. So let me make this a little bigger, and I'm going to play it. What did I do? I hope I did it right. Hang on. Hope I did this right. Let me go back, because you got to do this just right to get the sound. I got to share audio. Oh, it's set to audio. Okay, they changed the thing on it. Okay, good. All right, I want to share this video because making these have got to always be crazy. So here we go. We're gonna play a little bit of one of your songs.
Cool. That's awesome.
Hey, there you are.
Mm-hmm.
Deny you, I'm just hoping you can see. With the world of my head, it's hard to say you're black for me. Restless, I kept on records. It's just how I'm meant to live. Take me up memory birds that doesn't matter. Devil open my eyes so I can see the truth. Grab the heart from my chest, I hold it out to you. Make me transparent, roots me cry.
All right. That may not be the most. I love it, but I think it's not the most example of the amount of time sometimes it takes to make a video, because we've talked about this before, but to the untrained eye, it looks like, oh, that took y'all like maybe half an hour, maybe a little less, 20 minutes to get that done. It's like, no.
That one was a 17-hour video shoot.
Right.
Yeah. Straight through the day. in an air conditioned warehouse. It had power, but no air conditioning, and we shot it during the summer. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is hardcore. I mean, music wise and experience to produce that.
Yeah.
You
Got a
know?
lot of fans.
Glutton for punishment over here.
Yeah.
Cracker King loves it. This is
That's
my type
awesome.
of music. And
Awesome.
Yeah, Hellmeister said it went from 0 to 60.
Yeah.
There's I got another one I could play here in a minute, but the thing that I think that is that, and you have, and that probably, and again, that's not the most of an example, but because you have some very intricate videos, which are great, but like you said, doing a video is almost like doing a full concert because it's just
yes,
it's so much work.
If anything, it's probably worse because each one of you has to perform the song like 4 times by yourself.
Right.
Then you got to get camera angles of, guitar player, drummer, bass player, drummer.
Yeah.
And it just to capture all the angles, you end up performing the one song like 24 times throughout the day.
Yeah. Does the director like shout direction at you? Like, look more introspective, look a little bit more angry, look.
Yes, absolutely.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Like what were they telling you during the performance there? Like what to key in on?
Well, I remember specifically like at some of the more chaotic parts, it was like
go crazy.
Yeah, go crazy to the point like you can't walk tomorrow. So yeah, so I'm like stomping in Converse on this concrete floor that's uneven.
Right.
And like the next day I woke up with bruises all over my feet. And I'm pretty sure I had an airline fracture on something. But yeah, I mean, it's doing that over and over and over again.
Yeah, that is intense.
Yeah.
Now, this other one I want to show, and then we're going to get into. I want to talk about. We have the time. Yeah, we got time. I want to talk about this album, future albums. I also want to get back to Lost at Sea.
Okay.
Which I love because I get to do the interview.
Yeah.
So, but I do want to show one more because I think it's a different. Because people. I'm gonna bring it up, and I'm not gonna bring it up yet. So. People want to pigeonhole bands, which people want to say, oh, what are they? Well, metalcore,
melodic hardcore,
So which do you mind being labeled, or does it? Is it just something that is it sort of just a starting point?
Yeah, it's more like a you don't go rent the Sandlot and want to end up with the Saw movie, exactly. Or whatever. It's a good way for people to identify like I might like this,
right?
And I don't think any band ever is just like we're metalcore 100%,
right?
Or I think everyone just draws their influences from what they draw it as, and as an artist, you release it into the world. It's really for the people experiencing it to decide what you are. Sure. Like we can be like all day long trying to drive the point home, but we're gonna get labeled whether we like it or not.
Yeah, so. I agree with you as far as like you want to at least. Maybe like, are they a country band? Are they rap? Are they R&B? Are they rock? I mean, you're like, well, are we metal? I mean, you're metal,
right?
So that's sort of a good point. But you have so many. There's so much nuance. I think y'all's music. So many paths that you guys take. So I want to show one other one. This is off the new album, which I adore. We've talked about before. So I want to play this one. So John, let me play this one. You heard the other one, okay, right? I obviously said that.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it sounded great.
I want to play this one because this is my favorite song off their new album, and we'll talk about the new album here in a little bit. So, yeah.
With pure intentions I set sail,
So I want to stop real quick because this is a kind of total. This is different, but and we've talked about one of my favorite parts of Light the Fire is that you do both melodic and the screamo. So again, this might be something that people, another group of people listening tonight and watching. This might be more in your wheelhouse. So here we go.
I'll be back again. Please don't forget me. So many stories left to tell. Another wish thrown down the well. Please don't resent me. I just wish I was back home. Tired of feeling so alone. Try to make this one feel like a home, but it feels like a prison.
Love it.
Follow the light that guides me home. I know I'm not alone. Answer the calling of my soul. It burns even brighter. We'll find a way to reverse the suffering. Take back the time we've lost. Keep fighting for the cause. I know you're just now I am done. My time and the light is fading, but it grows brighter with you. Follow the light that guides me home. I know I'm not alone. Answer the calling of my soul. It burns even brighter. Follow the light that guides me home. I know I'm not alone. Answer the calling of my soul. It burns even brighter.
So there's a little bit of that, which is cool.
Cool.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
It's interesting how it's very it's different. John, what are some of your thoughts off hearing that versus their other song?
I love it, man. Love the range. Love the different styles on that one. Really cool stuff for sure.
Thank you.
And I realized I got to give love to Texas bass players. I got a cousin, TJ Calloway, who's a bass player and does audio recordings in the Dallas area.
Okay.
So
is he in a band?
He does like audio, like engineering for film, TV, independent. He plays out in bands on occasion too.
Very
Right.
cool. Yeah, I like Hellmaster. He agrees with me as I like the mix of melodic and the harder. Yeah. That's we've talked about it, and that's
really cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's kind of and you got fans that sort of obviously like both, or they may not like both. Maybe they like just the scream part of it,
right?
Or, the metalcore part of it.
It's one of those things. It's we do what we feel naturally on the songs, so it's we hope everyone likes it, but everyone's going to have their opinion. That's great.
So I'm gonna switch gears a little bit here in a minute. I'm gonna go back a little bit, and we'll go forward again.
Okay.
So I want to go back. I remember Susan and I were in Pensacola. We were on vacation, and Lost at Sea came out, and we were watching the charts. And I kept texting you that Lost at Sea has moved up another notch. So you were on the top 10 of. What was it? It was the new release.
We got to number 3 on the iTunes metal charts.
Yeah, that was
nice. and that was in 2015. And the only bands in front of us were two I was huge fans of.
Right.
At that point in time, August Burns Red.
August Burns Red.
And, and then In This Moment was the other one. Yeah, but
Very cool.
our debut album charted right behind those two.
Yeah.
It was surreal. Never would have, it was like, what?
Yeah. Oh, man, that had to pump you up pretty good, huh?
Absolutely. You want to talk about, walking around like you're 10 feet tall. That's what that felt like, for sure.
To be on the top there,
Mm-hmm.
like you said, of the iTunes chart, and I guess it didn't help that I kept texting you every day going, or actually that night. I was texting you all that night going, Andrew, it's like I was part of it. Like, we're up to 5. We're up to 5. Let's keep going.
It's so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's how do you get tired of that? Like hearing from people that you care about being like, dude, it was awesome.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. We felt an ownership. We felt, that we were, get to be part of this. So, Lost to Sea was great. A lot of things, we talked about, and this is why I want to switch again before we talk about the new album and your future stuff, which I want to get to because we have a little bit of time for that, which is some people don't know about, and this is why I want to get some of the inside stuff. So, John, if you have any questions you want to talk about that are on the what's it like on the other side of the thing.
Absolutely. And before we do that, Gary, big shout out. We crossed the 5,000 mark. So now we're at
awesome.
$5,145.24. So
yeah, we're doing great.
So those donations coming because that's big. And
about halfway. So we're doing great.
Absolutely. And everybody, just to summarize, you make a donation this hour, you're eligible to win some pretty good prizes from this hour too. So keep those donations coming.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you so much. And so one of the things that you had shared, which I think is interesting, sad in some ways, which is record contracts. You know where I was going with
I
this.
I do.
Record contracts. So you had how would you describe your previous record contract that kind of went south, I guess? Or
I would say necessary evil.
Okay.
And the reason I say that is because it definitely opened doors and launched us into a different category and continued to propel us. Some of it is blind ignorance of not knowing how when you sign a record deal, you're just so stoked, because you're young and just full of it. Like, this is the start of me being famous, but that's really when the work begins.
Sure.
It's not that's not the finish line. That's the just start of getting into the big leagues kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so you're splitting your money with way more people and you've got deadlines to meet and you're not in control of when it gets released, how it gets released. Like, so visions get lost, like on what you as the artist wants to do versus what ends up happening kind of thing. So, because, the label's job is to present 15 bands on the roster to the public at all times.
Sure.
Things get lost in the shuffle, so to speak.
Yeah. And, there's, for whatever reason, they sort of have their agenda, which doesn't necessarily coincide with y'all's agenda.
Right.
But there are, like you said, necessary evil. But at some point, you were able to sort of, get that contract, I guess, to an end, which is good. We've heard other horror stories of bands. I think, Kansas was one, or not Kansas. It was, it was Kansas that had, they had a contract, and there was like, they're not making anything. I don't know if people know, but the first, they were able to sort of renegotiate. But you guys wanted to sort of get out from under but you had to fulfill the contract.
We had to fulfill the contract. And also part of our experience was it went from physical CD sales to streaming over the course of our record contract.
Right.
So it's not it. I don't necessarily blame the record label, and I don't blame us.
Sure.
It changed, and we were all trying to figure out how do we navigate this big shift culturally,
right,
and how you consume music.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so, like the label can only give us what they promise us as part of a percentage.
Sure.
But they're trying to figure out what's their percentage based off of the streaming services providing them money.
Yeah.
So, so it wasn't, I'm very grateful for my experience with the record contract and what it's done for me.
Sure.
But, I don't blame the label for the way things happen, just because it was a societal shift in the consumption of music, as opposed to them just, the horror story, evil record label empire.
Yeah. Well, you gotta feel bad, because I know I was talking to a music industry professor one time, and he had in Joey Mullen, the guitarist from Badfinger, and to hear like what kind of bad situation they went into, and it's just like that stuff is nuts. But I mean, from your instance, I mean, were you able to retain like your masters and then like the publishing rights on yours too?
Yes. So
that's
the one thing I had foresight enough to do when I ended up getting the record deal negotiated was we had 5-year expiration dates on all our masters and publishing. So 5 years from the time the label released the record, we got ownership completely back. So
nice.
Yeah. So, as years kind of go by, like we get this record back and we get that. So we can go do with it what we want if we choose to do it.
Sure.
So
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Thank you.
Because it has changed so much, and I guess I want you to kind of speak to that, because we're John, we're kind of on the consumer side of things, since we see all the changes. I can't imagine what it is to be in a band and to be able to be part of that, because people don't know. Fortunately, Andrew has a day job, so that helps.
Yeah,
helps a lot. That you're not having to. But you probably feel also for those that don't have a day job.
I honestly
trying to make a living.
I honestly know very few people that are creatives at all that don't have some sort of day job.
Sure.
Because even the guys who are in big touring acts that you think of as rock stars, they have a recording studio that they're running when they're at home and recording other people, or they're in the management side, or they may still be within their industry, but they're doing something to get a weekly paycheck kind of thing. Because streaming has, while it's exploded exposure, which is great, it's also removed some of the money that can be made, like when people go spend $15 on a CD somewhere. So
I guess we should dispel that rumor, because I think folks out there that are listening and hearing will think, oh, he's got X number of streams on Spotify or Apple or apparently you can't make you can't make a mint on 74,000 streams or whatever. You get a little bit of money.
It's one of those things. I'm fortunate. We're coming up on 5 million streams on our Spotify.
That's incredible. 5 million.
Yeah, which is great. And if you told a kid in the garage from small town Texas that would ever happen, I'd be like, nah.
5 million. That's awesome.
It's pretty cool. But I mean, I still got to pay my bills, and when
that's not going to pay the bills.
Yeah, you're making pennies on a stream. So
it's incredible.
Yeah, so I mean, it's dispel the rumors. There's no such thing as the millionaire rock star anymore. Not that I even am one, but I know guys who have 100 million streams that they still have a day job.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, and that's tough for the industry, because so many people, even operating recording studios, have different gigs on there as well too. Because I knew a guy who helped to manage a studio up in the Buffalo, New York area, and he was looking for a different gig and kind of doing that as a passion thing, like on his like evenings and weekends and all that, and putting in long hours. And I mean, big shout out to that guy for everything he was doing on that front. But I mean, when you hear those stories, it's like, man, it's just like, you're so thankful for those people who are passionate, have that energy, and keep on making that great music.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's a lot to do it. So, I mean, that's awesome for you guys to keep that up.
Thanks.
So now, you dropped an album, which is kind of weird to talk about, but you dropped an album, which kind of, you've done. You can drop singles now.
Yes, right.
Obviously,
right.
Which a lot of bands do now.
Right.
Which is different because back in the day,
yeah.
Nobody would. Well, way back in the day, people would do a 45.
Yeah, right.
For the old people, we remember 45s, but for most people,
vinyl's back.
Vinyl's
back.
Vinyl.
Okay.
I got a vinyl album up on the album.
Yeah. Vinyl is the physical thing now. Vinyl's back.
I got my Kansas album up there. I could pull it down.
Hey,
we could
you're not old. You're retro now.
I'm retro.
Yeah.
There you go. But y'all did put out a full album. Full album.
Yeah, we just dropped a 7-song EP. I guess is what
really
like the 22nd of November. So. And that was part 1 because part 2.
That's what I was going to ask about.
Yeah. So, and part 2 is coming next year.
Oh,
so,
good.
Yeah.
Good.
So, in fact, I'm shooting a music video tomorrow.
Oh,
for the first. Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Oh, I guess. I don't know. Well, I'll tell you after I sleep tonight.
Yeah.
That is awesome for you to be here. I mean, with shooting that tomorrow.
Well,
yeah.
Thanks.
He's going to have to go home, take some vitamins, and be ready for that, man. So Neil, you're vintage. Yeah. And Joshua says he loves vinyl, so
yeah.
So video, which is always cool.
Mm-hmm.
But you're doing these, like I said, you're dropping. You got part 2 coming out,
right?
But the other main thing is you're going to have to probably hit the road again, right? Are y'all planning to hit the road? Or?
We will probably next summer.
Okay.
Like, just because this is one of those, the industry's changing thing, right?
Yeah.
So you actually use the visuals and the audio to fuel the tour, as opposed to you used to use the tour to fuel the release, right?
Right.
Yeah, it's kind of flip flops. Yes, it's flip flops. So what we're planning on doing is release some singles and all that. And then once part 1 and part 2 are in the hands of, the digital world, we'll go support it on the road.
Okay, cool. So, so amazing. So, we're starting to get ready for the next hour. I want to go ahead and bring Jeff in. So, hey, Jeff, thanks for being with us, sir.
Yeah, happy to be here. Thank you.
Absolutely. And Emily's on board too. She wants to ask some questions for Jeff here in a little bit. We're wrapping up with Andrew for this hour, but Andrew is my metal god friend. So he's and so the and this kind of feeds into your use of things. Jeff uses a lot of drone footage. Are you guys? Is it tomorrow? Drone footage tomorrow?
No drone footage tomorrow, but we have done drone footage in music videos and makes stuff look epic. It's
does,
so awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the dive bombs and zoom ins and all that stuff. It's amazing. Yeah.
It's perfect for music videos.
Absolutely.
Perfect for Jeff out in the country doing that.
Yeah,
so there's good uses for that.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, as we're kind of getting wrapped up, let me know, John, if you see any additional questions as we sort of get toward the end tonight of the time with Andrew. And I appreciate you being here.
I appreciate you asking me. It was an honor to be here.
Oh, man, that's awesome.
Great cause. Like, donate to St. Jude.
Yes.
Great cause.
We're hoping. I think next year hopefully we can hit 100,000.
That would be amazing.
Would be awesome.
Yeah,
lifetime total. Nice.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Yeah.
And we've had incredible guests, and you've been incredible, man.
I appreciate it.
You're great. I love the stories, and looking forward to part 2 because again, I love I love part one. And like I said, I told you before, I got stuck on harbors, and I played all the time. But I do appreciate something you mentioned as we get to the end here. Something I never thought about, which was, which I probably should, which is you've spent time thinking about what to put on part one, and you had to also figure out sort of the sequence. And I know a lot of bands. I guess maybe I never appreciated that in the past, but did you guys debate a lot on what needs to be the first song out the gate, or did you? Because you did it in a certain pattern.
Yeah, we had 2 anchor songs. We knew how we were going to start it and finish it based on the way one song started and one song ended.
Right.
The rest of it, we kind of had to feel our way through.
Yeah.
And luckily, we kind of figured that out, you know, from playing some of them live and just kind of seeing people's reaction and response to it. And then, yeah. So
I love that a lot of times, and I think everyone who's listening and watching has had a situation where they can think of an album where you can think of it as sort of conceptually as a story being told throughout.
Yes.
You know, Rush's 2112 comes to mind because you've got sort of this flow going. And so, you know, I really do appreciate the way that you guys put it together.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
So it's about creating an emotional experience.
Oh, there you go.
That's the way.
I like it.
Yeah, it's you know,
it's
you
really
don't.
Cool.
Yeah, if everything stays here the whole time.
Yeah.
Like it kind of just gets mundane. It's like when someone's screaming in your face at you all the time. Eventually, you're like, "Oh, shut up, man!" So it's kind of like, you know, you want that screaming to mean something.
It's got to mean something. Well, and that's the thing too. I encourage everyone to go back, watch all the Light to Fire videos you can find, because I love your videos and love the music. Go stream them on Spotify. You'll have a great time. And
Appreciate you having me.
Absolutely.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Been awesome.
Yeah,
Thanks.
absolutely. Yeah.
We'll
Donate to St. Jude. That's the main thing.
Thanks.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks.
Thanks, buddy.
Love you, buddy.
All right. Love you too, man. We'll see you. All right. Let's get a reset. And he says keep on rocking. Hailmeister told you he threw up some devil horns there.
And as Hailmeister saying that, we're
That's
almost at
Hailmeister,
$5,300. So we're less than $30 away from $5,300.
Oh, nice.
So,
very nice.
So who's going to help us to get over 5,300?
Yes. All right. Well, let's get a reset, and we'll get started with Jeff. And I'm vamping for a minute so I can figure out which one am I going to play. Okay, I'm playing this one. Okay. All right. Here we go.
Keegan is a little ball of fire, and the fire comes out the top of her head with her red hair. She just loves life. She was barely a year old, and each night she would wake up and she would be screaming in pain. So I would ask her, "What is wrong?" And all she would do is just pat her leg. And after 6 months, and it was 18 doctor's visits, she was diagnosed with acute lymphoblastic leukemia. The main thing that I wanted to know was, is this cancer curable? And is she going to survive? Keegan, in the very beginning, she was weak, she was tired, she was sick of feeling the pain that she was feeling. It's awful to see a child go through it. I remember when Keegan had been through 4 weeks of treatment. Keegan's oncologist told us that any adult would have already given up, but Keegan hadn't. She just fought right through it. When you're given a childhood cancer diagnosis, hope is lacking.
Oh.
But coming to St. Jude,
They were my foundation for getting my hope back and knowing that Keegan was going to be okay. Seeing the transformation of Keegan over the last 2 years has been such a joy to see from the very beginning, where she was pushing around a little stroller with her fluids in it. Now she is the child that's running the halls laughing and just having a blast. She puts a smile on, and as long as she's got her princess shoes or her princess dress, she can face the world and show everybody else what true strength is.
Welcome to the Geocache Talk Network's 9th annual podcast of Hope. This year we are hoping to raise $12,000 for St. Jude Children's Hospital. These donations directly fund life-saving treatments and groundbreaking research. Your contribution, no matter the size, can bring hope to families facing the toughest battles of their lives. Imagine a place where families battling life-threatening illnesses never see a bill for treatment, travel, housing, or food. That's St. Jude. Every dollar you give helps these kids get the care they need and the hope they deserve. We've heard countless stories of courage and resilience from families who found a lifeline in St. Jude, and it's not just about the incredible medical care. It's about the community of support, the warmth, the love that you can be a vital part of. Now, let's join our hosts of the Geocache Talk Network's podcast of Hope.
Thank you for being with us tonight and supporting St. Jude kids like me.
Some more of the giveaways. This is the next set of giveaways. So again, Space Coast has another gift pack. So thank you so much, Space Coast, spacecoastgeostore.com. Thank you all for that. Scrabble Hounds, I mentioned that one before, 8 o'clock. Sorry, I'm on the wrong hour. Hang on, we got more giveaways. There you go. Giveaway pack number 3. Give back number 3, also Space Coast, so that's good. And then we have another Oak one. We have an Oak Coins gift pack. By the way, that the Ghost coin, it's a big coin, so that's worth giving in this hour. So, all right, there you go. So let's get this hour going. Jeff, thank you so much for being with us tonight.
Yeah, so happy to be here. Happy to help, be part of this. So thank you for inviting me.
Oh, absolutely. I found Jeff sort of randomly, I guess. I started watching some YouTube videos and I got hooked. And
Thank you.
You bet. And Jeff, you do incredible videos, my friend. They are awesome. There's a connection to some of us who have done nothing like you've done. But I think for many in the audience, we have gone out, a little bit into the wild to find a cache and, thought get out there and a couple things will happen. And we have several people who have also, hiked and various things. But I mean, as far as geocachers, we will get out and we'll find a cache out in the what we call middle of nowhere, and it'll be it'd be incredible. And you look around and you're like, man, I'm so glad there's a geocache out here, because I would never have known about this area. And it's just if people have never, and this is the sort of the sad part, and I know something we'll talk about tonight, which is some people just don't get out into the wild and see what's out there. And it's incredible, some of the things that are out in nature that you look back on and you're like, man, I can't believe these things are out there. I mean, it's incredible. So what sparked you to to do what you do, and I guess kind of explain to people how you sort of approach going out into the wild.
Yeah. Well, I've been doing this for a long time. Even I mean, I've had a YouTube channel since about 2013.
Oh wow,
and
cool.
Back then, I didn't really focus it so much on finding stuff on Google Earth,
right,
or finding interesting things. It was
Sure.
more of just like a hiking type of thing. Even though I was still doing that, finding stuff on Google Earth and going out and exploring, which is the basis of my channel, trying to find these real adventures. And so I've been doing this for a long time, and it just only recently just kind of took off on my channel. And I think it's all about just the getting out, going to a new place. Like so many of these places I've never been before. And that's what's so exciting to me, is that it's always something new and different.
Yeah.
And even though I do love regular hiking and all that stuff, and speaking of geocaching, I did find some really weird geocaches way out, truly in the middle of nowhere.
Right.
I was just like, who put this here? This is crazy. That
is
really
awesome.
Fun to see. Like I was opening up as a little ammo box, and it had like some people's names from like a couple years ago. I was like, this is so cool. So the point
you found
is,
a lonely cache. Didn't even know it.
yeah. I mean, I was like thinking like,
my friend.
Yeah, I really felt like, wow, this is really special. I'm out in the middle of nowhere, like so far. I mean, it took me hours to get there, hours hikes. Yeah. So,
wow.
Really fun.
Cool.
Yeah, very cool. Yeah, so like you said, you've done kind of both, and I've seen where you'll show where you're like, well, that's weird. What is that? You have the the Google Earth kind of like, okay, I have no idea what this is, and those are fun. I love those. And you go out there and you're like, oh, okay, because some of them are really bizarre, and you see them on a satellite video, and you're like, what the heck is this? And then others, that's sort of, I guess they fall in kind of one category, one of the many categories. But another category you'll see is like, oh, like recently you had like, okay, that's man-made. You can tell it's got 90 degrees. You know that it's hot, but you're like, why? And why is this thing out here? So, I guess both of those sort of still give you inspiration. The bizarre and also the ancient, I guess we could call it.
Yeah, I'm always amazed at how far some of these things are out there. But then yet again, I'm not, because these are near water sources.
True.
And so it makes sense. Like if this is near a water source, then maybe someone thought, hey, this is going to be a long-term area for me to live or to stay or to visit or something, a dependable water source. But yeah, there's definitely, I love that mix of, I want to see what this is, and I hope it's ancient, because yeah, you're right. There are some stuff where it's a 90-degree angle or a perfect circle in the sand, and you're like, somebody put that there. Was it anciently? Was it, modern? And so I love those two aspects of what I do is, and I love the ancient world. It's just so interesting, and and it's just there's always just so much to learn. I'm learning all the time. I don't know anything, but I'm just learning. I'm reading, and people's comments are so fun to read. When I'm like, I don't know what this is, and someone says, well, it might be this. So it's just fun to learn and just be part of this with everybody.
Well, and I love how you, it just like captures, like, I think people's like curiosity and intrigue in what you do. And to me, I mean, that's so cool, capturing that kind of experience.
Yeah.
And just to take a look at the total right now, we're about $5,635.24 going up. So really our next one we want to hit is 6,000.
Yeah.
So for any people who just tuned in on this one, help us reach 6,000, help us get to that mark. That's our next step up. Any donations from this hour will make you eligible to win prizes for this hour on that time. So keep those coming in on that side. And looks like we just got a super chat for $50. So
oh wow, sweet. Robert. Oh hey Robert. Yeah, I know Robert.
Yeah. So,
Thanks,
a big shout out to Robert Allen on that one for dedicating it to Jeff, the Trek planner, and
cool guy,
the best kids in the world on that one. So thank you.
Awesome.
Robert.
Thanks, Robert.
So we're not going to reveal obviously any place, any GPS coordinates. But what states do you like to go sort of out into the wild? What are your favorite places state-wise?
Oh, I like the Four Corner states.
Okay.
Nevada has a lot of really cool stuff.
Oh, cool.
Even California, east or southeastern California, the desert side of California down there.
Right.
Love that side. But mostly the Four Corner states, because that's kind of the history that I grew up with. And I'm from northern Utah, so I've heard about, the Navajo, the Utes, the ancestral Puebloans, and these are always just kind of, or the Paiutes, they're always in my mind, since growing up. So this area has always been just a favorite area for me.
Right. Emily lives in Oregon, on the coast, but your parents live in Utah, right?
Yeah, I saw you were from Kaysville. My parents live on the edge of Kaysville and Layton, so.
Oh yeah, well we probably know who they are.
Yeah.
From your times, Emily, going there and finding caches around where your mom and dad are, what's your experience as far as getting out? Because it's a whole different world from.
It is a whole different world. And I'll tell you what, northern Utah is a whole other world from southern Utah. And I would love to explore southern much, much more. Right. So yeah, generally when I'm visiting, we're staying north of Salt Lake City. So.
Oh, different. Yeah.
Yeah. So definitely different. Yeah.
I feel like Arizona, to me, my experience with Arizona is the southern part is different than the part up by the Grand Canyon is different experiences. Absolutely. So. And somebody mentioned in the chat room, Jeff, I gotta find it, but somebody mentioned about the toilet that you found inside the box, and people are like,
toilet in a box.
What in the world is Gary talking about?
Yeah, tell us more.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that was recent. Well, you released it recently, I should say.
Yeah, yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what happened was it was the video from last week where I was finding something that looked like a square, and I get out there and so I see the square, which is this ruin, of course, and I'm like, what is this doing here? And so I started flying my drone up this canyon, this adjacent canyon, and I saw this big wooden box in this cave, and so I was like, whoa, this has already been like a 20-30 minute video. I'm gonna make this into 2 videos because I don't know what's down there. It might be another 3 or 4 hours of me hiking down there.
Yeah.
And so I was like, I'll just cut it here, have a cliffhanger, go down there. Anyway, so I go down there and there's this massive box in this cave, and I was thinking like is this what is this thing? What's inside of it?
Yeah.
And so I open it up and there's a toilet seat inside of the box.
But like you said, I'm sorry, I was going to say real quick is that it's clear that it's not. It was just put in there.
Just put it in there.
It wasn't like it wasn't meant to be. It wasn't like it's in there permanently, I guess is the way to put it.
Yeah.
So.
But the thing is, when I'm out there, sorry, go ahead, Emily.
Go ahead.
Just be preserved in a cave, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's funny because when I get out there, I have tunnel vision. When I see something, I'm like, oh, that's what it is. And then I have to take a break for a second and be like, okay, this isn't a toilet. What is going on here? And so that's kind of the tricky part of filming, is because I'm just like, this is a toilet. I came all the way out here for a stupid toilet. This is stupid.
Oh well, yeah.
And then I'm like, wait a second, this isn't toilet. What's happening here? So that's what happened. My video for yesterday.
But isn't it really the toilet and the story that makes it all worthwhile?
Right.
In the end?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
You're making it. You made it work, my friend.
Yeah.
One way or the other, you made it work.
Still fun. Still an adventure.
Yeah. And I got your pictures we'll show here in a moment. I did want to mention to folks that podcastofhope.com is the place to give. It goes straight to St. Jude. So please give there. We appreciate the super chat, but we're a small YouTube. The money will eventually get to us, but we don't make much on super chat. I know some YouTube videos, YouTubers probably do, but it has to reach a certain level before YouTube will send you your money for the super chat. So that money is sort of going into into a back. It's going into that wooden box because we're not going to see it for 4 or 5 months eventually. But yeah, please give up podcasttohope.com. That's the place, because it doesn't go to us. It goes straight to St. Jude. But we do get credit for it. As far as the campaign, we're part of this. We're part of this, the campaign. That's why I think, and I didn't mention it before, but in the event goal is at 176%. It's because we're part of a group called Play Live. We're podcasters, but we're sort of put in with the video gamers, which is fine. They do video games, so it's sort of we're part of the Play Live group. And so for this year, the Play Live campaign has reached, almost 175%, which is incredible. The millions of dollars that's been raised for that. But our current goal, again, is 12,000, and we're at 557.88. So a couple things I wanted to get at. We'll kind of get back. We'll get into some of and I got your photos and some of that I want to get into, but I want to go back a moment to some of your prep, because you've really got good prep work. And I'm sure there have been times when you've been out and you're like, I wish I'd have prepped better.
Yeah.
Of course, but I think the prep that you go through. So kind of tell people a little bit about the modes that you set up for your videos. So you got your vehicle that you can take to a point, and then you've got, is it an e-bike that you usually take, or is that more recent that you've been using that?
I've had that for, I think, about a year now or so.
Okay.
Yeah.
That seems to get you, some of the way. And then of course you hike the rest, but
yeah.
How has the e-bike helped with some of your planning and getting to certain spots?
Yeah. So a lot of the places that I like to go to usually have, they'll start off with a vehicle, they'll have I could get there, and then there'll probably be like some terrible Jeep road or an old truck road or something.
Yeah.
And it's like, do I really want to hike 10 miles on that, lose all my energy and light and time, and then hike the remaining 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 miles? So it's like that e-bike can save me all that time.
Yeah.
So I kind of use a combination of course hiking too.
Yeah.
But that's, I always bring all that, of course, e-bike, car. So everything just kind of combined to make this so flexible for me.
Right. And then we mentioned, we were talking about when Andrew was here, is the drone. Yeah. I love the drone footage, because there are times when, it really helps the experience from a viewer's perspective. And I know you probably had hopefully comments that to the positive. It's great. I love the drone footage, because it probably helps you as well, because you can go, do I want to go up to that spot? Do I want to take do I want to take the time to get up there, or is it worth it? Yeah. And you can fly the drone up there and sort of get an assessment.
Exactly. And that has saved me so much time. And I don't post this or show this because I just don't, but there's many times where I've gone out there, I'm like, I know there's something here, and I'm like, I'm going to fly a drone because I don't want to hike up, 400 feet or whatever.
Yeah. And
come to find out it's nothing. So I'm like, oh, okay, now I can go on to the next thing.
Mm-hmm.
So it really is a time saver too.
And I want to show some of these. So kind of walk me through some of these pictures, Jeff. So this is one of them. This that you walked up to. Now, I've seen these, but again, I want you to kind of sort of tell the story and again, we have audio listeners too, so we'll have to kind of paint the picture for folks. But what are we looking at here?
Yeah, so if you're a longtime watcher of my channel, you know that I love these hand and carved footsteps that are anciently made.
Right.
So this is what we're watching here. This isn't something that I've shown on my channel yet. This is something new.
Exclusive.
Yeah, exclusive.
Nice.
I've shown some Patreon friends, but my main channel has not seen this.
Okay.
I love this stuff because the ancients were excellent rock climbers. They were so smart. They saw an obstacle and literally walked over it. And when I see these steps, I can see, I can see someone 1,000 years ago saying, you know, I put my hand there, I put my foot there, I climbed right up this exact path. Whereas,
Nice.
you know, other ancient sites were like, hey, you know, we know people were here, they're walking around and stuff, but to see this right here and to see it visually, I know that people were climbing up this exact route, and I was right below it. So that's why I love seeing these things, is that it just, for me, I feel the connection to these people, that their feet were right here, their hands were right here, and that they saw an obstacle and they said, hey, we're going to just carve a trail in the mountain above this thing, which is, I think this thing, a lot of the steps have faded away, so you can only climb up a little bit. But it goes up 200 feet.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen where you have had like drone footage, and you will show drone footage of a petroglyph, and then you'll show it from where you're standing. It's like, how in the heck did somebody get up there to carve a petroglyph? It's like, you know, we joke about, but I mean, it's like they had to be some incredible climbers to get to a point. You're looking around going, I mean, this thing's like, you know, 100 feet off the ground. I mean, how did they get up there?
Yeah. I love that stuff.
Wow.
It's a mystery.
Yeah. So here's another interesting shot. This one right here.
Oh, wow.
So I like this one because I don't know what it means. I mean, we don't know what any of these mean.
Right.
We don't know the context, the time, you know, anything. But I just love how it means something to someone who is long gone, and maybe you know, we can always surmise whatever this means. But I just love, even, you know, it's not really spectacular. It's just kind of some squiggly lines and like a shape that goes around what I think is
something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But for some reason, I just love rock art. I mean, I'm always thinking what they mean, but I never will know what they mean. And just seeing this, where we have absolutely no idea, is just I just love this stuff.
Oh, I think people don't realize that there is a lot of petroglyphs out there. I mean, you have found some incredible, you know, and it's sad when you find where somebody else found it and messed with it, which I hate.
Yeah.
But once in a while, many times you'll find sort of pristine, out in the middle of nowhere spot where you'll find, you know, the rock art. And yeah, it's sad that it's like nobody left just a explanation as to what the item is. I mean, an animal's an animal, but what did the animal, like you said, what does the animal mean to them? Was it something they, you know, why did, you know, the whys are not there. Why did they take the time to carve an antelope or whatever they found? You know, why does the dude have, you know, big head? You know, is there some, something else going on? Or, you know, you find these, you know, what is he just, there's no explanations, but they are fascinating, like you said, just to find those.
Well, and I think that raises a point. I mean, with any of these are incredible finds, but I mean, certainly we want to be respectful of the environment and these to help maintain them.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's, I think the thing is, like, you know, it's just amazing when you find something like that. And it's incredible, like sharing those experiences with others, like on there.
Yeah.
And I think, Jeff, I mean, just kind of like curiosity, I know you probably talked about it a little bit, but just, you talked about some key areas, but I mean, just to kind of like walk through your thought process of like, and I think, you know, Gary did a good job of, like, us as geocachers, a lot of times we're looking at satellite maps ourselves.
Yeah.
And we're finding some cool things along the way too. So, I mean, what you're doing, I think, is really awesome for geocachers, because like we all have that thought of like, what if we went and checked out that other thing that's not a cache,
yeah,
but looks pretty cool,
yeah,
you know?
Mm-hmm.
But I think for us, because there are geocaches nearby, we're like focused on those geocaches.
Yeah, we want to get a log and get on the trail, whereas Jeff's wanting to.
Yeah, so I think it answers for us geocachers, like, what if we didn't find that geocache or went off and took a look at that? But I mean, for you and what you're taking a look at, like, you've talked about those key areas, but are there like certain things you're looking for, or what's kind of yielding you to certain areas versus others?
Yeah. Honestly, it's just a hunch. And I mean, there's been so many hours where I've spent and I found nothing that looked interesting, that looked worthwhile. And I'm like, wow, I just wasted all this time. But I mean, not really wasted, but
Yeah.
it's like I just spent all that time and I didn't find anything that looked worthwhile at all. But this canyon looked really cool. Or, you know, there's a new place in Arizona that I found, and I'm like, I want to go there because I don't know what's there, and it still looked interesting to me. So it's really just a combination of just my own curiosity, a lot of time, just the general area of where these ancient people used to live and their descendants live today.
Yeah.
So that's it really just takes a lot of time. I remember during the COVID lockdowns, I know we want to talk about that.
Yeah.
But,
well,
I still had to come into work. My boss was like, we still have to come into work and you can watch YouTube videos and stuff. And I was like, well, I'm going to just, do what I like to do. I'm going to pretend I'm hiking on Google Earth. And so that's where I just spent hours and hours and hours at work and just trying to find stuff. But it really is just a matter of time and curiosity.
A couple things I want to mention, and something that I'm going to put also in the show notes, Jeff, which I forgot to do, but I'm making myself a note to do it, which is you have a incredible, we'll call it 10 commandments for lack of a better term. There's probably a better term for it out there, but John, what you were talking about, but Jeff's got an incredibly good set of guidelines that we all need to follow. And something I really appreciate when you run into these situations. And I'm going to jump down to another picture, Jeff, which is when you find things, when any of us find things, there's really an etiquette and a protocol that we should follow. And so I'm going to use one of your pictures as an example. So if any of us are out in nature and we find this, what is our approach? And what I'm showing is a piece of pottery. So I guess talk about the piece of pottery and then kind of let people know, because I've watched the videos, I kind of know, but what is the proper approach to this item?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's something, that I think about all the time and try to share in every video. And I see some comments saying like, stop preaching again. And I'm like, no, I will. I'm going to talk about this.
No, that's good. Yeah,
ignore them. One here, So this one here, my then girlfriend, now my wife Annie, we were hiking together and we just looked in this crevice and we saw this piece of pottery and it's pretty big. Wow. It's probably about 5 inches long.
Wow.
And it was just in this crevice and it was just left there. And that gave us so much joy to find that. Like even think about it now, it just makes me excited. It's like that was so much fun to experience that together. And imagine if somebody took that, like we would never have known, like, And so my thing is talk about that respect, leave it there. It's not our history. It's not like my history, our history. It's someone else's, someone else's creation. And, I want other people to have that joy of discovery too, of when they see a broken piece of pottery at the ground or an arrowhead or something. And they're like, this is so cool. And then they leave it, they admire it, leave it.
Yeah.
And the next person can discover it, rediscover it for themselves and have that same feeling of joy and excitement that we did. But really you're not supposed to, like, if you see a bunch of pottery, you're not supposed to pile them and make them in big old piles. You're supposed to just leave them where they're at.
Right.
Right. I always say this in my videos, less is best. So I used to pick them up, but I rarely do that now. I don't even like picking them up anymore. Right. Even though sometimes I do just to look around to see if it's
get a photograph, but
I get a photograph or like, is this a pottery? Oh, wow, this is a piece of pottery. Whoops. Put it back. But leave it for others to see. And also for archaeologists, mainly because if they come through, they can understand the context of where these pieces are, what style it is and where it came from. But really the ultimate goal is just to leave it there.
Yeah. That's our recommendation for anyone listening that's not a geocacher that's along for the ride. If you find a geocache, sign the log, and put it back. Oh, there you go. Leave no trace. Look at it, take pictures, but don't take it. Yeah. It's not yours. It's like the geocache. It ain't yours.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing, even like I've learned working on trails, sometimes you do works on land.
It is.
And you have to actually submit things for archaeological review. Because there's databases that people know of all these sites that they don't want to make public because they don't want people disturbing them.
Yeah.
So then when we're stumbling upon things like that. Yeah, 100%, Jeff. Like right call and right way to do it, because I mean you don't want to disturb these archaeological sites that may be known or not known by others.
Yeah. Exactly. Yep.
Have you ever found anything that was needed to be reported because it was that interesting or big of a thing?
Yeah, I mean, recently I found what I think is half of a bowl.
That's a lot.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the biggest piece I've ever seen.
Yeah,
and I reported it, but nothing really happened. And I think it's just because if it's not like a full piece, a full example, I'm not really sure. But I did report it, and I heard nothing back. But I find broken pieces all over the place, pretty much every visit somewhere. But
wow, that's really neat.
Yeah, I remember a long time ago when my mom and I visited southeastern Utah. We went to a kind of a popular place now, but back then it wasn't super popular. And we found pieces of rope, 1,000 years old, pieces of rope just all over the ground. And we're just like, this is so crazy. And then we went back later, years later, probably about 4 or 5 years later, and all that stuff was taken. It was gone.
Oh, man.
So, and I wanted to show my wife and our kids, and I'm like, well, all that stuff's gone. So it was really disappointing.
Don't CETO that stuff.
Yeah.
No.
Speaking of finding things, and I want to switch gears a little bit because usually, so I want to hear this story. And I think everybody else wants to hear it too. Normally you get out there, Jeff, and it's tranquil. It's quiet. All you hear is nature. And you were out at a spot one time like that, and all of a sudden an explosion goes off.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So tell everybody about, I'm in nature. I'm thinking everything's fine. And then all of a sudden the dynamite goes off or whatever it was.
Yeah. That was honestly, that was really scary at the time, but now it's like, that was really, really funny and interesting.
Yeah.
That happened a couple of years ago where I found these like cars, or what I thought were cars, on Google Earth. And I went to go out there, and I knew it was going to be a mine.
Right.
Like I knew I could check other maps to see like there was mines out there, but this one, it was just like, what is all this stuff doing here? Like these cars. And so I go out there, and I start hiking up to where I think the main entrance of this mine is, or just like the whatever's called the patio of the mine.
Yeah.
And I stop for a second. I have my camera, and all of a sudden I hear this faint, like 3, 2, 1, and this massive explosion happened. And I feel honestly that I was lucky or blessed, because if I was higher up, like I probably would have been, right by that. But because I was hiking up this one way, kind of circling around, I was below where the explosion happened. And like what happened was people were up there just blowing up stuff. And I mean, it scared me so bad that I was like falling to the ground and like stumbling and stuff.
Right.
And it was so scary because I'm in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
These guys, whoever they are blowing up stuff. And so I like book it, I'm like screaming, yelling, and I go down to my car. And when I get down there, I hear this other like 3, 2, 1, and this little smaller explosion happened.
Oh, jeez.
And I don't know if they found dynamite in the mine, or they brought dynamite, or shooting stuff, but that's why I was pretty shaken up that day. I drove all the way home,
right,
which is like 8 hours.
Right.
But I think that's one of the reasons where I'm like, I need a satellite messenger. So that's kind of where it came from.
Well, John's got one just because he tends to fall down and hurt himself all the time, right?
Oh, come on, Gary. Not all the time. Not all the time. I
just
never
every year.
That time where I almost fell into a sinkhole either. But
he does carry one. What do you got? What's the brand you got there?
Garmin InReach Messenger. I've had for years, and love it, use it all the time, and great investment. And for anybody going out solo, I definitely encourage you to have one on that side. And on a separate note, we're getting close to 6,000. So right now,
nice.
$5,918.24.
Nice.
So if you haven't donated yet for this hour, please do so. Or if you want to make a donation just in general. But yeah, help us get over that 6,000 mark, because that's our close milestone right now that we want to get to work further towards our goal.
Yeah. It's just, some of our friends, John in the chat room, were like, tell us what was it? Say, John, when Neil said, "Tell us about the time you pooed your pants," and then Direwolf says, "Without telling us that you did." So that was it. I mean, that's an incredible story. And then you went back.
I did recently. I did. So I did.
Insane man.
And the only reason I went back is because I figured out a trail that I could go starting up top where I could see
what you're in. Yeah.
See what I was gonna do. Not hike up, but hike level.
How in the world? Because when you got out there, it looks like an auto mart. I mean, how did they get those? I mean, obviously somebody drove them out there, but I'm thinking, how did these cars get out in the middle of nowhere?
I don't know. I mean, were they the miners and they just left them? I don't know. They broke down.
You got a whole CarMax out there.
There's like 5 or 6 of them.
Yeah, old vehicles that, I mean, insane. Insane. This, well, are things like that? Have you found anything else out in the middle of nowhere that you're like, what the heck is this, and how did it get out here?
I mean, everything. Yeah, I'm always like, how did this get out here? But I mean, I'm trying to think. I will tell you this, that there was one time though, and I haven't made a video on this yet because I want to go out there and reshoot the video because the audio is so terrible.
Right.
But my wife and I went hiking to this place, and it was so windy that I kept hearing voices, and we were so far out there, and I was like, Annie, this is so dumb. Like, we're hearing people talking, and we were in the middle of nowhere. Like, let's just get out of here. Like, who are these people? And like, I swear I kept hearing voices, and I'm like, this is so stupid. So that's not me really finding something being surprised, but I was just like, here we are in the middle of nowhere, and there's people talking, and I'm getting upset that we drove all this way and there's somebody out here, but there's no one out there. So
I'll tell you though, it's funny how wind carries sound. Like I remember working at Woodstock 99 on the bass at the time, and there was like times where you could not hear anything from the performances if the sound was blowing in the other direction.
Wow.
If it was blowing in like the direction towards you, you could hear everything as crystal as could be.
Yeah, maybe something like that.
Yeah.
It's just amazing how the wind will carry sound like that.
Right, but you can't see anything, you know. How do you assess your situation? That does sound crazy.
So I think he wasn't available, but we'd had Charles, one of our podcasters. He works for the Bureau of Land Management, but as far as the experience or the your approach or your preparation for going out, obviously you're checking for because people want to, people need to know that you always do your due diligence, but like, is it on private land? Is it part of, because laws are different. I mean, you're kind of out, you live in an area that's, typically, is it BLM land, or is it, because we run into situations in our world, Jeff, of geocaching that, I can hide stuff in certain areas that John can't do, or John can hide them in areas where, he's got forest land that he can hide in that I can't hide in. So some of you're obviously having to check how I get there. What am I crossing? I mean, what are some of the things that you do protocol wise to prepare?
Yeah, that's a good question. So make sure I'm not on private property. Make sure I'm not in the Navajo reservation. Make sure I'm only on public areas, or if I'm going onto private land, that I contact the landowner, and get permission, preferably written permission.
Yeah, really, that'd be nice, right?
Yeah, but I try to avoid areas that are going to cause problems. I used to try to get permits on the Navajo reservation, and they're really tight about visiting archaeological sites.
Oh, right.
So I just don't even want to go there.
Right.
Because I can't, and also because it's just, there's so much outside of that we can see already. So
yeah. Then you've got, and I know now you've had you have more experience, but when you're looking at situations, and I know it, even when you prep, you get out there, and I really appreciate the way you approach some. You give us sort of the whole blow by blow in your videos, but there's times when you get out, a couple times in some of your recent videos where you get out there and you're like, I'm not going to try this. I can't go down this, this is too dangerous of a descent. And so you're looking for, it's kind of, from a viewer perspective, I really appreciate the puzzle, because a lot of times they're puzzles. You're trying to figure out, where can I go? How do I get to this spot? And so you've got to sort of work out the puzzle of, how do I get here?
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's a puzzle. And I think at the back of my mind, I've been in enough situations where I don't want to put my life at risk. It's not worth it.
Right.
And I have a certain threshold that I'm like, if I hit this threshold, then I stop.
Yeah.
And wait for my adrenaline to stop. And I'm actually going to make a video and post it soon where I had to kind of rock climb a little bit. And I was like so excited. Once I climbed up here, I was so excited to, keep going. And I'm like, wait a second, I got to stop here and kind of analyze this really logically.
Right.
Not just like, oh, I want to do this because it's really fun, but I need to look at this more logically. So I kind of have this little area that if I get in, then I don't do it. And I know some people get disappointed, but I mean, I have a family. I mean, I'm a real person. I have a family. I have kids. I want to come back home,
and
I'll be back doing something else. If this one doesn't work out, or I'll just use the drone. And I think, especially when it comes to ancient history, it's best not to just climb through everything. And I see other channels kind of, stomping over ruins and stuff. And I'm just like, we don't need to do that. We don't need to hike through every cave and all, step through every ancient door. In fact, we shouldn't do that stuff.
Yeah.
And I've learned along the way too. I'm not perfect, but I'm learning that, like I said before, less is best. And sometimes the drone is best for these types of situations.
Yeah. I mean, the drone is such a great tool, because you find some cool things that there ain't no way to get there. I mean, not without serious mountain climbing gear, or even that sometimes is not possible. We had Heather Anderson was our first guest tonight, and she's a thru hiker. She hikes, done the Pacific Coast Trail and 3 times, and the AT and the what's the middle? Continental Divide Trail. Thank you. Thanks, Emily. But she's run into wildlife. Have you had any wildlife encounters out in the wild? Have you been fortunate not to, other than bugs and insects, have you run into anything large?
I'm always surprised at how little large wildlife I run into.
That's good.
The biggest stuff is usually, I ran into bears in Denali when I was in my car.
Right.
Oh.
But nothing out in the wild where I'm like, oh, there's a mountain lion. I see their tracks all the time. The deer, the mountain lions, the foxes, but I haven't really ran into anything. And I know a lot of people comment on my videos like, what about snakes? You run into snakes? I don't really run into snakes. Yeah,
that's
weird.
That's good.
I made a deal with them a long time ago, I guess. So don't bother me.
Good.
Have you got I know well, we have vloggers, and we just had a vlogger on last hour, but I mean, vlogging is different. The three of us do podcasts, so I guess it's sort of like I look at podcasts for us is sort of like the newspaper. You put one out, it's done, you move on. You don't have to. We just, it records on YouTube, and we're done, and we walk away from it, and we think about the next one. But when you're vlogging, you're not only trying to tell the story, and obviously you're trying to capture all that information, which is incredible. Then you got to turn around, bring it home, edit it, which is not easy, I know, because you're trying to. You can't just sort of throw it together because, and I can tell that you've taken a lot of time and effort to make sure that you tell the story. So we really appreciate that. I'm sure others have hopefully told you that, give you that feedback, and it's been wonderful. But are there? And we've all seen where we talk to vloggers who are like, that video is, I can't use it because it didn't turn out the way you wanted it. But how much footage do you think you have in the can, as they say, ready to be made into a video? I guess let me ask that first. How much footage do you think you've got built up, and how much do you like to have built up in reserve, I guess?
Yeah. You mean like when I make a video, or like have like coming up, or
some vloggers like to have 2 or 3 hours of that they can go, okay, well, I don't need to go out and find a geocache for a while because I've got enough footage.
Oh, I see.
So do you, or are you one of those that's like, I get it done, it's out there, I don't have anything left, I got to get out there and do more videos? Or do you keep much in reserve? Or
okay, yeah, I understand now. It really depends on where I'm going and what I'm doing. Sometimes I can go to a certain place and maybe get 3 or 4 videos out of that.
Right.
And I'm shooting, the entire time and have just tons of extra bonus stuff.
Sure.
But it really just depends. I mean, there's some trips where I go out and I just get one thing, and I'm like, here I spent 4 days and I only have, 1.5 things, maybe usable stuff.
Right.
So I really try to plan trips where I can get a couple things, and if not, I'll just come back later and get something else. But it is a concern because sometimes it doesn't happen how I planned it.
Right. And we should mention too, and I need to get the link for you, but you do have a Patreon channel, right?
I do, yeah. And I post a lot of bonus stuff there. Yeah.
Yeah. So I want to make sure and publicize that for folks who can join your Patreon.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Because you can get some extra. I mean, so you're kind of thinking about different things. We put out things for our Patreons, but thanks, Belle. Andrew's now in Nevada too, by the way. Thank you, my friend. We're up to 6,000.
Wow, awesome. Cool. Keep those donations coming.
Yeah, absolutely. So do you have a number of trips that you want to take, a number of trips that you and the wife want to take? I mean, are you obviously you're always kind of looking for possibilities, but do you keep like a running list of like, this is a spot we want to go to eventually? Is it, or do you kind of go to everywhere you've kind of, how long is your list, I guess, of possible places you're open for?
Oh man, I have like 4 maps of thousands and thousands of sites, even in Africa and all over the place.
Oh yeah, dream trips, right?
Right, yeah. There's so much out there that's so interesting.
That was where I was kind of going with that. I was wondering how much you were keeping, possible reserve. And so is there any spots that you've attempted? I think you've mentioned this too before. You've attempted to get there, and it seems like every time you've attempted it, something's come up, or you weren't able to even kind of get you couldn't even get the trek started. You sort of you've got some bad luck spots that you just haven't been able to kind of tackle, or
yeah, and
those can be tough.
Those are kind of weird because I don't know what the deal is, but there's a couple places I'm thinking of where I check the night before all my gear, all the batteries to make sure.
Oh, that's
ready.
right.
And
Yeah.
the next morning, all my batteries are drained, and the batteries are inside. They're not cold. They're not hot.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, well, I have my phone battery, and I'm not going to do a video with my phone,
Right. Wow. Right.
So it's like I have to do something else, go back and charge stuff. So that's happened a couple times, and they're not, the batteries aren't inside like the cameras. They're just like sitting in a bag or just sitting on the counter or something. So I'm not going back to those places. Maybe not yet.
Weird ones. That's true.
There's something weird. Yeah, there's something weird going on.
Yeah.
So yeah, there are places like that for sure.
I want to bring in a couple of guys who probably have some questions as well. So bring in Neil, who's on earlier. So hey, Neil.
Howdy.
With Jeff on, and I got Jason here with me as well. So
here he is.
Those two guys are trouble right there. Jeff. I just want to tell you that.
Good.
The most fun kind of trouble.
Yeah,
right?
they'll get out in the middle of nowhere on you as well. So, what parts of the country? I know you kind of got your list. Is there part of the country that you want to get to and then try to get out into the another part of the country to get out in the middle of nowhere with, like Texas? You want to come to Texas and do some, or have you done Texas yet? Or
I haven't done Texas yet. I've been, the farthest south I've been is nearest Texas is Carlsbad, New Mexico.
Oh, right. Right.
But there's a couple places, I don't want to say too much because but there are places in the Midwest that I really want to go. I've have this huge kind of plan already out for those places.
Good.
So it'll be really different. I'm really excited. So probably the beginning of this next year. Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Yeah. If you come to Texas, let me know. Definitely. That's where I'm at. John's up in the New York area. So, and then these two guys are in the middle of the country. They're in the Indiana, Illinois parts of the world. So,
Midwest.
You have a question for? Did y'all have a question for Jeff before we start to switch gears? Did y'all? They're vloggers too. So Neil was a vlogger. So
thanks.
Yeah.
I didn't have a question
necessarily to point that out, right?
Yeah.
I didn't have a question necessarily for Jeff, but I wanted to just say thank you for coming on the podcast, Hope, and sharing your stories with us is all I wanted to say.
Yeah, it really has been an honor and really a lot of fun. So I'm happy to do it.
No, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm happy to check out your stuff. I didn't know about your channel or anything before the podcast to Hope lineup. So
well, thank you. Yeah,
thank you.
There's some great stuff on there, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
Absolutely, man. Is it patreon.com /
Jeff T. Johnson.
Jeff T. Johnson. Okay.
Yeah, it's not the Trek Planner, but it's the Jeff T. Johnson. Just my full name.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna put that in the show notes. But it's been awesome. I love the channel.
Thank you so much.
Other than these two guys, or Jason now, you're one of them that I love watching on YouTube, and it's been great to have you on, and looking forward. I'm hoping people will get out and watch videos and comment on it as well. So again, Jeff, thank you so much for being on tonight, and keep in touch, and we're looking forward to your videos down the road.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, everyone, please donate, please. Yeah.
Yes.
This is great. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Here's a quick update too. By the way, if you want to see the update, we're at 6113. Am I reading that right? 611324. So we're getting close to that number. So that's awesome. And yep, thank you so much. And all right, cool. Well, let's get a reset and let's get the next hour started. So yep. Bell and Moose says thanks. Yep. Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah.
And Owen says that too. Thanks.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. Yeah.
Appreciate it. All right. Let me get this next hour cranked up. Oh, play the right video. I'll be here we go.
Chemotherapy treatment can take months, even years to complete. To a child, 2 years can feel like forever. So when patients at St. Jude finish chemotherapy, we celebrate with a no more chemo party.
1, 2, 3. Our patients have the cutest SMILEs. Our patients have the sweetest HEARTs. Oh, we love to see you every day. But now's the time you get to say, pack up your bags, get out the door. You don't get chemo anymore.
Welcome to the Geocache Talk Network's 9th annual podcast of hope. This year we are hoping to raise $12,000 for St. Jude Children's Hospital. These donations directly fund life-saving treatments and groundbreaking research. Your contribution, no matter the size, can bring hope to families facing the toughest battles of their lives. Imagine a place where families battling life-threatening illnesses never see a bill for treatment, travel, housing, or food. That's St. Jude. Every dollar you give helps these kids get the care they need and the hope they deserve. We've heard countless stories of courage and resilience from families who found a lifeline in St. Jude, and it's not just about the incredible medical care. It's about the community of support, the warmth, the love that you can be a vital part of. Now, let's join our hosts of the Geocache Talk Network's podcast of hope.
Thank you for being with us tonight and supporting St. Jude kids like me.
So real quick note, something I should have mentioned early on, and I have failed to do that, so I apologize. One thing I mentioned in the first hour, which I need to do every hour, but we do have not only the things that we've mentioned earlier about the prizes, but we do have a couple that we mentioned early on that are every hour. So I want to mention them again and give them a lot of special attention because I want to give them special attention. And that is Cashley. Cashley's giving away a copy of Cashley every hour. So that is awesome. Thank you again, Cashley, for your donation. That is awesome. And of course, Arted Crafted. Arted Craft is giving a t-shirt away every hour. So if you want a chance to win, give, again, if you've given, or if you're in the process of giving, we're into the 10 o'clock and you can now possibly win a shirt. So, and let me then now mention the ones that are for the 10 o'clock hour. And we've got another Scrabble Hounds. Barbara's got another one. This one is a geocaching shirt in a Midwest Geobash set. So that is really cool. No, Jason and Neil, you are not eligible. No, you are. I'm kidding. You are. Emily's not. You are. John's not. You guys are.
Oh, come on, Gary.
You could win something, I guess. It's all random anyway, random.org. And then we've got a what's called the Track Club Cash Crate. So thank you, Cash Advance. They give us 3 9-month subscriptions tonight to give away.
That's so cool.
That is incredible. So thank you so much to all of our vendors who have given prizes. It's been incredible to have them aboard tonight. So, hey guys.
Howdy.
What's up?
Two of my favorite dudes, Jason and Neil. You guys are awesome. So don't let that go to your head, okay?
Oh, no problem.
I want to start off tonight with a video, and then we're going to talk a little bit, and then I'm going to show another video later. But I want to start off with the first one. So this is exclusive, another exclusive. Like Jeff gave us exclusive pictures. I think, just go with me on this, Jason, that it's exclusive, okay? So
okay, sure.
Never been seen before. Sort of a Hailmeister video that nobody's seen yet. So, in fact, even Jason hasn't seen it because I put it together. So I cobbled it together. So, good or bad, if it's bad, you can blame me because I'm the one that sort of put it together. So here we go.
All right, geocachers, fess up. You found spare change in geocaches before. I have. Many, many times, in fact. And this time, I'm putting it to good use.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
I am joining the Coins for Kids crusade, put out by Neil Moore, fellow vlogger. He's actually sitting right over here next to me. You know, Neil, we were caching in Indiana and we came across several hides and we kept finding coins in these caches. And you made the comment, I think I want to take the coins that I find in 2021, and at the end of 2021, I'm going to donate those coins to the Podcast of Hope, which is put on by the Geocache Talk Network. And they donate that money every year to St. Jude's. I'm here today. I'm going to join you in that campaign, and I'm going to also collect some coins for kids. Today we are caching in the Quad Cities, which is on the border of Iowa and Illinois, right along the Mississippi River. And there's lots of caches here, and hopefully there might be a lot of coins too, for kids. All right, we're at a multi-cache now that has a lot of favorite points. Something's cool about it. This is the first stage. Let's see if we can find some money in this one. Oh, yes, a key. All right, that key has coordinates on it, and we are going to those coordinates with the key. Let's see what we can find. All right, ground zero puts us right here. I can see the cache. Can you? It's right over here. Get that key? Oh, perfect. Unlock that and let's get in there. Yes! Oh, another geocache find. I feel like a pirate right now. All right, we got a pink plastic kindness coin. Well, that's very kind, but we can't donate this. So this is staying here. All right, what else we got here? We got a couple dimes and a couple pennies. All right, so that starts us off in the Coins for Kids campaign. 20, how much? I'm not very good at counting money. 22 cents. 22 cents starts us off. Cool. I know not all of them are gonna be filled with treasure like that, but that one pumps me up. That's my first one, and it had money in it, so let's go find some more. All right, Mr. Neil, make sure you put that key back.
All right, got the key right here. I'll put it back.
All right, let's go see what we find here. Oh yeah. Oh, I love the melting snow. I actually see grass here. Ah, yeah, spring is in the air, my friends. All right, now there's a geocache here somewhere. Oh, there it is. Found it. Right there. What in the world? This is something you'd find in Wisconsin, not Iowa. Right? Moo! Cash.
Hey, move over so I can get in there.
I hear a rattle. Sounds like money. Sounds like coins for kids, if you ask me. Let's see. Yes! I've never been more excited to find 2 cents in my life. But that is going in the Coins for Kids jar. All right, there it goes. Let's sign the logbook. Going to the next one.
Oh, we got muggles everywhere on this one. Oh, found it real quick. Oh, I hear shaky, shaky. Did I hear some shaky, shaky?
I brought this one in the car because I don't know if that's like toys or sounds like money. So sounds like coins for kids. Let's see what we got in here. Oh, a necklace. Okay. Looks like somebody went to Mardi Gras.
Beads.
A painted rock. That's nice. Merry Christmas. Okay. Oh, yes, 12 cents. 12 cents. More? How much? Oh, 3 more pennies. Let's just dump it out. I don't know if I have anything worth this much to trade for in my car. There must be about close to 50 cents here.
I know what you could trade for that change.
Mr. Bill? No, I can't trade Mr. Bill. Him and I have lots of adventures planned in this year and stuff if he doesn't die. Or I don't know what could possibly happen, but... All right, I'm taking out about 50 cents here. Holy cow, I could barely hold it all. Oh, I'm dropping it all over the floor, like I said. And in exchange, I'm putting in Mr. Bill. Nope. I can't do that. In exchange, for real, I'm gonna get away my Neil Moore Cash Tales button that I had on my backpack. I guess I don't need it anymore. Well, that brings today's total to $1.03 into the Coins for Kids campaign right there. I'm going to donate that at the end of the year, plus all the other money I can find throughout the year. So hopefully I can find a lot of caches and get a lot of money. Neil, can you tell me how much have you collected so far in your Coins for Kids campaign?
So far to date, I have collected $19.98.
Wow. Yeah, that's a lot in just spare change. On behalf of Neil Moore and myself, we would like to invite you to do the same. Collect loose change you find in geocaches throughout the year of 2021. Put it in a jar and donate it to the link below in the description for the St. Jude's Podcast of Hope through the Geocaching Talk Network. All right, all you generous geocachers, while you're wondering how much geo change you're going to find in the year 2021, I'll be planning my next adventure to show you right here on Geocache with Hailmeister. We'll see you next episode.
It's good stuff, guys.
older video. Oh, look, there he is.
Oh, he's still alive.
He survived.
Oh man, that's good. I haven't heard from Mr. Bill in a long time.
Mr. Bill talks now. Mr. Bill, you have something you want to say?
Apparently not.
Did he say I like pineapple pizza? Is that what he
said? No. So a little bit of a video from a while back, but thanks Jason for sending me that to put together. I have questions though.
You're not the only one, Gary.
I have questions. Yeah. You guys are great, by the way. Just want to point that out first and foremost. But
thank you.
So it's funny that you didn't the cow one just makes me so stupid, but it was so funny. But yeah, how long have you thought about how long you guys have been have cashed together when you have cashed together? Can you think back to the first time? I mean, when did y'all meet? I guess is the when
Jason,
did the bro
we already talked about this. Jason's gonna tell the story.
Okay. When did y'all meet?
Oh, well, it's kind of funny. I think Neil Moore and I were conversing through Twitter or something at the time, the Twitter chat that was going on every week or something like that. And I just casually mentioned to just everybody, the group or whatever, that I was going to Grand Rapids, Michigan for a hockey game. Right. And he says, "Oh man, oh yeah, hope you can carve out some time for geocache. Maybe we can meet." I'm like, "Who's this guy?" You know? Well, I mean,
this guy?
Yeah, I was like, okay, well, I mean, I'm not against meeting new people or whatever. So okay, so exchanged phone numbers, I believe, and off I went with my son to Grand Rapids, Michigan. As I get close, probably within a half an hour, he says, well, I told him where I was staying. I was staying downtown somewhere in an Airbnb there, and he knew the area I was staying in. And so he says, as you get close, go around the building. It's across the street. Go around back there and act like you don't know who I am.
Okay.
Talk about having questions, Gary. I tell you what.
I can do that.
Yeah. So I'm like, maybe I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't do this. I haven't run into a bad geocacher yet, but
hey,
okay, well, let's go.
First
So
one.
I did. Yeah. So I did. And no, I actually didn't have my son with me this trip. I was by myself. So I went behind the building, and it was like a banquet center or something, if I remember right.
Right.
And he was behind the building, but it wasn't the guy that I recognized from pictures and things.
Oh no.
Yeah, this guy had dark rim glasses on. He had a hat on, a camouflage hat, and a button-up shirt that was plaid. And I'm like, what in the world? But I could tell he was getting all excited. He had his camera up on a tripod and everything. I'm like, okay, he's shooting some videos, but it's not what I thought it was.
Oh my.
So I get out of the car, and I'm like, I'm supposed to be getting in with him, and he's now carrying on with a video, right? And that was the birth of Bob Billy right there. That's when I met Bob Billy.
Wow.
He was actually Bob Billy, or I'm sorry, actually, you met Bob Billy. That's incredible.
I met Bob Billy there. Yes.
Wow.
I don't know where Neil was, but Bob Billy was there.
That is an amazing story.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
What a way to start.
That video is on Neil's channel. So.
Nice.
I want to see that one.
Have to go back and watch.
We got to put that one in the show notes.
Yeah. The reactions are 100% authentic, so I'll tell you that much.
Yep. I pretty much figured he was going to turn and just run away, and because I was just kind of going off the cuff. This was the actual birth of Bob Billy.
Was it?
I had never done him before or anything, and I'm like, I need some kind of a video to do, and we're meeting for the first time. So that was all just impromptu, nothing.
I know, right?
Nothing planned. It was just go for it, So the only thing that I had planned is I actually made a sticker that said "You to Uber," and put it, the "You to Uber" logo on the car. And that was the only thing that I had planned. Everything else was just off the cuff. So.
Off the cuff.
That is like a true friendship test right there. It's like either he runs away or it's meant to be good friends forever.
And it was meant to be.
Yeah. Right.
Gosh, that is so good. That is so good.
And I got in the car with him right after that. So either I'm crazy or
the only reason he stayed was because I was taking him to 10 Where I Goes. So he can up his Where I Go count. So
yeah, that's right.
Okay, I see what was. He had a mission, and you were going to help him fulfill that mission. Apparently,
that's amazing.
Yeah. That's incredible. So, it's worth it then. Yeah, it was worth it then. Yeah. So, the story of the dynamic duo, you guys have some great moments together, and you've shared a lot of them. What comes to mind? I'll start, Neil, with you. So what comes to mind when you think about Jason? What comes to mind?
You're kind of giving off like dating game show vibes right now.
You're right.
Well,
dating well.
I guess having watched his videos first, I just kind of figured he was a down to earth guy, nice guy. So that didn't bother me to offer to take him caching.
Yeah.
I actually even after he showed me pictures of or told me where the Airbnb was that he was going to be staying, and I offered for him to be able to stay at my home rather than to stay in that area.
Good time.
But he was he was a good sport about it and stayed in the Airbnb, and he should tell you that story too. But
yeah,
whenever I think of Jason, I think of just down to earth guy, good family man, loves his family and his wife and kids, and geocaching is just one of those things that, can you be good at it? He's good at it. And as far as his vlogging, I would say he's got some skills in a style in his vlogging that I would rank up there as one of the best.
Yeah, I agree.
I watched, before I started vlogging and watched other YouTube channels, that was kind of the reason why I started, because I'm like, some of the content out there was horrible.
Yeah.
Just not entertaining. So other than Joshua.
Yeah.
Yeah, great guy.
Well,
thank you.
Yeah. So I'm going to let Jason reciprocate, but I do want to comment on that. I know it isn't easy. I've done a couple of vlogs and they're not actually very good. I got to stay in my lane, stay in the podcasting world, because you're right, Neil. There is a true art to like you said, some people vlog, but they're not very good at it. So, but Jason makes it seem so effortlessly good, but in the background, like you said, it really is a talent. It's there's something to a person who knows how to vlog well. When you watch it and you're at the end, you're like, it's over? What's going on? You're not looking at the timestamp, and you're not like, what else is on YouTube? And those are the kinds that you love. Like you mentioned about Josh, but Jason, for me, and yours too, Neil. You were good at it too. But you get to the end, you're like, oh, 6 minutes are gone or 8 minutes are gone. You're like, oh my gosh,
right.
Is this? Yeah. So,
yep.
So Jason, you get to take your shot at Neil. So,
well, I could basically kind of say about the same things about Neil as well too. Taking a chance and dressing up with Bob Billy and not even meeting me yet, not knowing what my reaction is going to be. That was a chance right there, right?
Right.
So, he's had me over to his house. I don't know. We don't live close. It's 4 hours driving time.
Yeah.
It's close, but it's not. He's had me over to his house about, I don't know, half dozen times now or something. And always takes me out when I'm there, and buys me lunch here and there and things like that. So he's a generous guy in himself. And let's get down to the heart of it here. We're here for Coins for Kids, and he's the one that thought up this whole thing. So
yeah,
I'm just going along with him in this whole thing. So we can probably cover that later, but I'm just going along with him. As I said, I'm joining his campaign. That was a few years ago now. So
yeah,
it's been good. It's been good being with Neil at different mega events and things, and we formed a good friendship through traveling together around the Midwest a few times, and going to different mega events and partnering up there and being in videos. It's easy to make videos with people who also know how to make videos that don't overtalk you and don't pop the lock off when you're trying to build a story or build anticipation in your video and things like that. And some people I've run across in the field and out in the wild just don't know what you're trying to do, but Neil does. He's a creator as well too, and so it's a lot easier and fun to do it with somebody like Neil or some of the other members of the vlogging community as well too. So it's good. He's been good to have around. And of course, I wouldn't have Mr. Bill here if it wasn't for Neil.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
So I can tell that story.
Okay, go ahead.
So
before you tell that,
okay.
we're going to do the other quick video, the montage video, and keep an eye out for Emily. She's in the montage video. So Josh was sending me a bunch of photos, and instead of me just clicking through photos, I decided to put into a little montage. So let's do the montage, and then I want to hear. I got some stories I want to hear. I want to hear more about Bob Billy. I want to hear more about Mr. Bill. You got to tell the story again about tomato beer. We got to do that. So, and we'll get into more of those in a minute. So let's watch the video here. Here we go.
In the cracks and the corners of the world, they hide little treasures of hope where dreams collide. With every step, a journey starts. Coins for kids with open hearts. From the forest deep to the city light, every coin a promise, every cent a spark. Healing hands in the shadows dark. Coins for kids, we gather round, shining hope with every pound. To St. Jude's, our gifts we send. In every coin we find a friend. Podcast of hope, each word a call. Let's rise together, one and all. The change we find, the love we share, a brighter world we can prepare. In jars and pockets, dreams take flight. Through selfless acts, we spread the light. The smallest coin can make a wave. Through tiny hands, the world we save. Year by year, the kindness grows. In every geocache, the glory shows. With every coin, a promise, every cheer. Coins for keeps, we persevere.
That was cool.
Yeah, that was
Cool.
awesome.
Thanks for sending me keep sending me those pictures too, Jason. We'll make another one next year. So
Yeah.
I need to mention if you'd like a shirt, Art of Crafted does sell some shirts, Coins for Kids
It's a
shirts.
nice
We're
shirt.
wearing. Yep, Neil and I are wearing them tonight. But he donates the proceeds to St. Jude. So yeah, we appreciate that.
I got a question for you, Gary.
Yeah.
Song an AI song?
Yeah. It's interesting without going too deep into that, but the AI typically can't say the word geocache. So once in a while it gets it right, and it got it right once in the song. So I thought that was pretty good. But yeah. So real quick update, and then we'll get into some of these stories I want to hear. But we're at what are we at? We're at 6950. Oh, take that back.
Yay, we went over.
Nice.
We're over 7,000 now. Thank
Keep
you,
it coming.
Geovet.
Yep.
Yep. Coins for Kids is great. It is great. And I guess maybe we should start there, Neil, if you want to start there, or where do you want to start? You want to start with how you created Coins for Kids to start with?
Sure.
Okay.
So even before I had the idea, I just kept noticing that we'd come across the coins while we're out geocaching, whether I was by myself or with a group of friends, whatever.
Right.
And it's like they were almost a nuisance, because it's like, what do you trade for coins? Okay, I just pulled 26 cents out. Plastic Army Man.
Yeah.
I don't know. And so,
Yeah.
but the coins were always there. And then one time I'm cashing by myself and I'm like, boy, I could really use a Diet Coke, but I didn't have any money on me. because I never carry cash, always a card or whatever. And this was still back when McDonald's, you could get a Diet Coke for $1.
Right.
It was like the next cash I opened up had 4 quarters in it. I'm like,
wow.
Yes.
Yes.
Diet Coke. So, but I thought, what a waste of good money.
Yeah.
Just how much of this is just sitting out there, oxidized pennies or whatever.
Sure.
So, and I told a friend of mine here at home, I'm like, I'm thinking I might, just start collecting all these coins out of these caches.
Sure.
And of course, my first thought was very selfish in that maybe I could collect enough that I could buy a new camera or, whatever.
Yeah.
But I thought, let's do something good with it. Let's, and I think it was about that time. I mean, you'd already had done a couple of the podcasts, I hope.
Right. Yep.
Let's just save it up and donate it. And so Jason had come to do some geocaching with me, and I think it was in December.
Yeah.
And because then, or very first part of January, I think it was very first part of January. Maybe you came for another hockey game or something. But and I'm like, okay, I'm doing it. And I told we were just a little bit north of where I live. We were doing some caching on a college campus, and I told Jay, we were sitting in a parking lot of a church, and that very first video I did, we sat in the parking lot, and I told Jason, I said, this is what I'm going to do. I want to video us finding the cache and opening it. I have no idea what's in this. We just knew it was a large or something.
Yeah.
I said, this is all, again, impromptu. Let's just do it. And we got there, and there was 82 cents in that first cache. And I was like, that was awesome. That was a great start to everything, and so even though it was my idea, Jason was there for the first cache, and and it's just kind of snowballed, I guess, and it's been great to see how the geocaching community has just really latched onto it. I started a Facebook page for it, and people have got on there and they post their pictures, and Traveling Armadillos is like the king of finding coins, man. That dude, it's like he witches them out or something. I don't know, but
that's awesome.
But it's been great. People coming up to us at events and handing us a bag of change. The one picture you had in that video from Midwest Geocache.
Yeah.
Ursula Lee, or Sugar
She's
Baby,
awesome.
I think, she handed me two Cool Whip containers full of pennies, which ended up being like over $10 just in pennies. So that was a lot of counting. But I get that quite often. We had a chili cook-off here last month, and I had a lady come up and she hands me a $10 bill, and she goes, take this. She's like, I just rounded it off and I'm giving you a 10, so people just come up and hand you money, and they're so trusting. I mean, they don't know I put that money in my pocket and walk away. They don't know, but I collect it all up, I add it up, and then add some to it to round it off, and I make my donation. So this year I donated $100, and that's a majority. I didn't even keep track this year because my life this year has just been kind of off the rails a little bit, but $75-$80 from people handing me bags of cash or coins. I did sell like the last 7 geo coins that I had. I sold those at Midwest Geocache, so that made up some of that too. So
nice.
Yeah,
I would like to mention about the that Facebook page and what Neil's saying there. Those pictures that you had in that montage all came from, or most of them anyway, came from the Facebook page, Coins for Kids. It just makes sense. The Facebook page, in case you haven't joined yet, you can. Some people I'd like to mention on there that showed up several times were Nicole B Genius. I've seen her in the Facebook here, or I'm sorry, in the chat room. She would mention she was working on a second jar and had $30+ the Northwest Indiana Geocachers group. It's headed up by Tim and Monica there in Northwestern Indiana, Team Phoenix 421. They donated $66 they've collected from various events they've hosted. So they want to give thanks to the Northwest Indiana Geocachers that come to their events and do that. Emily Renee here with us. She found $5.75 in one geocache. Is that right, Emily?
Yeah, that was that picture, one of those pictures. It was a bunch of, like the dollar coins and $half coins. It was amazing.
That's awesome.
In one time.
That's awesome.
That's
she
great.
even came to Michigan and found a Neil Moore cache wearing a Coins for Kids shirt, and the cache had money inside of it. So I mean,
yes, that was so perfect. It was so perfect.
What cache was it? I don't remember it.
It was like by a men's rental clothing. I don't, or either men's clothing.
Yep,
or
it was a challenge
shop
cache
or something. It was a challenge.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's wild.
Yeah.
Now, some other people I like to mention are Jill and Mark DiMaggi. They live locally to me here. They found $3.47. Lisa Granny Davis. She posted. She had the fistful of dollars you saw there. She went around Midwest Geocache asking for people for dollars, and at one point, 2 people gave her 20s.
That's incredible.
So she got $145. I think she said she got traveling arm bills, like Neil said. Father-in-law was moving out. Said, if you can find any change in here, it's yours. And he got a bunch there. And also Tommy Go and Tell has also made several Facebook posts as well too. I also recently on my own Facebook page, I had several of these coins left over from a year or 2 ago.
Yeah, a couple years ago.
Yeah, and they're trackable, and it's got the Coins for Kids, and on the side it looks like a quarter.
Yeah,
I sold 5 of these.
Cool.
And it's all going to Coins for Kids. People who bought it were Curtis and Mariah from Wisconsin. Tri466 is their name. Tyrone Shoelace bought one. I shipped it to him. Tyler from Massachusetts. His name is Four Swans Tea. He puts on the CMAG Mega there.
Right.
DiMaggi, Mark and Jill, again, friends of mine, bought one. And also Cole, Cash and Fish from Montana, also bought one, shipped one out to him. And that's all money going to Coins for Kids. So thank you guys.
Awesome.
That's
Jason,
awesome.
I know you mentioned the Indiana cachers. Did you mention the Midwest Geocache caches?
I think that $66 came from those.
Okay.
But yeah, they put Tim and Monica build those caches out at Midwest Geocache, some really cool gadgets and dioramas and stuff. And they put little containers inside. They make a little spot for them with the Coins for Kids logo on them. So when you got a mega there with 1,500, 2,000 people, and they know about it, and they sometimes even put a little placard in there saying, if you have any spare change, drop in this bucket here, we'll collect it later. And I don't know how much came from that, but it's in that $66 that they sent me that I donated earlier today. And so yeah, they're doing good things with that as well too at the mega event.
Yeah. And I know there's
go ahead.
Go
ahead.
I know there was a cacher that had a large, he had a building. I forget who the cacher was, and I'm sorry.
I think it's Tony Golden.
Is that the one with the building?
Yeah.
It's like a small
Tony
building.
had it in a
Yeah, and he's just got a can and a sign in there, and it, collects it that way. So, and I guess I just want to say that, even though we talk about Coins for Kids being coins you find in a cache, or, maybe you collect them at an event or whatever.
Yeah.
But I mean, any coins now just automatically go in the jar. It's,
cool.
If I'm out caching and if I do happen to have a $5 bill and I get a pop or whatever, and the change gets thrown in the console, it's like, no, it goes in the jar. So really, I just wanted people to be able to to take their coins that usually just end up getting all nasty in their console or in a cache or whatever,
Yeah.
and do something useful for it. I mean, you know, when I saw the video of I think it was the first video you showed,
right?
You know, that she was, you know, she didn't have to wonder, how am I going to pay for her medication or her next treatment? You know,
Yeah.
pennies and nickels help.
Oh, it does. You know, but one thing I know Jesse and I and now John have talked to Jillian at St. Jude. But one of the things that, you know, I mentioned is like, well, you know, we raise 10 or 12,000 typically per year, you know, and all that. It's like, you know, and I'm sure you guys have, you know, you get your $1 million, you know, donations and stuff. We're just a sort of drop in the bucket. And something she mentioned to us before was that, you know, they don't get those kind of donations like we would think that they get. They get their donations from folks like us. They get donations from, you know, people that run 5Ks, and, you know, now they might raise, you know, for a 5K, maybe 30 or 40,000 or something. But still, you know, there aren't that many that are doing these massive type donations that you would think. That, you know, she was mentioning that it's everyone contributing, you know, at any level, and it really is something that they really embrace. That they, you know, we have been able to partner with them. You know, a lot of obviously the videos that they provide for us, you know, is part of they have a portal for people that are, you know, part of their, they give, and I don't, it's nothing special. I mean, as far as, you know, I don't think a random person gets to, you know, get into the brand type stuff. But if you organize an event, you know, you could contact them and you could probably get, you know, some of the things that we use. Some of the videos are provided for us. There's other stuff in there that we don't use because we're, you know, we want to, you know, there's photos and there's other type materials. There's posters, you know, there's some of those kind of materials that we just doesn't really fit for us to use in our campaign. I always look, you know, for the videos or the pictures, but you know, that's very important. That it does make a difference. I mean, I always tell the story every year of that really to me hits home, which is the kid walking the beach. I think you probably heard the story before, but he's throwing starfish back in the back into the ocean. And he talks about how somebody comes along and says, well, that's not making a difference. The little boy says that it's made a difference for that one.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
One at a time.
Yep.
One at a time.
Yep. That's right.
We had a suggestion, Jason. I don't know how much you could get for it, but
I
our
saw
buddy
that
retired
suggestion.
guy, Doug McCrae, says he wants you to put Mr. Bill up for auction. I think
saw that
Mr.
suggestion,
Bill would not
Doug.
be
It's,
happy about that.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure.
All right. So here's my story then for Mr. Bill. The first time. So I don't know.
Yeah, the Mr. Bill story.
Yeah, I don't quite remember what brought it about, but I ended up buying Mr. Bill. I got on Amazon and I bought Mr. Bill $10, $9.95, you know, for Mr. Bill.
Yep.
And I bought him specifically to give to Jason because I think he wanted to do something with a video. So I bought him and I took him with me. And again, we do a lot of winter geocaching together. But
cool.
I went. Oh, it was a leap year because we ended up in Wisconsin for a leap year event, and then we went and we were going to hike and find some caches on the Ice Age Trail. Is that what it's called?
Yep.
There in Wisconsin.
Oh, Wisconsin, cool.
And so we get on the trail, and Jason's like, we're filming as we're going, and he's doing some stuff with Mr. Bill, and I'm doing some stuff, and so he's got Mr. Bill. This is the first time he's got him. He's doing his filming and stuff, and he's got, Mr. Bill always has his little incidents and accidents, and so in the video you see Jason trying to shut the ammo can, and Mr. Bill's head is stuck in there.
Oh my!
And so he gets done filming, and he's like, he looks at him, he's like, oh my word! He's I almost cut his head off. And even to this day, he's going to show you right there.
There he is. He's got marks. He's been damaged.
Oh yeah.
Oh no!
Wow.
Yeah.
He almost lost his head that day. For real.
I'm glad it was an almost.
Yeah. So I keep telling him I'll buy him another Mr. Bill for a stunt double. And he's like, no, we're good. So.
Well, apparently we already have some bids on your Mr. Bill, Jason. So I don't know. It's up to you, buddy. But
yeah,
we do have a bid of $5,000 for your Mr. Bill. So I don't know. Maybe it's worth it.
Well, Mr. Bill, nice knowing you.
Just like that.
And Doug, now you know the story. So if he does give it up and send you Mr. Bill, if it doesn't have that break in the back of the neck, he sent you an imposter.
It's not the original.
It's not the original. That's right. Yeah. That is incredible. Happy Hodag says that the video with Hailmeister and Neil Moore is the one that got him to find out about Hailmeister. So that's really cool.
Cool.
So Joe says, so long, Mr. Bill.
Oh yeah.
That's so funny. Yeah, you guys, I mean, like I said, you've had some great stories, and I kind of wish that and I appreciate that y'all share those type items. So apparently we've got an update. Hang on, let me I gotta play the right item, but I can't find it, but that's okay. Let's just go right to the board here. So there's the board.
Oh my God! Wow!
Hey,
and there it is. We've made it.
Yes! Yay!
Yeah. Another year, we've made it. $12,196. We made our goal this year again. I can't believe we've done it. We've done it again.
Yeah,
that is incredible.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
Oh my
so
God,
much, everybody.
so awesome. We did it.
That's so cool.
Making a lot of families happy.
Yeah.
Yes. Incredible. That's a lot of starfish thrown back into the ocean, my friend.
Absolutely.
Yep.
It's a lot of starfish we've saved. So you guys told me one day I think we were at Mingo Madness, and yeah, really, and I said, how are you guys doing? I heard y'all, stayed at, I think it was an Airbnb, wasn't it, Neil? It was okay. And I said, well, how was that one? Because they're all, always a little different. But, well, let me tell you a story about this Airbnb. So y'all need to regale everyone again with the story of the tomato beer.
Do you want to start this one, Jason? Or
it's crazy.
No, go ahead.
Okay. So you asked me about Jason and what kind of guy he is, and and the one great thing about Jason is, and I don't know if he loves doing this, but he's great at finding accommodations. Whenever we're doing, like when we went to Seattle, when we went to Memphis, all these places, he finds our Airbnb. I usually rent the car, somebody else, whatever. So he found a good priced Airbnb. It was in Coleman, I think is the town, it's 25 miles east of Colby.
Yeah.
So
which Colby, by the way, if people have not been out there, is also in the middle of nowhere. So you guys are in the middle of you guys weren't even in the middle of nowhere. You were on the edge of nowhere. Go ahead.
Oh,
yeah. So, and we're driving out there. We all Jason and I and Craig C. Michelle, we all met up.
Not a huge city.
We all flew into Denver at the same time, kind of the same time. So we had got in the car and we headed out there, and we turned down the road. It happened to be at a farm, and we turned down the road and we weren't even sure we were on the right road. It's a dirt road, but we get there, and it was a nice Airbnb. That we were in these people's basement. It was very nice accommodations. The farmer that owned it, he's like, well, hey, let me give you a little tour. And he kind of takes us outside and shows us around a little bit. And he says, well, come on in here in my, I don't know what he called it, his man cave,
Right.
And it was like a small building, like a little house. And it was like just across the driveway. So we walk in and there's like a bar to the right.
Right.
And there's ammo cans everywhere, and for a geocacher, you're like, wow, look at all these ammo cans. It's great. These were all filled with actual ammo. And the guy's throwing 50 cal rounds up on the bar, and he's like, you want to see the gun that goes with this? I'm like, no, that's all right. I figured he'd pull out a big Barrett 50 cal.
Right.
But he said he had like 15,000 rounds in there, but he had a refrigerator, and he's like, he's behind the bar, and Craig and Jason and I were sitting at the bar, and he pulls out the red Solo cups, and he's like, you guys ever have red beer? And we're like, no, and I'm like, I'm not a beer drinker. I don't even like the taste of beer, and I know Jason, he likes his, Bud Light, and I don't know what Craig drinks. He likes his beer nibblies. But so the guy goes to the fridge, and he pulls out some Coors, and he puts about half a cup, fills the Solo cups about halfway with Coors, and then he took out this bottle of I don't know, it was like red tomato juice with some spice or something in it, and he tops it all off.
Oh my goodness.
And he's like, hey, this is what we drink here. And so we're all like, okay, when in Rome. Okay. So Jason takes a drink, and he kind of makes this little face or whatever, and he's like, and he takes another sip and sets it down, and Craig, he's like, he sets it down. I don't know. And I took a taste. I'm like, ooh, that's pretty good. So
Scott's calling it Clamato.
Like, yeah, whatever that is.
Yeah.
I always pronounce it different. It sounds like a social disease or something, but
yeah.
I thought it was pretty good. And Jason, the beer drinker, he didn't like it. So I drank Jason's too. And I slept pretty good that night.
I bet.
It's, and I am not a drinker, Diet Coke. That's me right there. Diet Coke.
You,
but that tasted pretty good. And these guys are like, no. But that was the first night. I think that was the first night. And then
first night over there.
The next night we spent most of the evening out at Joshua's Airbnb.
Yeah,
where we saw
he had a whole
Starlink.
different setup.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And we got back, and the next day in the morning, the farmer come out. He's like, "Well, you guys didn't come back last night." He's like, "I was all set." He's like, and then when we were leaving, he had actually bought a bottle of that
Oh my goodness, Clamato.
Clamato or whatever it
Yeah.
is. He's like, "Here, I bought this for you, so you can go back and have more." I'm like, I brought a backpack. I don't have a
Yeah.
checked bag.
I
He's
got
like, "What?" I'm like, "I'm sorry. I really appreciate it, but I
Flying
can't."
back.
I did a
Yeah.
backpack, so
Wow.
yeah.
Ugh.
Wasn't a
Very
big fan.
generous.
I'm not a big fan of tomato juice to begin with.
No.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
like
now you guys got me thinking, how would that go with the pickle pizza? You know?
No.
It'd be like a Bloody
No.
Mary pizza.
Yeah, you could
I,
do a
I
Bloody
may have
Mary.
to do it, in fact.
I mean, that's what it reminded me of. It tasted a lot like
Insane.
a Bloody Mary.
Yeah. Scott's up in Alaska, so apparently it's an Alaskan thing. So he says this little lady won't drink beer without Clamato in it. So
Yeah.
I guess if you get hooked on something like that, I guess you get hooked on something like that.
I guess
So,
it's one of those local things out there. So
I guess.
Yeah.
So we're getting sort of toward the end, but you do get to, well, and I mentioned this to you guys, I think, when we were in Memphis, and that is, it always means a lot to me to be able to see you guys when we can see each other, and not across the video or anything. But are you do you guys have of course y'all live near each other, so but as far as like the rest of the geocaching and vlogging community, are you guys starting to make some plans for 2025? Are y'all? I mean, it's a long way away, but had y'all have thoughts about Geo Woodstock? I mean, 'cause I know y'all go to your local. I mean, Midwest Geobash is really fairly close for you guys, but are y'all thinking about possibly going to Geo Woodstock this year? You think, or?
Oh yeah.
We've started talks.
Cool.
My life being what it is this year, I'm scheduled for back surgery on January 13th.
Oh.
So I'll be off work for a little bit. So my physical being and my financial being is going to kind of weigh on
up in the air
on the West Virginia thing, but I would really like to go. I mean, it's West Virginia and West Virginia Tim, so
yeah.
I've not been out there yet, so
yeah. Now you're you've had good news though on the cancer front, right?
Yeah, I've been cancer free for 2.5 years.
That's
awesome.
I had my surgery 2.5 years ago, and then I had my 2-year checkup in June, and he's like, "You're good to go." So
good.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, people are mentioning about the G word for that. So, Jason, you're nodding your head. So I get to hang out with you a little bit in Morgantown. Okay, cool.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Good. Yeah. Emily, gonna make the trip over?
You're gonna miss the Giga, Emily?
No. I did. So at least I have one under my belt.
Okay, but
I gotta come to Pennsylvania in October for something else. So you just can't do it all.
Thank you, Angel.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get to go for I originally scheduled to go to Arizona last year, but it didn't work out. But I'm planning on Geo Woodstock, and I got plans for Bamarama. So those two are kind of at least semi-planned. But do you guys like I think you mentioned, Jason, you're not like as close as some people might think. You're 4 hours away from each other, but and you can get to Midwest Geobash. You guys, you can do those sometimes. Are y'all just planning sort of any kind of geo trip outside of megas? Are y'all gonna try to get together and go after a cache or anything, or
Well, yeah, I had mentioned to Neil about something toward the end of March. We'll have to see on that one too. Again, what you just said, but yeah, looking at possibly going down to. I want to make a trip down to Hattiesburg and do their geo tour. So we'll see.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for those that are also wondering about, there's 4 folks here that will have a cache on a geo tour. So Neil, when you get feeling better, you can go to Oregon, New York, Texas, and Illinois to find
beautiful,
some
wonderful spots.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Find some Cache Odyssey caches that'll be out there. So,
I do have a sister-in-law that lives in Fort Worth, so we might have to make a trip.
Yeah, if you come on down, we can you can come out and find a Cache Odyssey cache. So they're they're looking good. They're not going to spoil. I guess they spill the beans on any of them, but there are some incredible stories I've already heard about ones that are being made, and it's amazing. So for those that are out there that want to find, put them on your list. If you go through a certain spot, kind of like Cache Across America, if you go to a spot, now you got a couple that you can sort of add to your list. If there, is there a Cache Across America nearby, and is there a Cache Odyssey that's nearby? You might want to pick those up. So, we're getting toward the end tonight. Again, I appreciate you two guys a lot, but also that you guys are willing to be the last of the last guests tonight, and being able to sacrifice the late night for the show. I think a lot of people too. It works out because we have a lot of people who, and we encourage folks to give their Coins for Kids during Coins for Kids. So I know that we're going to see, when we go back and look at the numbers, I think that a lot of people like to give during that, give their Coins for Kids during that hour, which I think is really really neat. But again, thank you guys for being a part of that. It looks like people are planning for next year. People are going to start getting the jars and jugs out.
Oh yeah, I saw that in the chat. I want to do the same. I haven't done the whole community aspect of it, but this is completely inspiring to do that.
Yeah,
St. Jude, it can't be better. Yeah.
Yeah, it's such a great idea to do like a jar. I mean, like the Granny walking around and walking out with a jug, going Coins for Kids or Cash for Kids, and just kind of put them in there. So
let me at my work, we just installed a wide format printer, and we have the ability now to print and cut contour shaped stickers.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
I have tried there's a learning curve there.
Sure.
And I've got a few Coins for Kids stickers cut out.
Oh,
they
cool.
didn't do very well. I got to try it again. And I know there have been a couple people that have asked me for stickers in the recent past, and I have not fulfilled that request, and I'm sorry about that. But if you email me, neil.moore@gmail.com, and give me your address, I will mail it. And the sticker is going to be about probably 4 inches wide and 3 inches tall, something like that.
Okay.
But if you email me and give me your address, I will send you a sticker.
Oh, awesome.
As soon as I get them cut.
Awesome.
Cool. So,
thank you, Neil, and good luck with the surgery.
Thank you.
Blessings to you, my friend, and thanks to everybody. John, thanks, and Emily for being on tonight.
And thank you everyone for donating. So exciting to be here to see us reach our goal.
Just incredible for the community to come together with this one. And Gary, right, even after tonight, people can still donate at
Yes.
podcastofhope.com if they would like to do so.
Absolutely. If you're listening to this later, you can donate really anytime. But for this particular campaign, you can donate all the way up till July. And then we switch to we close out the campaign and we'll start the 2025 campaign in July. So yeah, if you're listening to this and it's, April of 2025, you can still give, and really, you can always give at Podcast of Hope, because once this campaign wraps up, and the campaign is based on, Tiltify that we use. That's their end of year, in a sense, is they start doing the campaigns again. They start up the new campaign. So we'll switch to a different campaign for next year. We'll figure out an amount that we want to raise, and we'll get updates for folks on that once we get to that point. But yeah, you can always give at podcastofhope.com. So if you listen to this later, you can donate there. Thanks to Jesse for he's in the wings. I don't know if he wants to. He's just waving, so he's having internet issues. So there he is.
There he is.
Hey, Jesse.
He'll join for a minute.
Thanks for all your
I don't know
behind
if
the
you can
scenes
see me.
today.
It's
Jesse.
going so slow. I'm so far behind, but I'm in the
Jesse
chat
wants
room, so it's okay.
Jesse's ready to chunk it into the swamp outside. Give it to the alligators. But all right. Well, thanks everyone, and we'll see you down the road, and see you next. No show tomorrow, but we'll have a show the next Sunday. Actually, we'll have a show Tuesday, right, Emily?
Yeah, Challenge Talk on Tuesday. Yep.
Yeah. You want to share anything about the?
Yeah,
preview
we have a
Tuesday?
guest from Australia. So we're going to be talking about what challenge caching is like in Australia and unique challenges they face achieving specific goals that might be easier for us in the United States.
Wow, awesome. Australia. That's cool.
Mhm.
Yeah, we've had some
A
great
live
international-
guest. Yeah. So
A
we're
live
going to,
guest, yeah.
we're going to break that time zone barrier and make it
That
happen.
sure beats a dead guest,
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
that-
really
that is
does.
much better.
Yeah, those aren't lively shows, Neil.
They are
They're
not.
Those are a little weird. But we'll we just had Brazil recently, and thanks, Burnt Turtles.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Tony.
we had Brazil recently, and now we're doing Australia, so we're
Yeah.
definitely keeping it international. So all right. Well, good night, everybody. Thanks again. Thanks to everyone who donated,
night.
and we'll get the prizes figured out next week, and who knows, you might be a winner. So all right.
Good night.
Here we go.
Thank you for being with us tonight and supporting St. Jude kids like me.